quality Star Wars talk. I'm Seth, one of the hosts. This is
And I'm
Caleb, the other host.
Yeah, we had to go back to the old-fashioned way this week because somebody forgot the extension cable. We're not gonna name names.
Oh,
No, we're not gonna name names.
all right.
I think we're good.
We'll be covering a few things before we get into the real meat of the episode.
Yeah,
as always.
yeah, as always. So it's not always because there's not always something to talk about. But this week we have a few things to talk about. We did not talk about one thing that happened last week, I think, and that is the fact that James Earl Jones is retired.
Stepping down.
He's retiring from the voice of Vader, which is fair. The man is 90, is in his 90s.
Give the man a break.
So it makes sense. It's not that he can't do it. I mean, it's not that he can't completely do it anymore. It's that he's just tired.
Yeah.
And so
I've been Darth Vader for 50 years.
I mean, he can't do it exactly the same, which is why like even in Obi-Wan they were already like using like some like voice filter stuff and some voice replication technology to get the Vader voice in Obi-Wan. And so and that in itself, the company who did that is an interesting story all on its own. They were doing. See, it's funny because we made the joke before we started the live stream that this wouldn't be a political thing, but they were doing it from. I just had a brain fart.
Don't look at me. I don't know shit about politics.
Yeah, no, I know.
This is both a good thing and a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah, no. In this case, it's from Ukraine.
Oh,
They were doing it from Ukraine.
yeah, that might be a little bit hard to do at the moment.
So it's impressive what they did,
Yeah,
considering what was going on at the time when they would have been doing this.
it's still going on.
Yeah, it's still going on. But like, it was going on at this time as well. Like it. So it's interesting that they were able to do this in that time. So good on them.
Yeah.
So yeah. There's two more stories we wanted to talk about. The other is, well, I guess we're sticking in political, but not really.
We're moving
to
real world events.
Before Queen Elizabeth passed, she did a couple more honorary knightings. And both of them are related to Star Wars, or two of them are related to Star Wars. One of them is John Williams, who deserves it, in my opinion.
That man works when it comes to the music department.
Another guy who has stepped down from Star Wars because he's like, I've done my best work. I'm out.
Yep, doesn't get any better.
Which is fair, and I kind of like that we're getting new music in Star Wars. And I like that they're not trying to be John Williams. They're doing their own take.
Yeah.
Like, they still have some of the John Williams music mixed in. Yeah, like, the music is in there. Like, you can hear certain, like, themes still in some of it. But it's not just, oh, we're going to try to be John Williams. No, we're doing our own thing. It just happens to have,
Can't wait for the Star Wars Wreck Punk album.
I mean, Andor's playing a little bit with like rock, kind of, like, and it's got like more drums in it than you're used to in Star Wars, because Star Wars isn't usually drum heavy music. It's usually more brass. So that's interesting. And then the other person is Bob Iger, I forget what role he is now at Disney, but he was the CEO at the time when the Star Wars acquisition happened, and he only recently dropped as that position, so he was just like,
what? Did he choose to drop it, or?
Yeah, he dropped.
Okay.
Yeah. So I forget what his role is now.
I can't be the intermediary for the mouse anymore.
I forget what his role is now, but it's still like a pretty important position. But yeah, so I don't know how Bob. I don't know what the qualifiers were for his honorary knighting, but I'm not against it. I personally, and I know this is a spicy take for some Disney fans, I think Bob Iger is some of the best things that have happened to Disney.
All right.
And I know that
I'll see where in 20 years down the future.
Oh no, like but like currently,
Ah.
like at this moment, I would say Bob Iger is some of the best that has happened to Disney, in my opinion.
Sorry, 20 years down the future is generous given the state of the world.
And
we'll
also,
go with 5.
It's also generous considering how how like higher, like often probably the turnover rate is for a.
Yeah.
Especially since I'm not a lot of people are fans of the current CEO. Bob Chapek is.
Is this one a spicy one?
It depends who you ask, but yeah, I'm not a fan of Chapek.
Mm.
I will say that. Chapek to me is more worried about parks, and that's what he was originally. That was his position. He was in charge of parks. He kind of has not given up being in charge of parks, even though he's CEO. And it's like, no. You need to be in charge of everything, and also you delegate. You don't try to take charge of it yourself. You're supposed to delegate, and he's not really doing that. And then
we need another park in fucking Wisconsin.
And then a lot of people like Eisner, who was the predecessor to Bob Iger. He gave us the Renaissance, but I'm not as big of an Eisner fan.
He
was also a parks guy, but but at the same time, we had some of the best Disney films during his time as well. So
speaking of films, and this is no relation to any of the stuff. Well, maybe a little. We just talked about. I almost accidentally started like a genuine argument between Tori and Andrew.
What'd you do?
I was like, hey. The first question I asked was, what do you think the best like fight scene you've ever seen in a movie is? Now, they both responded with Endgame. And I'm like, does that count?
Yeah, because it's Disney produced. Was it specifically Disney related? Or?
No, it was just any of them.
I mean, I think it counts. Endgame was a pretty big fight scene, and it's a battle, really. But I would argue there's a fight scene.
Yes. The other question that was asked was, what's the best Pixar movie?
Ooh.
The conclusion... Now, of course, my answer to this is it's got to be The Incredibles, right? Oh, okay.
It's up there.
However, Tori comes out of nowhere with this opinion. I don't like WALL-E. I was like,
whoa, Tori, Tori, what the fuck, Tori?
I was like,
I know you don't watch the show, but what the fuck, Tori?
What do you mean? I'm like, it's 2 little robots falling in love at trying to fix the world. There's not a lot of like...
It's internal conflict.
And she's like, I just don't like it. They're very agitating with all the beeps and boops. And I'm like, they're robots. Like, it is not a bad film.
No.
That's just her take. She doesn't like it.
Oh, Tori. Was Up at least brought up in the conversation?
No, it ended after me and my brother decided to do the Incredibles bit between Honey and Lucius from the first.
Where is my super suit?
I threw it away.
But yeah, so we got one more piece of Star Wars news.
Yeah.
I had to go on my Disney. I had to make my stand on where I stand with Disney.
Just a brief bit of levity in these trying times.
So, as for the Disney position... Oh, no, Star Wars. Sorry. So, the last piece of Star Wars news is technically in the rumor and speculation. Like, there's no... It's apparently been overheard through some sources that Disney is talking about having a new Star Wars game every 6 months.
Yeah, and
And we discussed the
logistics of it.
Yeah, because you were like, at first when I told you that, you were like, what? And I was like, no. They mean like different studios working on different games at different times, and they're just trying to make sure that every 6 months a game is released.
Yeah.
Which
that's not how I interpreted it.
You interpreted it as, oh, the studio has to make a game in 6 months.
I was like, this seems like a bad idea.
But no. They meant, Studio A is working on a game for 3 years or 5 years, depending how long they want to take to make it. They get it out, and then another studio who's also been working on a game for 3 to 5 years comes out with their game about 6 months after.
I was also thinking, like, commercially speaking, I'm not sure that's a good idea either.
It depends. I mean, as long as they're different genres and different, because that's the thing, everybody forgets that Star Wars games did come out pretty frequently back in the day. They were just different genres. We weren't getting sequels to them immediately after, except for Force Unleashed. They tried to rush that one, and that's how we got Force Unleashed 2, which is somehow even shorter than Force Unleashed 1.
How long is
if you just do the story and you're not searching for every little thing, you can complete those games in about... You can complete both of them within the same day.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah, because I've done it. If you just speed run the game, playing the main game, just going for the story, same day, you can beat them both. I would say Force Unleashed 1 maybe 4 to 6 hours, and then I would say Force Unleashed 2 is somehow half that. Yeah. But of course, our favorite game, Knights of the Republic, is like 40 plus hours. But yeah, like they had different genres because you had your RPGs like Knights of the Republic, you had your more action God of War like Force Unleashed, you had your strategy games like Empire at War. So there was different types of games coming out, and you had Battlefront, which was FPS, and third person FPS, whereas Republic Commando was more first person FPS with it was more story driven, almost like a Halo game, the way Republic Commando was. And all of these are games that came out around the same era, and then you had Jedi Knight series, which started as a Doom-like in the first game with Dark Forces, and then journeys into third-person action hack and slash, as it becomes Jedi Knight focused. And so, like, yeah, you had variety.
I see.
And I think that's what Disney's going for, is they're trying to be like, hey, we want to kind of go back to this type of, before we bought you, the type of games you were making then, because let's look at the games that we've had since the buyout. Battlefront, Battlefront 2, Jedi Fallen Order.
Are we going to count the most recent one?
Oh.
Lego?
Oh, well, yeah, but I'm talking about, like, purely, like, main, like, because Lego isn't a main title. It's technically done by TT Games, which is their own... they do Lego games whenever they feel like. That has less... Like, yes, they pay for the license to make Star Wars games, but they don't... It's a different ball game. It's a different ballpark compared... And we've had a bunch of mobile games, but I'm not going to count those either.
Okay.
So, we've had 3 actual games since the buyout. 2 of them are from the same franchise. And really only one of them was well received on release, and the other one has gained an audience now after they've stopped providing updates on it. So, you can see why Disney's like, we need to do more. Because there have been a lot of games where they're like, we're making this game, and then it never comes out.
Yeah.
Since the Disney buyout. Because there was that, it It was like a smuggler game that they were working on, and it was going to be It was going to be like this Uncharted style looking game because it had Amy Hennig in charge of it, who was in charge of like worked with Uncharted and all those type of games and Ubisoft as well. So she's had experience with those type of games.
Is she the one responsible for the fucking feather missions?
No, she's more of she's more of a top.
Oh, I
like
see.
yeah, she's not really.
So the designer that made the fucking almanac and feather missions, fuck you. Everything else was good.
Yeah.
They're a good game overall, but damn you for making me run around for half an hour chasing feathers and pieces of paper.
Yeah. So yeah, she was gonna work on that. That got canceled. We were supposed to get. I mean, we've got one that's in development hell right now, Eclipse.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Knights of the
come out in 3 to 5 years. Give it a.
Yeah.
Give it a decade.
Give it a decade. It'll come out. It'll come out for my kids when I by the time I finally have kids, that's when it'll come out.
Golden gray.
You're right, my grandkids. And then
it feels so
like
mean-spirited, but also at the same time.
I don't feel bad for kicking on this one.
Yeah.
This is a horse that I don't mind beating. And then the other game that's in development hell right now is the Knights of the Old Republic remake. Which that one I'm a little bit less upset with. I'm more of a I will wait on that because one, they didn't show us a full-blown trailer like Eclipse did, where Eclipse was like, here's this really awesome trailer that makes you feel like the game is coming out within the next 3 to 5 years. No. It's coming out in like the next 7 to 8. It's like, okay. Like, we haven't even started working on it. Then how do you have this? Do you even know your story? Whereas
there's a bunch of guys hitting drums and looking evil.
And Trade Federation.
Yes. That's it.
Also, it takes place during the High Republic. That's it. Whereas Knights of the Republic remake is at least they just showed us a title card and Revan. That doesn't feel like okay, I'm gonna be mad if it's delayed a bit. That's more of okay, you just had a title card, which tells me you just started production on this, which means I'm gonna have some time before you're like really.
Assuming that comes out.
Which it sounds like it is. They've moved like who's in charge, like because we talked about it. They changed who's working on it. So that makes sense.
Assuming that comes out, think we'll play it?
Oh, we'll absolutely fucking play it. Wait, which one? Well, we'll play both.
We'll play both and compare the two.
No, but we're definitely playing Knights of the Republic remake because it's me.
Yeah.
We are absolutely playing that. And then we'll play Eclipse because it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
That one I've kind of lost the hype. Like when the trailer dropped, I was like, "Oh, hype!" But then,
3 to 5 years.
Well, no, 3 to 5 years I'm fine with. It's longer than that.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah.
3 to 5 years is a normal okay, that's an expected time to make a game. No, this is longer than that because they were still hiring people. Yeah, so I can see where they're kind of Disney's like, we need to structure. We need to be able to because that's why they ended their contract with EA is ending because EA was the only one making video games. That's when Disney first bought Star Wars because that was the license EA got. They shortened the license, by the way, because because EA only made 3 freaking games.
Look, we need more than this.
Yeah, it's and you've only provided 1 actual hit. You've given us 3 games and 1 hit.
Yeah.
That's not a great record. And so And then of course we're getting Hunters
Mm.
coming out pretty soon. I don't know if we have a date attached to it right now. We have a book that's attached to it, so I would assume that the game will come out around the time of that book. And so, with that in mind, it's probably going to be it's going to be early next year, is what it looks like based on when that book's coming out, and that's going to be somewhere. It's basically Star Wars Overwatch. It's a 4v4 type game,
I see.
and that's different. We don't really have that in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it's still going to have lore, just like Overwatch has lore still. So it's not like so it's canon. So there's nothing like, we're not missing anything by having a different type of game like this. And then there's talks of working on a strategy game, because we haven't had a real-time strategy game in a minute for Star Wars. And so I'm fine with variety, and I'm fine with the every 6 months, because more Star Wars is more Star Wars for me. And honestly, while I like Battlefront 2 and I like Jedi Fallen Order, and of course we're getting Jedi Survivor because we got the trailer for that. That's also coming out. We don't know when exactly. We have an idea because once again there's a tie-in novel, and so we're like, oh, it's probably around this time, because you don't release the tie-in novel outside of when you would be releasing that game. You would put it pretty close, a little bit before, usually before the release of the game. Probably a month at most before the game's released.
You release a tie-in novel, but it's
like
set after the game.
Yeah. Usually it's before the game.
Yeah, I know. It would be such a dick move.
Because Battlefront 2 had a tie-in novel. You got Inferno Squad, and that was a good book. I like Inferno Squad. Well, I can't wait till we get to that, because I can't wait till we get to you playing video games on this show more, outside of the Old Republic, which I wonder when our next expansion for that is as well. Which that's another game that like we get too, but that's not canon. It's Legends material, and then it's also kind of its own thing.
Yeah.
Like BioWare's just working on it when they feel like. They're just like, we'll update it every few months, and then we'll do major expansions at least once a year.
Just over here flying off the handle at like some mission.
But yeah, so I think that's our video game thoughts.
Yeah.
I think we both agree that this sounds like a good plan, if implemented correctly.
Yeah.
That's the key.
That is the key thing.
And I think it will be, because they've already cut off their license with just EA. Because if it was just EA, that I feel like that 6 month period would not work. While EA has a lot of companies under them, that like development companies, because you got DICE, you got BioWare, you got all these developers. It wouldn't quite work, I think, because you'd be relying on just this one company. Whereas they've already cut that off. They've already done we're now Lucasfilm Games, so because LucasArts is dead, so we got Lucasfilm Games, the new LucasArts, which is the old name for LucasArts before it became LucasArts. So they kind of revived that name, and then they've said, all right, we're gonna work with whatever companies want to make games. Obviously, your games can't come out till our contract with EA is done. But you can start working on them and pitching them to us. Even Ubisoft has thrown a few pitches and been like, hey, we want to make a Star Wars game. Which modern Ubisoft I could see making a decent game. Although modern Ubisoft just made a big flub, in my opinion, with the whole getting rid of online for a lot of their games recently, and that's caused a whole video game fiasco.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because it got rid of a lot of video game preservation for a lot of their titles, and it also got rid of the multiplayer for some games where the multiplayer was getting popular, and honestly, Ubisoft has kind of fucked themselves over on their own multiplayer a lot. Like, the Assassin's Creed multiplayer is great, but they immediately release a new Assassin's Creed, because this was back when they were doing yearly Assassin's Creed, so they would have this really cool multiplayer idea where, it's kind of like nowadays it'd be pretty popular because it's like Among Us. It's, you're all sneaking to kill each other, and you gotta hide and pretend that you're pretend you're an NPC. Like, there's really cool factors to it. But then, like, the next year, a new Assassin's Creed came out, and it's like, oh, well, I got to put down this multiplayer because the new Assassin's Creed is out, and it's got a multiplayer, so I don't care about this one now. And then they eventually gave up on it because they said, oh, people don't like the multiplayer. And it's like, no, people do. You just didn't support it long enough for people to actively enjoy it. When you're releasing a new game every year, they're not going to... And then, of course, now they've gotten rid of a lot of their multiplayer backlog to where now it's harder to play even single-player games, too. Because it's like, you had to have the online factor to make it work, and now it doesn't, and now, yeah. And so it affects not just Assassin's Creed.
Switching over to, like, one and done. Like, you go and you play the story mode, and that's it.
Yeah.
For me, this changes nothing.
It changes nothing. For some people,
everyone else, it might change things up quite a bit.
And I think it hurts only in the case that it hurts the older games, and it makes it harder for even non-Assassin's Creed titles to be discovered by new players. And it's a game preservation thing, which is why I'm personally okay with ROMs and emulators, because game preservation, but also don't pirate. Maybe. For legal reasons, I have to say don't pirate.
Corporates over there, they'll get you.
Yeah, the corpos from Andor will come and get me.
Once they try to sell both themselves out and you after you've shot their friend in the rain.
Yeah. No, he hit his own head. That's not my fault. Okay. So
we're not talking about that.
Yeah, we're not talking about Andor yet. We're gonna wait till that the first season's over before we fully discuss it. This week we're here to talk about High Republic.
Yeah.
We're kind of on the High Republic track again. We're gonna be at least in chronological order for two things, and then we're going back.
We're not.
And then we're going back a few 200 years to talk about Path of Deceit. But this week we're talking about Starlight, which feels like every month they're getting up to something.
Fucking Starlight Beacon goes through so much shit.
Velko, her job is tough.
Fucking, she likes working there, but goddamn, it never stops.
And then good old Tarpfin, and well, for now until they go traitor, and then. Although I think the traitor thing gets explained in a future Starlight short story where they're like, no, Tarpfin was forced. But also, it's like, fuck you, Tarpfin. You could have done better. You're head of security. You betrayed your best friend, Velko. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing coming in knowing that Tarpfin is, like...
gonna betray them?
Yeah.
Tarpfin is still better, though, than... Senator.
Oh, traitor bitch?
Yeah. Senator traitor bitch, yeah.
Senator.
You gotta add that extra title.
Senator traitor bitch to you.
Look here, Miss Traitor Bitch, it's Senator Traitor Bitch to you.
Just like someone graffitis that on her fucking desk.
God, I can't wait till it comes out that she's a traitor. I can't wait till people figure out. But let's talk about this story. This one is called Past Mistakes, and we get to see some of our. I'm gonna let you give the synopsis, but I want to, be happy that we're getting our buddy Skier in this episode.
Yeah,
we get Skier, we get Velko.
He's one of my favorites. Because Skier's going through the ringer, but he's still trying.
Yeah, because this takes place. I would argue around the time when when they're back after the mission that went wrong in the High Republic comic, where he just after they saved Keeve, after they saved Keeve, who was undercover as a Nihil. It's after that.
After the I think
Basically, this is when Avar's like, "Hey, no, you can't be a Jedi right now."
Yeah. It's hilarious with that.
Yeah,
knowing full well
what happens
later.
Yeah. But yeah, so I said this week you get to tell the synopsis.
So, we arrived to Starlight Beacon with our favorite administrator, Velko Jaheen. She has been busy directing things, sending people here and there, because that's what her job is.
Yeah.
Now, as she is minding her business and finally about to go on her, like, I'm gonna say 10-minute break, things go wrong.
Yeah.
And Gal Tarfin essentially calls her up and is like, hey, I need you to go into the hangar area because there's a bit of a ruckus going on.
Yeah.
I do it, but I have like 24 prisoners to go through, which is less than there were yesterday, but I'm still behind schedule.
Oh, also, Tarfin terms it as a fracas. Yeah. There's a fracas going on. It's a fracas.
Yeah. And
I never thought I would hear the word fracas in Star Wars.
Yeah, it's a weird one. And so she goes and is like, all right, I'll go and do it since I'm right next door, essentially.
Yeah.
And she goes in and she's like, God damn you, Tarfin.
You owe me big time.
You owe me big time. Because essentially, Jedi Master Sskeer, who has been known to be like...
he's known to get into some outbursts and also be tough.
Is essentially arguing with what is... I'm going to call it her... eggs?
Yeah, her ex.
Her eggs. In a very tense discussion.
Yeah, Vuma.
Vuma. No, Vuma's the name of...
Oh, yeah, the race. He's a Vuman, and then...
Yeah. His name is Vane.
Vane Sarpo, that's right.
And so she walks over and she's like, great, my ex is arguing with one of the loudest the rowdiest Jedi Masters.
One that could rip his arms off.
And so he's like, and so Vane is like, hey, oh, thank God you're here. Can you help me with this, please? And she's like, okay, what's going on? And so the situation is explained at the moment in that he is like, look, I brought all these, like, knockoff Jedi statues with me.
And they're, like, of Avar Kriss, and they're, like...
He essentially is, like, selling knockoff action figures. And he's like...
Well, yeah, they're little statues.
Yeah. He's like, well, people come to Starlight Beacon to see the Jedi, right?
So here's, like, you could have a whole branding thing where you could sell toys and...
Yeah.
Merchandising. Merchandising.
Yep. And so Sskeer is pissed off about this. He's like, no, don't sell any of this shit. And they discuss this, and it's kind of like, this is like not the worst thing. And so he's like, okay, should I add... So for the one they make of you, Master Sskeer, do we need one arm or two?
And that's where the...
Sskeer's like...
That's where Sskeer lost it.
Sskeer's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. But fortunately, Velko's there. She's like, no, I'll handle it. Go and drink some water.
And it becomes this discussion of, you know how in bad taste this is?
Yeah. And he's like, okay, but... what about a souvenir market? And she fucking buys it. Except it's described as like... So it has the sticker of Starlight Beacon on it.
To be fair,
but it's a shit sticker. That's like upside down.
Well, that's...
Which is funny.
Yeah, that's funny considering...
It's funny, but also...
Considering our knowledge.
It's funny in that tragic way of like... I know what happens in the future.
Not funny, haha, but funny, I'm gonna freaking die.
Yeah. And so they go and they're discussing things, and he's like, hey, after Master Sskeer has left, she's taken Vane to this like little bar where it's nice and quiet, and no one else from the Republic works there.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of other ones that people go to, but they just end up talking about work.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't want to do that.
You know what though? Speaking of that mug, I'd probably buy it just for the,
Probably would.
especially with it upside down. Don't right side up it. Have it upside down. I want it upside down. In fact, no. Let's go a step further and make it look like how it looks during Fallen Star.
Well, you want to add a little bit of
A little
flames.
explosion and flames and some smoke. Yeah. Maybe some Nihil ships.
Your commemorative mug is rude as hell. That's not a sentence I thought.
You know what though? Vane, I feel like would make like Fallen
Probably
Star.
would.
Like I feel like Vane is the type that like. Nope,
on?
I'm not gonna go there.
Oh,
No,
okay,
that's a
go
little too
Oh,
political.
too much?
Yeah, it's a little
Okay.
too much, too real.
Too real? Okay, we'll drop that one.
Yeah.
But Vane is essentially asking Velko, like, hey, do you actually like it here? And she kind of doesn't really answer him. And he makes like a gesture like he's got a real bad headache. And then immediately goes to like looking around. And Velko looks around as well because he's like, all right, what's up with that? And she realizes that he's looking at another woman.
Ayo.
And she's like, you know what? Your parking meter is about to go
Yeah.
bad in 20 minutes. And he goes, wait, what?
This is the one time where I'm kind of like I get you, Velko, but also
I'm like, that's
that's some dirty
that
shit.
is petty as hell.
That's some dirty cop shit.
Yeah. Except the thing is she's not charging him for it.
No.
She gives him and he it's like that was so unnecessary.
Which she checks out a Zeltron specifically, which is the alien race, which is, I don't know the canonicity of fixing some of the problematic stuff of Zeltrons, but because in Legends, Zeltrons are known for having like a pheromone thing, which makes them more attractive to people.
I see.
I do not know if that has been changed in any way.
And she's also another thing that Velko has noticed. I was like, hey, did you get more tattoos on your face? Now, my immediate thought of this was, don't the Nihil have a lot of tattoos just fucking everywhere? They're described as bright blue, kind of like the ones they have on their face.
Yeah, because that was a whole thing with Nan.
Yeah, no, that's the thing with a lot
Yeah,
of
but
Nihil.
but I'm saying like that's how like
That's
Wreath
an
realized.
easy
That's how
way.
Wreath was like, oh fuck, I fucked up.
That's an easy way. Like if they're wearing like lightning kind of patterns on their clothes
Mhm.
or tattoos that have that.
Yeah, maybe they should
Just have
stop
their-
having a uniform.
They just have their gang affiliation.
But that's also kind of realistic
Yeah.
because like even real life games kind of have like their tattoos and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
And so she's like, after that, she's like, all right. About 20 minutes later, she's like, I shouldn't have done that. I should go apologize.
Yeah.
So she goes back and she's like, hey, what are you doing with that other person I saw you hanging around with? I should mention, and this is important, that there is, Vane is hanging around with this little, like, fuck,
Yeah.
a Peasel,
Yeah.
which is essentially a roly-poly.
Mhm.
Mixed with, like, maybe a cockroach? At least that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
And they are sentient, they can talk. But they're not exactly known for bravery, I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. And so like
She goes and she's like, all right, I don't understand why you're talking with this one and not the woman from the bar. I'm confused about this. And she's like, wait a minute. The gears start turning, and she's like, hold on. What else is in the box besides those
Yeah.
statues?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box, Vane?
What's in the box? Well, it's not his girlfriend's head.
Fortunately.
Reference to a movie, and it's a spoiler to that movie, but if you don't know that movie, then that's fine.
I'm not going to say the name of that movie for suspense.
Yeah.
So she goes over and she's like, what if I just fucking yeeted this tray off to the side? And it's like, so in the box of children's toys, knockoff child toys, and commemorative
There's some
mugs,
pew-pews.
there's a shit ton of guns in there.
Yeah, there's some pew-pews in there.
She's like, wait a minute.
What?
No, you fucking don't. As he tries to essentially run
it's
away.
like, no, this is illegal. I'm taking you in.
It's like, why did you only... No, you're not... You're being arrested for this one.
Yeah, this is actually a crime.
I was being spiteful before, but no, this is a genuine crime.
Yeah.
And so their buddy tries to run off, but Skier's apparently just waiting at the doorway. And
Yep.
he's like, I figured something was bullshit.
Yeah. And it basically turns out, yeah, they're running guns for the Nihil.
Yeah. And it's like, well, shit, is essentially what Vane is doing.
And so that's part one.
That is the end of part one.
Part two starts with Velko immediately breaking protocol to go talk to him while he's in a cell.
And she's like, Gal's
Because
gonna
she wants
have
to-
my ass for this later.
Because she wants to understand why he turned out the way he did.
And she's like thinking about it, and she's like, well, he's never been like an anarchist. He might have been a mercenary beforehand, but he's never been one to like go this far.
Yeah.
And so
like, at first it's like, I'm not talking to you, you pig type stuff, but not quite. Like, he's just not talking, really. And then eventually it gets dark immediately. Like, he flips a switch to where he's just like, oh, you want to know? You really want to know? And it's just like, yeah. And it's like,
you and your Jedi friends couldn't fucking save anyone on the frontier, or Valo, could you?
yeah.
It's like...
And he's just like, you can't help me because you're the problem. Specifically talking about Skier.
Yeah.
And it's just like, ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, because he basically flips a switch. He goes from, like, just not talking to, like, immediately, like, dark and, like, there's this side
the
of
fucking
him.
raving lunatic rant.
Yeah. Well, he's a zealot now.
Yeah.
That's kind of a lot of the imagery we get with the Nihil in general, is we get this zealotry and kind of a, not quite a worship, but almost there.
Yeah.
And it's because it's still every man for himself. Like, not everybody worships Markion, but some do. And then others are more of like, I'm just doing this because fuck the Jedi and fuck the Republic.
Yeah. There are the, like, true believers in the Nihil from...
Yeah.
And then there are the ones who are like, I just really fucking hate the Republic and the Jedi.
And then there's some that don't care either way, and they're just like, I do it for the chaos.
And then there are those that are like, either I don't know anything else, or I don't have any other choice because they've got Jimmy, Jenny, and James hostage back home.
Which I feel Nan is kind of that latter one, not because anybody's hostage, but she's just known this life.
Yeah, she doesn't know how to do anything else.
Yeah. I would say Vane is kind of number 2. Yeah. Fuck the Jedi, fuck the Republic.
I get the sense that Vane would, like, maybe charge the Jedi extra fees. Something, like, small and petty.
Yeah.
But normally. But instead of the events that have happened. So after his little rant against the Jedi and the Republic, it becomes real weird in that Skier's like, No, my magic senses are telling me something is wrong here. You're angry. And he's like, of fucking course I'm angry. And he's like, yeah, but not, you're not angry at us. You're angry at, and there's a weird mix of shame and fear as well, but none of that is directed towards us.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? No, so, uh-uh. And so what follows is a cavalcade of events of Skier saying to do one thing, uh, Vane saying another, and Velko saying another.
Yep.
Skier's like, open the door to his cell. Vane's like, you need to run now.
Yeah.
And Velko is like, no, shut down the entire cell block.
Yeah, because it turns out like Piesel's been up to something.
Piesel is shady.
Yeah, while he's a coward.
Piesel's name is actually Clune.
Yeah, Clune. While Clune is a little bit of a weasel, and you know, he's a bit, which makes sense with his name Piesel. He's a bit of a coward, but he's also apparently really really good at like manipulating the situation.
And so, the following events happen. The tower is shut down. Well, the cell block is shut down and locked down as Vane's face explodes.
Yeah.
They strap. So what Clune did is they essentially strapped an EMP bomb to Vane's face.
Yep.
And it worked. And so, Clune the Piesel, Clune is his name, Piesel is the race.
Oh, yeah.
For clarity.
Yeah.
And they're like, damn. Who would have expected this to happen?
Or her name, rather.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no. It's good.
I was confused about the gender of the weird bug roly-poly.
Yeah.
This is a thing that tends to happen with alien species.
Yeah. But yeah, Clune.
So, Clune's plan was for them to sneak in at night, but Skier and Velko fucked that plan up because they were able to figure out enough with their...
Kind of incidentally.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of...
This is another, you're right, but for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
And so they're like, Clune's like, yeah, it's just a real damn shame. Man, they must have really cared about you. And this is after the breakout has failed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of Vane giving hints, Skier's ability to sense things with a force, and Velko's detective work.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna... She is like, what if I just taunted this Trandoshan right now?
Which
does work pretty well for them, up until it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because, as it turns out, apparently, the structural integrity of Vane's skull is surprisingly more than I thought it would be. Vane, at this point, gets up.
Well, it's that exoskeleton.
And decides with their, like, it's described as their faces still burning.
Yeah.
Decides, you know what? Fuck you, Clune. And it was like, that EMP thing was a one-time deal, so you can't use it anymore.
Yeah.
And Velko's like, I'm not sure if he crawled over to my blaster while his face was still burning.
Either way, he gets his hands on her blaster.
Yeah. And Clune is no more.
Yeah.
They are shot dead in the middle of their cell.
Yep.
And so it's like, alright, All and Nihil, go back into your cells.
Also, this is also why we We don't visit. This is why the rules exist for not visiting the cells.
Yep. And so eventually order is restored. The Nihil are properly imprisoned again. Not killed, but
Well, Clune is killed.
Clune is dead. They're
Uh,
not coming back.
and more than likely, Vane is. He's not dead yet, but I feel like those are not injuries he's coming back from.
They'll live.
I feel like that was a last minute. I'm shooting, and then dead, but they don't say that. So
No, Did
They-
you not finish reading?
I did. I just can't remember because it's
Okay.
been a minute.
Okay. So what happens afterwards is Velko goes to visit Vane
Yeah,
essentially
that's
in
right.
the hospital.
That's right.
And so she's like, okay, listen, thanks for that. And he's like, so, yeah, about the circumstances. Am I getting pardoned? That's not how he says it. But
Yeah.
That's the conversation.
Yeah. It's
Like, am I going to jail now because I was blackmailed and had my face exploded by the Nihil? And they're like, no, you're getting a pardon.
yeah. This
because
is
of the
a
circumstances.
under duress situation.
And she's like, oh, did you do that for me? And she's like, no, Master Skier did.
See, the
He's like-
Jedi aren't so bad.
And he's like, the old Dubak has a heart. And Skier, who's been like guarding him to make sure like no Nihil
Yeah.
threats come, is like, the old Dubak has excellent hearing.
God, love
Just
Skier.
because my arm is missing doesn't mean I can't hear you.
Yeah. Just because you can't see my ears doesn't mean.
They don't exist.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. And so she finally answers the question, does she enjoy being here at Starlight Beacon? And she goes, for all the mess and everything, the answer is yes.
Yeah. So
I like this story.
I like the little Starlight short stories. I'm excited that they're collecting them into one book
Yeah.
soon. Because honestly, Star Wars Insider short stories should just be that way more often. Just collect them into a single book. That way, I don't have to collect a bunch of Insider magazines separately.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that collection is not till November that they all come out for that.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting the loaded gun on the table.
Oh. Just don't give it to Vane. Actually, give it to Vane. It worked out.
Who is your favorite Jedi Master from the High Republic?
Jedi Master. Okay,
Yes.
so this is different than last week when we talked about our
Yes.
favorite character. Favorite Jedi Master would be... I'm leaning Skier.
Yeah.
But I also... I like Kai Santum as well.
Hmm.
Kai Santum's also a really good master.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Skier for you, considering the story is what prompted this question.
I like Skier. He's one of my favorites. I am torn between him and Loden.
Oh yeah,
Loden Greatstorm.
Loden's my boy, but he only made it through 1.5 books.
I know.
Well, 2 books. He made it to the end of the second book, but
Yeah. It's just, that's one of those things where it's like, so we occasionally make some like D&D comparisons
Yeah.
to the show. That's one of those. The DM was like, I have a surprise for the party.
here's this really cool like DM NPC, but not quite. That's
Yeah.
gonna be around.
Here's this friendly NPC who's helped you for a long time. I hope you weren't attached to them, because this is the final battle for them.
Yep.
And there's fuck all you can do about it.
Yeah. And then, so I now have a question for you though.
Hmm.
Favorite non-force using character in the High Republic? Because there's a good chunk.
There are. I am torn between Avon and Leox.
Good choices.
I'm gonna have to give it to Leox though.
Goddamn parachute.
You got punked out so hard during that.
Leox is up there for me, but I also still, and I want to see more of them. I want to see more of the couple.
Oh yeah, that's right. God, they're still alive and well.
Yeah,
Thank God.
and one of them almost got rocked, literally, because Geo'd be a manho.
It's just fucking around as usual.
Geode's a player.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, now how that functions, that's between him and his partner.
Yeah.
I feel like Geode is also pan and like doesn't like. I feel like Geode does not care if you're male or female. He's just like, let's get it on.
So I am going to give this story.
Oh yeah, we gotta rate it.
I'm going to give it a 8.5 out of 10.
I see that 8.5. It's a fun adventure. It gets right into the meat. Like it doesn't, which as a short story it kind of has to. But like it, some of these short stories do take their time to get where they're going.
Yeah.
But this one does not. This one's just like, here we go. So yeah, 8.5 sounds right. I'm almost leaning to 9. Almost.
If I hadn't been operating on about 4 hours of sleep, I'd probably give it a little bit higher.
And then yeah. So next week,
Hmm.
you're gonna take your first foray into the audio side of Star Wars.
Yep.
Because we're doing an audio drama. Because I have the book, I have the script, but we're not reading the script.
He's
We're
refusing to let me read the script.
no, we are doing because it's an audio drama. You don't
You don't just read.
read an audio drama. I mean, you can, but it's different. Like it takes away the performances, and I mean, reading a novel makes sense versus because I do the audiobooks, but that's a different situation where yes, this was meant to be read because it is it's a book. This is an audio drama where it was meant for you to hear the performances. So we got to do the audio drama. I'm working on currently figuring out a way to get it to you, but
yeah, that's gonna be the tricky part.
yeah, that's gonna be the tricky part. But I'm already working on it.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing next week.
Yeah.
And then I haven't heard back yet on any arc. I've been keeping an eye out on my mail because usually they don't always go, hey, we're sending you this book. It's more of like, here's the book. So I'm waiting to see what happens in terms of Path of Deceit.
What did I call it earlier when I gave it an entirely different title?
Cantum Psy. Thank you, Pep.
Say Psy Cantum.
Yeah, I did. I reversed that. Reversed that so hard. I love Cantum Psy though.
Yeah.
Cantum Psy is great. They to me are the representation of what a Jedi should be during this era.
Oh God, I'm trying to think. What was the Jedi equivalent of like a kindergarten teacher who got fucking wrecked?
And Fallen Star.
Yeah.
I got you. I got this.
Because that's another one that's like just super unfair.
Yeah, he's introduced in that book and then dead.
Yeah.
I'm looking through. I'll find it. No, I want Wikipedia, not regular Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is going to give me more details.
Oh man.
How
do you think Avar is doing after the fall of Starlight Beacon? Because from what I think, probably not good.
Yeah, because let's see, she almost fell and did something that she could not reverse.
Yeah.
Also, the non-Force user couple, the Adrons.
Yes.
Um, the
Josh and Pika.
yeah, Joss and Joss, like like. Unfortunately, I was gonna say like Joss Whedon, but but Joss.
Fucking
And then Pika, I think,
Pika.
is the pronunciation.
Pika.
Pikachu. She's a
Pika.
Pokemon.
Pika. It's written.
Pika.
It's
Oh man, there's so many characters. I'm trying to find it. First appearances. Okay, first appearances will help me. Unless Pep's already on it. He probably already. Nope. I was looking in this. I'm like, did he already say? See, it's been a minute since we've read these books, so it's they're not like on the top of like.
yeah.
I could give the basic summary, but I can't like. Names are starting to drift.
Yeah. Like with them, it's another like Des situation where it's like,
I haven't seen you in so long that it's like, do I know you?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll just click on the Great Leveler and see who it's killed.
yeah, that. What's the Great Leveler's KD ratio? What is it like 4 to 6 now? Sorry,
yeah.
4 to 0.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, there's just. Oh no, you're good. We were trying to remember the name of the Jedi who dies in Fallen Star. That's like the equivalent of a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
I found it. Reginald Cole. Reginald Cole.
Like, because once again, theirs just comes out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah. So like Reginald Cole is introduced in this book, and it's like he's like, you know, I stayed away from the Jedi Crash. I was done teaching. Reginald Cole. Yeah, I was done teaching the little kids, and then he's like, you know what? Maybe I should go back, and then he dies.
Yep.
So tragic. He's like, I finally found what I want to do in life. Well, buddy, bad news.
Good news, you found your purpose. Bad news, life's over.
But yeah. Like I was saying though, next time we're doing Tempest Runner, which is a focus story on the fake eye.
Lorna.
Yeah, Lorna D.
Having a rough week last time I checked.
We get a little background on Lorna and get to learn their history, and that's basically the plot of that without giving away too much. I like it. It's a fun. I always say this when it comes to the audio dramas. I wish they could do more of them because I like the audio drama thing. Audio dramas were a thing they did back in the 80s and all that.
Yeah.
They did more. They did like 5, if I remember correctly, back then. And I like them. They're a fun little experiment, and you know, I like being immersed. It's why I like. It's funny that I just saw what you posted in the Dyad chat, Pep. But yeah, so like I like that kind of stuff. I like being immersed, and it's why I like the Star Wars audiobooks, because the Star Wars audiobooks really immerse you into the world of Star Wars, because they do the music, the sound effects. They really, and if you get the right readers, they do voices, or narrators. They do voices. But I like that, and so like an audio drama is the next step after that, and it's like
I see.
It's like what do we do to really immerse you? And it's like, and as somebody who has enjoyed a few fan audio dramas in his life, I kind of, because there's some good fan audio dramas as well for Star Wars. Some that are kind of lost art now, because some of them are gone from the internet unless you go to pirating sites, because they got cease and desist stuff.
Exploring the 7 seas.
Yeah. And so, yeah, there's some good stuff. But yeah, Tempest Runner next week, and then the week after that, Path of Deceit, which you call. Oh, that was the question you asked me. Was what did you call it before we were filming? You called it Dark Apprentice.
Yeah,
or something like.
I think that's exactly.
Yeah,
it.
Dark Apprentice, which I immediately jumped to Dark Disciple, which is an actual book, and then you were like, "Oh wait," and then I said, "No, Path of Deceit," and you were like, "Oh, that book doesn't exist. Dark Apprentice doesn't exist."
Who's the Dark Apprentice? Tell me.
But yeah, Dark Disciple is the closest thing to that, which we haven't gotten to on the show yet, but also a good book.
Shadow of the Sith, Reign of Empire.
Yeah.
There's another book that doesn't exist.
Shadow of the Sith does. Yeah, Reign of Empires. Oh yeah, that's what you called it, didn't you?
Shadow of Sith, Reign of Empire.
Yeah.
Those are 3 different things.
Well, Shadow of the Sith exists. Which there's a lot of shadows in Star Wars lately. Let me just say.
They're dead, my lord. I can see that. It's a great bit between.
Path of Deceit's going to be pre-recorded.
Mm.
I know that for sure because I'm going to a wedding that day. And I don't feel like wearing a suit on the show and then like having to get ready or not wearing the suit, having to get ready immediately after. And I mean, it's the wedding's in the evening, but I still like to just have, when I go to something like that, I gotta. And then next week's for Tempest Runner, we're gonna run late, kind of like we did today, because today we ran late because of work schedules. And that we're gonna run into the same issue next week because you were like, oh yeah, I got the same schedule next week. I was like, well, at least we know more than a day ahead, which is what it was for me anyways this week. You texted me, you were like, hey, by the way, I worked till 12:30 today, and I'm like, oh, okay. And you had the magazines, and I was like, your mom said we should both wear suits on the show.
I'm not going to. I refuse.
She's
going to a wedding. I am not.
Well, she said from here on out, so starting now. Starting from Tempest Runner
forward.
Yeah. Just show up in suits. You know, we might get more of an audience. People like seeing somebody in a suit. Although we would have to we'd have to get you a suit. We'd have to get you a suit. Because that was something that came up
we discussed
last week.
After the show last week. It was like, even Scotty was like, I was like, I don't fucking own a suit, and then it's like, rent one, and I'm like, I'm not doing that either. And he's like,
yeah, we gotta get you one. You gotta at least own 2. 2 suits is nice to have. 1 is absolutely necessary. 2 is like a good safety. Your mom said it would impress our clientele. But yeah. I love when she comments on the videos because it's always against you.
Yeah.
Like you say something and immediately she's like, "Nah, fuck what he said."
It's great.
But we gotta fundraise you one today. I got you to listen to an audio drama.
Yeah, you did. I was pissed off for about the first half of it, but I got over it.
Like, what do you mean by that?
I was like, man, it sure would be easier if I had a distinct starting and stopping point so I knew what the fuck was going on.
Oh, but you could bookmark still.
No, that wasn't the issue. So I don't, listen to a lot of audio dramas, you know this.
Yep. You don't do audio dramas or audiobooks. That's usually me.
Yeah. And so, the initial problem I had was, I don't know who is talking or who these characters are right now.
Oh, yeah. So, you know that there's different voices, but you don't know the names attached to them yet.
Yes, that's what the issue was. But I got over that.
Yeah, because eventually you're like, okay, this is eventually they introduce themselves. It's just, it's just in part, we'll get more in depth with it when we talk about our review of it, but
we're This is supposed to be the news
segment. Yeah, this is our news segment. And so, kind of a news for the show, anyways, is we are going to be We've said it before, but we're pre-recording for next week. Just a reminder for the audience, because I'm going to a wedding next week. So, yeah, you're not. But
on the premise of
you don't know them.
I don't know them.
Like, you have friends of friends, but you don't know them.
Yeah. So it would.
So like, you know me and you know Scotty, but you don't know them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It would be a case of, why are you here?
Yeah.
Who let you in?
But yeah, and so next week we are reviewing the newest High Republic novel, which just came out this past week, and I've gotten about halfway through it. And so I like it so far. But it's the High Republic Path of Deceit is the name of it. Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
So let's get into news for this week, and we'll remind the audience later about what we're reviewing next week at the end of the show, as we normally do. But this week in news, there's not a lot. There's really just one article that I found, and it's really not even, like news. It's more of like, hey, it's
a fun thing.
Here's a little bit of a preview for a comic coming up. So not really news, but still like, okay, that's interesting. So we both looked at the preview. It's for the Star Wars Visions comic, which we were told ahead of time that it would not be adaptations of the show. It would be new stories within, like, the Vision style of storytelling, where it's not really canon, but you can, it's still Star Wars. Like, it's still Star Wars, but it's not canon. Was like the, generally the selling point for it. And I like what we saw. It's not a lot. Mm-hmm. It's not a lot, but it's enough for me to be like, I'm in. So the first issue is apparently going to be a prequel to the Duel episode, which is in itself a prequel of a prequel to the Ronin novel that we reviewed way back when in episode 2 of this season. So, we saw our favorite Ronin doing his thing.
Yeah. Visions was our pilot.
Yep.
And then the novel
was our second episode. Yep.
Fuck that mirror. I think if you get the chance, go read the Ronin novel. You'll understand.
Yeah. And so, it looks fine. It's about what I expected. The art looks fine. They had text in it. Usually in previews they don't have the text, so I was surprised that they had the text, but they had the text here. At least for comics. Usually for comic previews they just show the art, so you get an idea of the look of it. But I guess they figured, since we already know the look of specifically the Ronin-styled story that we were getting, they were just like, yeah, we'll give them a little bit of dialogue this time. ...
That's Ronin's dialogue.
Yeah. ... Murder.
Yep.
Well, it's not murder. It was self-defense, but still.
The wrong day and the wrong place.
Yeah.
With the wrong person.
So, anything else that I'm missing?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, then let's get into it. I
guess we could talk about Highlander, but that's not relevant.
Yeah, we won't talk about Highlander. Let's just jump into today's main topic then.
Yeah.
Which is Tempest Runner. Ooh. So, you said I dragged you, but okay. So let's talk about part 1, because the story is split into 8 parts, right? And so part 1 is told from the perspective of this Nihil who survived the destruction of the Lorna D ship.
Yep.
And so he is basically in like this wasteland planet. Like you,
Pandora.
yeah, you joked it was like Borderlands.
Yeah.
And so
Because I like this. This is just Borderlands based off of like soundtrack and just ambient noise.
yeah, and you got like your waiter droid, and he's like walking into like a old style Western bar, like cantina style, which once again fits Star Wars.
Yeah.
And he sits down next to this tough guy that he doesn't recognize. That he's like, oh, you're just a tough guy who's also coughing up like a lung over there.
How you feel, Black Claw?
And he basically tells his story so a lot of this audio drama is a story with flashbacks in it.
Yes.
Like there's still the main story, but the flashbacks are also the main story.
Take a shot every time there's a flashback.
Nope, not for this one.
Not for this one.
No.
There's only like 5. I think you'd actually be fine.
I think there's more. There's at least one per part, I think. But yeah, so he basically tells a story of like, hey, here's how the Lorna D got destroyed. I'm putting together a team to go save the actual Lorna D person from prison because I know that she likely survived.
Yeah.
Even though I have no evidence of it. Like, I just know that she likely survived.
It's like, we got chased by like 4 Jedi. What the fuck was I gonna do?
One of them was Skier.
Don't run from Skier. It just makes him angry. Actually, it doesn't. He seemed pretty.
Yeah, Skier was pretty chill. He was just like, "You'll come with me," and he was like, "No."
I don't want you.
But yeah. So he escapes. And Lorna fakes her death by destroying her droid.
Mm.
And basically leaving everybody to believe that she went down with the ship.
Yeah.
So it turns out the man that this Nihil was telling his story to was Pan Eta.
Yep.
Who shoots him. And go after getting the information that he needs is like, yep, she's alive, thanks.
For those who.
And when the bartending droid questions him, he shoots the bartender
like,
droid.
Yeah, fuck it, you too.
Yeah. For those who need reminding, Pan Eta was one of the Tempest Runners who was a rival of Lorna D and was believed to be dead at the end of Rising Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Because Marchion poisoned him.
Yeah.
And Lorna did try to save him. She gave him a antitoxin, but like she wasn't sure if that would save him. She was just like, I don't have the cure, but here's some antitoxin.
Yeah, she just guessed that it might work.
Yeah. And
she was still pretty sure that it wouldn't.
Yeah. But she was like, hey, if it works, I'm at least on Pan Eta's good side, hopefully.
No, apparently not.
Yeah. Also, Pan Eta and Skier and Marchion Ro are all played by Mark Thompson. Friend of the channel. It just has the main characters. It doesn't have... Because there's a few characters that are in the show that aren't on this cast list. But yeah, so we learned that Lorna D and Tasia were the other two who were on the crew with that third guy who told his story, and they survive, and they are taken to Starlight Beacon.
Yes.
For basically questioning and processing. So our good old favorite security officer on Starlight is there to do it.
You're so pissed off.
See, I got just so mad that my brain just
short-circuited over there.
Yeah. Well, first, our friend Velko Jaheen's the first
Yeah.
to meet them and kind of go like, okay, you're gonna go here, and then they're taken to Gal Tarpfin.
Mhm.
That was the name I was looking for. Gal wasn't listed in the main cast. I was like, the name isn't here. I know it, but it's not here.
Like,
And Gal's trying. I think Gal is actually trying to legitimately figure out, okay, what's your story?
yeah.
And so this is part 2 of the 8 for the audio drama,
Yeah.
because part 1 was literally just them getting captured and basically the
Something important to note. Some of the pilots that were assisting the Jedi who brought Lorna D and her surviving from
Yes.
in
That's right. It was
One of
Jono, and I forget his buddy.
one of them got, to put it mildly, exploded.
I'm working on figuring out which one it was.
From Lorna's helmet. So they're not happy about that.
Tef was the one killed. Jono's the one who survived.
Yeah, and like
Because
the
in part 1,
entire
because
first chapter-
because the entire first chapter is the story of Lorna D's capture, and it's told both from the perspective of this Nihil who was who's hanging out with Pan Eta and telling the story, and then it's also told from the Republic perspective through Jono and Tef,
Yeah.
which is Jono the newcomer. Jono's the newcomer who's like really like chipper, right? Yeah, and Tef's the one that's like, no, you need to be serious, right?
Kinda.
Like Tef's the one that, yeah, Tef's the one who's serious. He was already there, and so he's kind of like, hey, you need to cool it. I know you're really excited, and I know you're like, oh, look at these awesome Jedi, and you're also kind of weirdly getting a crush on Avar Kriss, but also fair, Avar Kriss. But you need to cool your jets. We're here for a mission. And Jono does take it seriously, but he's like kind of a goof. He's the goofball.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Tef does die, and that kind of takes away Jono's
Like,
goofballness.
No more of that. He goes from like kind of jovial to
Well, to straight up, I'm gonna kill the person who killed my friend,
yeah.
because Tasia's the one who killed Tef, and Jono breaks into the medical
He
wing,
essentially breaks into
the prison medical wing. Yeah,
ICU.
Yeah.
of it.
but specifically like Starlight's brig ICU.
Yeah.
So like not an actual ICU on Starlight, but like the brig ICU, because it's where the prisoners are, and he breaks in there to starts choking out Tasia. Like he's like, I'm gonna kill you with my bare fucking hands. And unfortunately for him, fortunately for Tasia, Lorna was there, who is currently going by Sal. The name's Sal. And Lorna,
Member of Impractical Jokers is there.
yeah. Oh my God! Don't say that. We'll summon Zach here, my friend Zach, who Clown Baby, on YouTube. They like they like Impractical Jokers, and so yeah, they'd be summoned by us talking about them. I mean, I'll have to show you his Twitter
Like,
page sometime, but yeah. So like Sal
and this
saves.
is often the discussion, like between the two of us, where I'm like, this is a bit much, even for me.
Which threw me a little bit for a loop, because I figured when it came to the Nihil, you were a no hold bar kind of person.
Like, this is a case of they're wounded. This is unnecessary.
Gotcha.
Like,
so it's a
every
different.
other
It's a
time it's
different.
been,
Yeah.
We are on a battlefield. We do not have the time for your fucking morality, Jedi.
Well, Starlight Beacon wasn't a battlefield.
It is. Well, it's not much of anything now, is it?
But yeah. So Sal saves Tasia,
Yeah.
just as the rest of, just as like the Jedi and security, just as the Jedi and security come in to kind of break it up. and I believe they throw Jono into the brig.
They do.
Yeah. And so.
And then we never see him again.
Yeah, we don't see him again. So we go back to the processing where Sal. Basically, Lorna tells her story, but as Sal, and it's basically like tells the actual backstory of her, but changes her name essentially to kind of like not really. It's one of those like I'm changing the names to protect the identities of the innocent sort of deal. Except it's like just my name. My name's the only one that's changing. And so we learn that she comes from from the Ryloth system, but like one of the colonies for Ryloth, and basically part of her story of why she became who she is that her family was the royalty in charge of there, and they basically get pulled a Romanoff.
So
I'm not wrong.
Not entirely.
Anastasia.
Oh.
The Romanovs.
Yeah. No, that's an apt one. So
except if Anastasia was in on turning him over and thought they wouldn't die.
The thing is, because so basically the situation on their planet is that they're fucked.
They're everybody that they owe Ryloth money because they have to pay the monthly taxes to Ryloth.
They have to pay tribute.
Basically, you pay your city taxes to go to the state.
Yeah.
And so the city, the colony planet pays their taxes to go to Ryloth, so it can go to both the Hutts and the Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And because Ryloth deals in spice, so Hutts involved.
But not this planet.
This planet has Lorna D's father says no drugs. He's basically Vito Corleone in the first Godfather. No drugs. We can do all the other things. No drugs.
This is an agricultural colony, and Lorna and even her sister, although she and her sister disagree about this, are like, we can't fucking feed anyone.
Yeah, which is the issue. It's the issue is they're low on food, and so people are hungry, and so there is already talk about rebellion among people. Something that Lorna's not the most clued in on. Like, Lorna kind of knows it's going, but she doesn't think it's that bad, and in fact thinks that the people are right, which kind of are. The way that they decide to go about it is not
great.
And so Lorna has this boyfriend named Bala, who's like a family friend, who leaves a lot of the time and comes back on occasion, and he happens to be back, and he's like, "Hey, Lorna,
like a diplomat's assistant?"
Yeah, kind of, sorta.
I think.
Oh no, he's a spice runner.
Oh, well.
Yeah, he's a spice runner and merchant.
Oh, I see.
But which is why he's kind of falling out of the family friend spot. But he's like,
Dad doesn't want your drug dealer boyfriend coming home.
So he comes back and he's like, "Hey, so we should definitely do the spice thing. In fact, I saw some glitter stem spiders out in the field where you fell earlier because Lorna had an accident riding her Borg, Borga, or Blurg, her Blurg, which are like the fat little creatures on Ryloth that we see a lot, and they're also in You haven't watched Mandalorian yet, but there's an episode with them. But she falls off her Blurg, and her like riding out in the field, and she's doing like stupid stunts, and her brother is like, "I can't help you," and she's like, "Well, go get my sister then, you idiot." And so sister helps. On their way back to the palace, we get to see a little bit of that world building of, hey, this planet's not doing so hot, and the people are ready to revolt to the point that some of them start to riot just from them passing by.
Yeah. Also, a thing that Lorna apparently has a problem. Apparently, the galaxy just fucking hates Lorna's legs for some reason. Because it's always the leg.
Oh, yeah, because it's the leg when the Blurg falls, yeah.
Yeah. And when her ship gets destroyed, it's her leg again.
Well, I think the galaxy just hates Lorna in general. In case the story we're about to delve into doesn't tell us that. So then so Bala explains, hey, where you fell, I know that there's some glitter stem spiders that shoot. Basically, their web is just straight up glitter stem.
Yeah. It's
which is a stronger form of spice.
They show up where there's a lot of rill present.
So, like, he's like, hey, there's a lot of rill probably mining that you can mine underneath. And, hey, you don't even have to do that, which is because the argument that the dad, that Mr. I'm in charge of the planet brings up, Mr. D, King D, Sir D, Lord D, Lord D. We'll go with Lord D. Lord D says, hey, we don't want to mine on this planet because we're a farming, agricultural planet, and if we start strip mining, that's going to fuck up the farming.
Like, but we have the spiders and their web, so we don't have to do that.
And then he's like, well, fuck. Okay, so really the explanation is I just don't want to be a drug dealer.
And he is like, okay. Hey, captain of the guard, take a few guys out and burn that field.
Yeah, Lord D says that. He's like, hey, thanks for telling me about these spiders. We're going to burn that field, so no spiders. Unfortunately...
Lorna and Bala collectively go, what?
No,
why?
Unfortunately for Lord D, his guards were working with Bala. So they did not, they did not, in fact, burn that field.
They did not.
I want to get her family's names right. It is... Here we go, Lorna D's family.
Status.
Ayla, it's, Yudia D, Anon, and Helena, and Lorna. Yudia is... I guess Yudia is the dad, if I remember correctly. Yes, Yudia is the father. So Yudia is in charge of Aloth, that's the name of the planet, and the keeper of Aloth. Because the leader of the head of a Twi'lek society is the keeper. And so he is the keeper of Aloth.
I see. Einan's the brother.
Einan's the brother, and Helena is the sister. Yeah.
And the mom is dead and gone.
Yeah. Einan is an important name to remember because it's the youngest of the siblings, and it's also a name that Lorna eventually takes on. So so on top of that, Yudia decides, hey, also Bala, I'm exiling you from Aloth.
Right.
You can never return. Bye. And he has the guards take Bala out. Although Bala's like, I got this. I can leave on my own.
Fine. I get it.
In reality, the man did not leave.
Like 3 days later.
Turns out he stayed on the planet this whole time. He basically tricks Lorna into believing that, hey, we got a plan for this insurrection, but we need you to help us. You need to get us into the family vault, which is where you guys are going to end up, because that's the plan based on what the guards who are in my pocket have told me, that, hey, you guys all go in the vault in a worst-case scenario. So I need you to unlock that vault for me, and don't worry, nothing will happen to your family. We're just going to exile them or something. We'll find out some way to deal with them, but we're not going to kill them, is essentially the promise he makes.
Yeah.
Bala is a liar.
A couple hours later.
Yeah. So after this big insurrection happens, once again bringing back kind of Romanoff like visions to me, because I'm just like, oh, this is very very Soviet takeover. Yeah. This is definitely like the end of the Romanov dynasty.
I feel bad for Einan.
Oh yeah, poor little Einan. So Einan what? He's like 12, maybe.
He's like 12 at most, I think.
And boy, does he get it. Because the whole family does, except for Lorna.
Yep.
Lorna gets sold into slavery instead. because Bala and Lorna were speaking to a slaver during their planning for dealing with the spider thing, because they were like, "Oh, we could have this the glitter stem go to these slavers, and that would be our way of getting the money."
Yeah.
No, that's not what happens. Instead, the slavers buy Lorna off of Bala. And it's Zygerian. It's Zygerian slavers, by the way.
Of course it is. I have a question.
But yeah, they execute the rest of her family.
I have a question, and I am serious about this. I don't know if there are any good Zygerians at all.
I can't remember if there's some that appear in the Clone Wars arc.
There might be. But generally, when Zygerians show up, it's not good.
Yeah, it's usually for slavery. But yeah, so yeah, because even in Rebels era, they're kind of not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the end of that flashback for this part. And so after Lorna tells her,
Killed the shit out of your family, Lorna.
So after Lorna tells her story to Gal, Gal's like, okay, well, I know where we're placing you. We're basically going to place you where we're placing the rest of the Nihil prisoners, and it's on this ship, prison ship. But they're not calling it that.
They're using the correctional facility.
Yeah, correctional facility called the Restitution.
I was like, my issue with this is I'm not sure a prison ship is a good idea given the nature of, I was like, doesn't that make it more vulnerable and harder to defend?
No, because it's constantly being moved, and it's not. It has certain paths that it has to go, but I assume that you'd have to know the charter. And I assume that's not going to be easy to get.
I'm trying to keep some suspense with this.
Yeah, there's a couple prison ships that have been introduced in Star Wars, because Death Troopers also takes place on a prison ship. And in that case, it's more of the issue of the prisoners within the ship, and not the outside of the ship that's the issue. Whereas here, the fear comes from what's outside the ship, because we know that Pan Ada's looking for Lorna.
Yeah. It's a case of, why did you make the prison move? But also, this is entertainment, so I can understand why.
It's also not a terrible idea.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like, if you're trying to actually help the prisoners,
which is what the Restitution is doing, which we're going to get into. So now let's jump into the Orange is the New Black section of the book.
This is the one that was like, why does everyone have a fucking accent in this?
Well, not even that. This is the Orange is the New Black because it's a prison, like, it's an all-women's prison, and it's like, oh, okay, so we're just doing Orange is the New Black, but Star Wars. Got it. I'm in. So, basically, we're introduced to all of the main prisoners on this ship. So we've got Quinn, who's also a Nihil, and Tasia. Oh, we almost skipped an important thing. Tasia blackmails Lorna.
Yes.
Because Tasia knows who Lorna is, obviously, because Tasia's like, I was with you on the ship. I know who you are. You're not Sal. But Tasia's like, I won't tell anybody because you're going to protect me while we're on the ship. And if you don't, then I will.
With your busted leg, Lorna.
Because anybody that... Because there's not only just our people on the ship, there's also Pan Ada's people, and then there's
a lot of other Nihil people on this ship
who would probably be willing to kill you if they know who you are. And so... And there's also non-Nihil who will probably want to kill you if they know who you are. And the Republic will probably want a piece of you too because they think you're the Eye. So if they find out that you survived, they'll probably want you too. So we get introduced to Quinn, who Tasia tells the fact that Lorna is Lorna too, basically as a backup in case Lorna decides to get any funny ideas and kill Tasia. Tasia's like, well, if you kill me, Quinn will say something, and if I kill you, Quinn will say something. So we both got security. We get introduced to Counselor Fry, who's one of the main counselors on the ship. She's kind of more strict.
Yeah.
And then we got Counselor Whittick, John Whittick, who believes in the Republic. He believes in the stuff that Lena So's been selling. He's like, I want to believe in We Are the Republic. I want to believe in, these projects, these great works that she's working on. And so he's our little positive force. And then we meet Parr and Muglin, who are like the toughs of this, who work for Ola Hest.
Yeah.
And Parr and Muglin are basically the security for Ola, and Ola's.
They're her enforcers.
Yeah, they're her enforcers, and Orla is basically the one that's like basically in charge of the ship without being in charge of the ship. Like, because you know how in every prison film there's the prisoner who's actually in charge of things going on, and that's Ola's character is. Ola's the one that's really in charge.
And there's
we learn a great backstory for why Ola's in charge.
I'm trying to remember if it's Tess or wait, no. I think I'm mixing stuff up. It's the one that is like, I only have like 6 months before my.
Oh, Seston.
And Seston.
Who's a fellow Twi'lek, like Lorna, which is why Lorna and her connect.
And Seston essentially explains like that Ola essentially burned down an orphanage.
Yeah, and like
with the people still inside.
Yeah, and like it took the Blade of Bardotta, our buddy.
They sent Porter Engle after.
It took Porter Engle to take Ola down, and even then, it was bad.
Yeah.
And Ola worked for the Hutts as an enforcer for the Hutts for 30 years. So that's why Ola is dangerous.
Like, don't pick a fight with that one.
Yeah. So yeah, that is our prisoner cast.
Yeah.
And so, while we're learning more about the prison ship and the different relationships, and Lorna's making friends with Seston, who is not a Nihil, just somebody who made some bad decisions. Yeah. And Seston's like, look, I just want to get back to my children, who are probably grown adults now, but I plan to return to my family.
Yeah.
And even shows a little hollow image to Lorna. And so we learn a little bit more about them. Counselor Whittick is, trying his best to hold everything together.
That man is under some stress.
And basically, the ship is also used to take the prisoners to like different planets where they can also work on little projects, kind of like community service type deals, where generally they're helping fix broken shit. Usually they're fixing something. And yeah, so during this segment we get the flashback of Lorna being enslaved by the Zygerians, and basically because it connects to her being in prison. Because all these flashbacks generally connect to the present day story.
Yeah.
And so in the case of this one, she's enslaved while she's on a prison ship. Kind of similar situations, except the enslavement is worse.
Yeah.
And that's because that's something Lorna brings up, because she does I think she's telling the story to
Either Whittaker or
Seston. I think Seston.
Oh.
And so she basically tells this story of, yeah, I was enslaved, and I
to
barely.
Put it mildly, this is a lot better than that.
Yeah, because she tells a story about how there was this Gamorrean who was sick that they managed to get tossed out of the situation after convincing the Sigerian, hey, it would be bad if that Gamorrean got the rest of us sick, because then you have no product to sell. Because at first the Sigerian was just beating her up and ignoring her whenever she tried to explain what was going on.
Yeah.
But he eventually listens and is like, yeah, you're right. No Gamorrean. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough because Lorna made a human friend who died.
Yep.
Because they also contracted that disease and it wasn't until like the actual like auctions when they found out, and they were like, well, fuck. Unfortunately for the Zygerians, fortunately for everybody else, the Jedi showed up to take them down.
Yep.
Oppo Rancisis and his Padawan Delazim, which Oppo Rancisis is known for being in the prequel era. He's Mr. Treebeard. He has like a little, doesn't really have feet. He's kind of got like a, but yeah. But he and his Padawan free the slaves, but not quickly enough, unfortunately, because the human did get killed for being sick. And so, Oppo basically takes Lorna under his wing for this segment before we jump to what happens next. So we will come back to what Oppo and Lorna get up to in the next flashback. So they basically that's the end of this section as well, because we not a lot really happens here except for one major thing is Lorna does get into a fight with Mooglin.
Yeah.
Because Ola claims that Tasia stole her secret comm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having a cell phone in prison. She's like, you stole my cell phone, which you're not supposed to have, yes.
To begin with.
But it's Ola, so Ola has the ability to get that brought in. So Ola's like, hey, you took my cell phone. And Tasia's like, no, I didn't. And she's like, well, I'll just get Mooglin to get the information out of you. Nobody understands Mooglin except for Ola. And that becomes like a running gag, is that nobody understands Mooglin except Ola. And Lorna stands up to Mooglin, but still gets her ass whooped, but so does Mooglin.
Yeah.
So it's kind of even. Which is when Counselor Fry shows up to break it up, and Lorna's taken to the hospital wing, which is not the last time Lorna will be in the hospital wing for this ship. It is the first
Lorna
of
visits the hospital yet again.
It's the first of many times that Lorna will be in the hospital for this ship, and so Whittick commends her for like being able to stand up against Mooglin, because nobody has been able to do that before, but he's also like, you should probably still keep your nose clean and stop doing shit.
Just like, I didn't do anything other than
get into a fight.
Other than get into a fight.
Which on a prison ship is still bad. So they eventually make it to their first destination, where they do their first little job. It goes easy peasy. While on this job, we get a little flashback to Oppo Rancisis commending Lorna for kind of leading the slave revolt, which is not entirely true. Lorna didn't.
She did do something fucked up during that revolt.
Yeah, didn't she? Like,
so remember that girl who was dying from the disease, the Gamorrean?
Yeah, her friend.
Gave? Yeah, she used her as a body shield.
Yep.
A trait common with royalty.
Yeah.
But still, if she didn't, the story would be a lot shorter.
Also, it was like the only way to
Yeah.
kind of hold herself up against Vardum,
Yeah.
the leader of the Zygerian slavers. And so Oppo's like, "Hey, I sense good in you. There's something you can do good for the galaxy. I know you have a lot of anger, but I think there's a way that you can point that in the right direction." And he uses the Force to take her slave collar off because don't need a key if you got the Force.
Just, I almost made a silly ass pun.
But
You're just gonna brute force the collar open.
But yeah, so
That's what it did.
D gives her name as Einan. No, not to Oppo. To Oppo, it's still Lorna, right?
No.
Oh no, it is Einan.
No, she just never tells him.
Oh yeah, Oppo asks, and she's just like, nah.
No one. Where are you from? Nowhere. It doesn't matter.
And so he's like, look.
She's like, in that.
Yeah.
Everything sucks.
And so
it's hard to blame her for that.
Yeah, and so once again, he's like, look, I know there's good in you. I think you can do good by joining the Republic Defense Coalition. So he points her to the Carida Military Academy.
Swear to God, I thought you were going to say Corellia.
Carida.
Yeah.
And she gives her name because she has to give her name in this case. She has to have a name.
Like,
so
we need one for the forms.
So she's like Einan.
Yeah.
So her name is Einan.
Last name.
No last name, just Einan. And so she remains in contact with Oppo Rancisis most of the time during her cadet years. And then eventually Rancis is like, hey, I won't be able to talk to you for a bit because I'm working on this Jedi outpost all the way out in Volastun, which is like way out.
Yeah.
It's because the Republic's trying to extend its reach into the Outer Rim at this point. Because this is a flat, even before the events of this is a good bit before the events of the first book, so this still is like when the Republic is still starting to reach the Outer Rim. And so she doesn't hear back from him for a while. And during this time, Captain Reese, her superior, is kind of a jerk. But he's like, it's like your normal boot camp,
your normal drill sergeant kind of dickishness.
Yeah.
Then there's the other fucking.
Yeah, so we're not there yet. So she does. So Captain Reese is a little bit more like, I'm just your normal.
I'm just here to like actually get you to do good.
Yeah, I'm here to make you put in the work.
Yeah.
And so
you can't be slacking off in this math class.
Yeah. Unfortunately, her fellow cadets Wilson and La Luton. La Luton.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah, Wilson and La Luton are.
This is a different kind of like dickhead energy than Keylad had.
Which Wilson and La Luton are the same, are both cadets like Lorna, but they think they're superior to Lorna because they're officer cadets, not regular grunt cadets, which is what Lorna is. And so they're all working on starfighters, and La Luton's like, hey, you should give me your servo driver, Lorna. And Lorna's like, well, I'm still working with it. You should give it to us anyways, because we're your superiors. And she's like...
This is my thing. I'm like, you assholes couldn't wait like 10 minutes for a fucking wrench, essentially.
Yeah.
Or like even look around.
Or sorry, they're senior cadets. So she's a first-year cadet, and they're like about to graduate cadets. And so they're like, hey... and she's like, look, I'll fight you if I have to. And they're like, oh. Wilson's like, oh, you're going to fight senior cadets? Oh, you'd be in trouble if you do that.
This is not the right thing to say to Lorna fucking D.
So yeah, they tried pulling ranks. And she points out that, hey, I'm smarter than you guys, you dipshits. I have higher ranks, higher test scores than you on all of our assessments. And they're like, okay, I guess we're going to get into a fight with you. And so she... immediately beats the crap out of La Luton with the servo driver.
Yeah.
if I remember which one gets. Yeah.
Like
So Laloon gets beat in the face with it.
Yeah.
And is believed to be dead.
Yeah.
Because that's how bad she beats him with it. And Wilson's like, holy shit. I didn't think he would go that far. And basically at this point, Reese has arrived on the scene and has ordered everybody to stand down. But Lorna's already made her way to a ship to try to escape. Specifically her ship, the one she was repairing. Which is important because Reese takes the other ship to go after her. And the ship starts to break down because Wilson and Laloon did not finish repairs on that ship because they didn't have a servo driver. Which Lorna points out. She's like, hey, too bad you don't have a servo driver. You could fix what's broken on that. And so she laughs and takes off. And meanwhile,
she
Reese...
already,
yeah.
bypass the Academy's safeties on it, essentially.
Meanwhile, Reese does the Einen shaking fist in the air sort of deal, as thinking that Lorna's name is still Einen, because that's what she put on the papers.
Yeah.
But yeah, so his ship didn't have a hyperdrive properly set up, whereas she did, so that's why she's able to escape. Because his had loose fuel injectors, which caused safety protocols to be like, hey, you can't do this.
Don't.
Yeah. And then and so she escapes.
Yep.
And sheds her name as Einen. Because can't keep that name.
Yep.
All right. And so that's important to all bring up because after they finish with that prison planet that they fix up, they start to make way to their next one, which is led by Laloon.
Yep.
And so Lorna basically hopes nobody recognizes her here. She's like, oh shit, that's Laloon.
And Sesta and Sal are like, what happened? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it.
Nothing good. And so, during this time, though, another thing to point out is that Lorna and Whittick are getting...
talk about how people keep thinking that Lorna and Whittick are a thing.
Yeah, because Lorna and Whittick...
Not.
Yeah, because Lorna and Whittick are getting close. Mainly because Whittick's basically been like, hey, you're going to be my mole on the inside. It's basically the situation. And Lorna's like, I'm not a rat, but okay.
On the premise of, I have nothing better to do.
Yeah. Also, everybody kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And you seem like you're actually trying to do something. You're naive, but you're at least trying.
Yeah.
And so, because of these frequent visits that they have...
Everyone's like, hey, what you doing with Whittick in the fucking counselor's office?
It's like, the door's open. You can see nothing. Because that's one of the rules on the ship is he can't... It's one of those rules of,
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's
in order to keep things from being fucky.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
It's basically keeping good optics.
Yeah.
Because it'd be bad optics if they could shut the door and you get bad optics, whether or not something's happening or not.
It's the
It does.
implication.
Yeah. It's the implication.
This is great because everyone is like... Everyone's like, we know you're sleeping with Whittick. But it's like,
No.
no. All of you can see that the door is open and that has never happened.
But yeah, so they go to the new planet where they're working. And once again, like I said, it's run by Laloon, who basically, Wilson did die.
Yeah. From injuries sustained, I believe.
Yeah, from injury sustained. Whereas Laloon, after he got out of the wing, finally was like demoted essentially. Like he graduated, but with a demotion connected to it, where he was like, I couldn't get any good assignments because of you.
Yeah.
And so So things get fucky here because this is where everybody decides it's a great time to turn on each other.
Yeah.
Ola tries to organize a breakout on this planet, while Pan Eta has also arrived to kill Lorna.
Mm-hmm.
And it's revealed that Tasia did take the cell phone, or the communicator from Ola to contact anybody, and it turned out that Pan's the one that she managed to get in touch with, and basically was like, "Hey Pan, I know where we're going, so just meet us here, and you can kill Lorna."
And Seston got the shit beat out of her for that previously, I believe.
Yeah. On top of that, on top of all this, Leloutin also shows up and is like, "Hey, I did recognize you, and I learned that you're Lorna fucking D, because I recognized you on the hollows even with your stupid mask." And so everything is going off at once. So initially, the initial thing that happened is Lorna gets stuck under some rubble.
Yeah.
Seston goes off to get some help for that.
Yeah.
Apparently, at some point, runs into Tasia, who thinks that they took Seston out. Leloutin shows up first.
Yeah.
And he gives his big speech of like, "Hey, I recognized you. I know you're Lorna fucking D now because I saw you on the hollows and recognized your head tails."
I forget who he's like going. He's like, I forget what he threatens to do.
Oh, he's gonna take her to the Republic.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah,
he's going to expose her identity to the Republic.
He's like, "I'll expose your identity. I'll get rewarded for this." And nope, because Pan Eta shows up and shoots him.
Yeah, I was like, doesn't Pan shoot him?
Yeah, just as he's about to, because he tries to make a call, but because of radio frequencies being jammed at the moment, which is why Seston and Lorna couldn't call for help either.
Yeah,
because they tried calling for help when Lorna got stuck, but they couldn't call anybody, so that's why Seston had to leave to get help, and so.
I think one of their like possible explanations was because they're not entirely sure.
They think whoever started the riots,
either that or
that Pan shut down communication.
Yeah. Another one that is tossed out is an odd one, even to me. Is like there's metal in the trees, and I'm like,
well, it's an ore planet.
I'm like, that could be it. The point is, it doesn't really matter. The point is, they can't reach out for help.
So, which makes for very interesting with everything that goes down here. And so, Tasia shows up behind Pan and is like, "Yep, I'm the one who called him." And Lorna's like, "You're an idiot. He's not going to let you live either."
What did you think was going to happen once he was done?
She was like, "Obviously I'd be promoted as his, one of his storms." I was trying to get the right terminology because it's Tempest Runners, Storms, and then Clouds, and then everybody strikes, yeah, and then that's it. Strikes the lowest it gets, and so they Pan sends Tasia off to double check that nobody else is going to approach. Because he's like, "You sure you dealt with Seston?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm sure." And he's like, I double check.
Yeah, go look again.
And then Pan Eta, when she leaves, Pan Eta's like, "Yeah, I'm going to kill her when she comes back."
Yeah. Anyhow, I'm going to monologue.
Yeah, I got a monologue now.
How much this is bullshit.
And during this, we kind of get a flashback more of Lorna's life.
Yeah.
Because Lorna is like explaining like how she joined the Nihil at this point, because we're now getting close to when she joined the Nihil. So after leaving Carida, she basically became basically almost like she became a gladiator, essentially.
Basically.
And she wears Mandalorian iron, and some people actually could think that she's Mandalorian, and they're like, "No, she has head tails, you dum-dum. What kind of Mandalorian has head tails?" And they're like, "I don't know, I've never seen a Mandalorian like this." And so
she's just going around beating the shit out of people.
Yeah, and so Bala shows up because it turns out that he had bet on her to win. And so she's like, "Hey, thanks for the drink, you dum dum," because he got a drink out of it when he won. And he basically hires her to protect the shipment of spice because they keep getting attacked by Nihil.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as they ship it off, the ship gets taken like immediately.
And he's like, "This is bullshit. I'm losing so much drug money."
And it's even worse because not only am I losing money, I owe money to the Hutts.
Yeah.
Because I promised them I would get so many shipments out.
And I can't get any shipments out because the Nihil keep fucking taking them.
So Lorna, seeing an opportunity for revenge, goes, "Sure, I will help you."
Yep.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. For the price of 300 ingots and a starship, which Bala agrees to after a little bit of negotiating. He starts.
I do not know how much that is actually worth.
They're just actual physical credits.
Okay.
So rather than like, because you can also get credits in like a credit card form, where it's all digital, but ingots are just like the physical form of credits.
I see. Okay.
And so turns out, no, she was planning. She's like, at first she's like, I don't know why I'm helping him. Oh yeah, the money. And then eventually she's like, oh yeah, I could betray him because she ends up. It turns out that Pan Ada's Tempest is the one that was stealing all the spice because they have an inside man in the Hutts who's giving them all this information. And so they get into a fight with Lorna, who beats up a Colicoid storm named Jinx, who underestimates her, and basically she kills him because she ends up replacing him. And Colicoids are like an insectoid type. Usually have like hard shells.
Okay.
That's how they look in Legends. It's kind of like a. They're the Droideca's design, like the Droideka droids are based on them.
Okay.
And so,
beat the shit out of a roly poly.
yeah, and so
It's person sized. God damn.
yeah, and so she ends up killing all the organic marauders and damages H7, which is the storm, which is Jinx's droid, and becomes her droid. H7's the one that was sacrificed at the beginning of the story, and so
Lorna, she goes really hard against droids.
And so after that, they get in, and even with Jinx on stims, which he loses.
Yep.
Which Lorna actually takes some of the stims, which is how she wins.
Yeah.
Because he thought that she died, and she was like, nope. Got a little bit of that adrenaline directly into her. And so, after killing all of them, she fights Pan Ada, who basically she's like, hey, we don't have to fight, because I don't like this Bala guy either.
Yeah.
Wanna just rip him off?
Yeah. And Pan's like,
in fact, I could tell you how to raid Aloth, the planet itself. And he's like, I'm interested.
okay.
And so they end up ripping off. They end up raiding Aloth itself, which right at the perfect time too, because at this point Bala's like, "Hey, so I don't know where my spice shipment went. It's been pretty quiet. I think my mercenary failed." And that's when Pan Ada shows up with his raid, and then basically Lorna pulls a. Okay, I guess we are going to talk Highlander here. Lorna pulls a Kurgan and is like, "Hey, Bala's mine.
Don't.
Respect the 1v1.
It's not even that. It's a what's my name, Bala.
Yeah, it's a Highlander with a dash of Breaking Bad. What's my name? Lorna D. Shot. Because basically
Dude, this is just a Star Wars gangster film.
yeah, and I love it.
It's great.
I kind of wish that this script could be, because this is the physical script. Yeah. I kind of wish the script could just be turned into, like, somebody did just turn it into a movie, because it's a good script. It's good for it.
Very good.
I mean, it's only a 6-hour audiobook, so maybe you turn it into audio drama. So maybe you turn it into 2 movies, split them up. You could kind of find a spot to do it. I would say about where we're at is where the split would happen.
Yeah.
It would be the end of the first film, and then the second film would be from here. Because we're about to hit a point where we were like, oh, this could be the ending. And then it's like, no. Nope.
We have a little while to go.
In fact, you're only halfway through. Because at this point, so in the flashback, she takes the Mandalorian helmet off and is like, you don't recognize me, dum-dum? And Bala's like, oh, shit, it's Lorna. And she's like, damn right. And she takes Genix's ship as hers, the Tooth Spike, and renames it the Lorna D. And that's the end of the flashback. And that's when Pan's just like, yeah, you kind of like hearing your own name, don't you? And so they get into a fight.
Just imagining Lorna in front of some like low-level Nihil just going, what's my name? To a guy who has no idea who she is, like, actually.
Yeah. And so her and Pan get into a fight.
Yeah.
And by that I mean Pan is ready to kill her because she's still stuck. This whole time she's just been stuck under this rubble.
Yeah.
And thankfully Cecia shows up. And basically they basically
by ring out.
Well, yeah, because they use one of the machines to knock him out over the over this cliff.
They throw him into a pit.
Yeah, into a pit, and they think that some rubble fall on him in the process, and so they're like, must be dead," and that's when Quinn gets injured during all this at some point, I think, right? Yeah, because Quinn is injured during the riot part.
Yeah.
And so Ceston shows up with Whittick and Fry, and they're like, holy shit, what happened here? And at this point, Lorna passes out.
Yeah, we got attacked by his guy.
And Lorna goes back into the hospital wing again.
Yep.
And when she wakes up, they're already like a few days out away from the planet. And they're like, okay, so tell us the story again, because we assume that others have said their version of it, and Whittick's like, okay, so what happened? And basically, the story that they go with is that after Muglin started the riot, Lorna got stuck under this rubble. I think they blame Pan for dropping the rubble on her.
No.
No. Okay.
No, because that's just actually a genuine accident.
Okay. So, yeah, they just say, yeah, this rubble fell on me. Ceston went to go get help, which all so far true.
Yeah.
And then where the lies begin is that, oh, yeah, Lelutin was coming to help me. And that's when Pan-Eta came, but we don't know who Pan-Eta is, according to the lie. Just some big Dullitan.
Some Dewutin shot Lelutin.
Yeah, some Dullitan shot Lelutin, and I don't know why he went after me, but he did.
I don't know what I did to piss this man off so badly.
Yeah. And so, I mean, pretty terrifying. Yeah. It's the same race as Ninth Sister in the Jedi Fallen Order game.
I see.
The one that you drop out of the trees on Kashyyyk.
Good luck with gravity.
Yeah, gravity will kill her.
As it has everyone in Star Wars.
It actually killed a lot of people in Star Wars, surprisingly. Sure, they come back, but they died.
Does it count if they get better?
Not if it's a different body.
Okay.
So then Basically, that's their story, and they're sticking with it. Except they're not, because Lorna gives Whittick the truth that her name is Lorna, and she's like, "Look, I'm Lorna D.
The biggest
Yeah, I'm one of the biggest criminals out there."
in the galaxy.
And Whittick's like, "Look, I'm not going to tell," which throws everybody for a loop. Because he's like, "I still think that we can work with you to make you a better person."
We can still work with this. She's like,
Most like Oppo, he sees good in her, and she's like, "Look, I've been through this before. There is no good in me. I don't know why you guys keep finding good in me."
It's my job.
Uh,
That's essentially what it is.
Also, the rest of the story is that Ola did cause the riot, but that Ola is, I think somebody got hospitalized during that. Mulan or Par got hospitalized because of it.
I think it's Par?
Yeah, it's Par, because Mulan tries to start stuff with Lorna again, and Lorna kicks the crap out of Mulan this time, and barely gets touched, and Mulan goes into the medical wing, leaving Ola without any bodyguards, and Whittick gets pissed when this happens, because he's like, "Look, I trusted you not to pull any bullshit, and you just pulled some bullshit."
Can you please stop beating the shit out of people for 10 minutes?
And then Lorna rightfully, I think, points out, "Hey, Ola's the threat here, and now she's no threat because she has no bodyguards. You need to worry about cleaning house first before worrying about what I'm doing." Which she's right.
No, she is.
And so, yeah. And so we get a little more flashbacks at this point, because we're starting to get further and further towards catching up to the present. And we basically learn the story that we read before, just from Lorna's perspective of the death of Asgar Ro.
Yeah.
Because Lorna basically, as a storm for Pan, proves herself worthy of becoming a Tempest, because one of the Tempests that was working for Asgar,
the plan was to
have that Tempest kill Asgar in front of everybody. Because all the other Tempest runners, so Kassav, Pan-Eta, and I forget the name of the one that Lorna replaces. But they all agreed that they needed to kill Asgar and reestablish the Rule of Three, because the Rule of Three right now does not benefit everybody that's a Tempest. It does benefit them, but it mostly benefits Asgar. And so they're like, we need to get rid of the Eye that's currently in charge and put a weaker one in place, Marchion.
And this plan doesn't work.
Well,
it works, but it does not.
So let's explain what happens.
Yeah.
So Lorna, first off, saves Asgar from the public execution, which gets her a role as a Tempest, because Asgar's like, "Okay, well, we needed a new Tempest anyways. Why not the person who just saved my life?" Because that's good for morale. Show that you can. That
wasn't the plan.
No, and in fact, then Pan and Kassav bring Lorna in on the plan, and are like, "Hey, you fucked it up." And Lorna's like, "How was I supposed to know what the plan was? I wasn't part of the plan." And they're like, "Well, now you are. So here we are. What are we gonna do?" So the new plan is to basically get Asgar alone with Pan, supposedly, and basically claim, "Hey, Pan needs to talk about Kassav because Kassav has gone too far." So, which is the most believable lie they could use.
I know. It's funny with knowledge from the future.
It's a believable lie. And so Pan's like, but secretly Kassav will be on Pan's ship, while Kassav's ship is actually off somewhere else. So that way it's not suspicious that the ships are together, right? So that way there's no reason to believe that Kassav would be on Pan's ship. Unfortunately for them, Lorna immediately snitches
Yeah.
and is like, "Hey, so that's what they're planning." And he's like, "Well, what's your part of this?" "Oh, I'm supposed to, kind of get you over there somehow." And
He kind of just goes, okay.
and she's like, "But we're not gonna do that now. Now I'm going with you, and we're gonna kill them together, and then I'm gonna be by your side." And he's like, "Oh, so you want my paths?"
Yes.
Well, duh. Well, you see, there's a problem. Only the Rose get to have the paths. So fuck you. The only other person who's ever gonna get the paths after me is my son. So fuck you. But I will reward you for your loyalty because you've proven yourself loyal to me. Okay. Also, I'm not gonna kill them. They're just gonna. I'm still gonna deal with them a different way. I'm just gonna make them become weaker.
Like his plan.
His plan is to basically send. So the plan is to send them to,
Essentially.
to which planet is it? Is it Togruta? The Togrutan world?
It might be.
Hold on. It is. Oh, it's like. Hold on. No. Not. Anyways, the plan is to send them to a planet.
Yeah.
But to warn the planet ahead of time.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, they're coming. Better.
So that essentially their Tempest will be weaker.
Yeah. Because basically they're going to warn them ahead of time. And she's like, oh, sweet, so they'll die. And he's like, no. They're not strong enough to do that, but they'll at least weaken them to the point where they're gonna
start looking for easier targets.
Which means they're gonna need to come to me because I've got the paths.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, that's not what I want."
I don't want that either.
And so he's like, "Oh well, I'm in charge."
Goodbye.
And that's where Asgard fucked up.
Yeah.
So like I typed in the Discord channel because I was talking about it as I was listening.
Yeah.
And I was like, so Asgard's what did I say? I said Asgard played too greedy and is going to pay for it. Because honestly, if he agreed to like split like the knowledge of the paths with her, he probably would have lived.
Yeah. Ah, man. I like how everyone's like, yeah, Marchion's real weak, and then from the seeing him stomp the fuck out of his dad.
Yeah, so the parts that we do see of what happens beforehand is like so basically Lorna joins in on the plan of let's fuck over Asgard then. And so they develop a new plan of betraying Asgard.
There's too many betrayals going on.
Actually, no, we don't ever see their plan play out. They don't come up with a new plan, I don't think, after this.
I think they were going to, but it didn't.
But Marchion ended up killing his dad first.
Yeah.
And so Marchion comes out and is like, hey, guys, No, they did, because they talk about how they killed him. So they did kill him, but not completely.
Yeah.
And Marchion finished the job in the comic, as we saw. Which is why for us, it's not a big surprise when he comes out in this audio drama, because they're at the hall, the Great Hall, which is at no space. Yeah, no space.
Which is
a secret spot. It's a secret spot where they can only get to it using the paths.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, we know eventually the Jedi do find out how to get there, because that's where in the High Republic comic, where Avar attacks and fights Lorna and almost kills Lorna. But Markion shows up to the Great Hall and is like, "I'm in charge now." Like, and for us, it's not a great surprise him doing
To
this.
everyone else, they're like, "Why are we listening to this like 14-year-old kid?"
Well, it's more like, "Oh shit, he like his balls dropped hard." Like,
Yeah.
where did this come from?
He put on the work boots. He's done fucking around.
Like at first, because they thought he was the weakest link, when in reality he was not. He was biding his time.
He's like, I just gotta wait for the old man to die.
Or for a good opportunity for me to kill him. Either way.
Fortunately, they gave him one.
Yeah. And so he basically is like, nope, we are even more dead set on sticking to the ways of my dad.
Yep.
Except now the Eye is actually in charge,
Yep.
which was not what his dad had it. His dad did have it to where the Tempest would still do their things. But now, no, with Markion, the Eye is in charge.
Ooh.
And so that brings us now to essentially the present, because there's no more flashbacks from this point. Turns out Panada survived.
Mm-hmm. Again.
Yeah, Pan and Lorna just don't die. That's a thing. They just do not die the way you think they should.
Just like, it's like what happened. We shot him 6 times in the chest, threw him in an incinerator, and dropped an anvil on them.
Now, of course, in the flashbacks, I skipped some minor stuff because there's stuff with like other characters, but I just got the main points out because we missed our Gungan friend Wetbub.
Yeah. This is also a fun one.
Lorna
fucking wrecked Kassav.
Kassav, yeah, because she and Kassav do some arm wrestling, and Wetbub bet on Kassav to win. Did not win. Embarrassed Kassav in front of his entire Tempest.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, that was minor stuff. That's like,
It's just amusing.
yeah, that's more of just like setting the story and showing the rivalry between the Tempests. It's not important to this particular story.
Yeah.
I'd say when you're listening to it, it's fine, but I would say it's not like something that I would put in a rundown of the story. So Pan does find them because Tasia left the phone on.
Yep. You forgot to hang up.
Yeah, and they're able to track it down, track where the ship is going down based on the phone signal. And so they track the ship down, and new riot on the ship happens because basically space battle.
Yay.
They shoot some missiles at the ship, which do not actually pierce it hard because it turns out it's just to let the nihil gas in. Because they're like, why are these missiles hollow? Oh, they're not. It's just filled with gas.
Yep.
It's like, oh, run away!
Yep. Also, we will be employing the scav droids as well.
Also, Tasia is sent off the ship by this point.
I think so.
Because Tasia was moved to a different, was moved back to Starlight. Because Quinn is dead and Tasia was moved to Starlight, I believe. Is the scenario. So that's why Lorna kind of has more power again on the ship.
Yeah.
And so, Ola and Lorna are both in the brig at this point because of all the shenanigans Lorna got into of beating up, Mooglin and all that. And basically, Widdick lost. Widdick's at this point done with believing in Lorna. Like, he wants to believe in her, but he's just like...
He's like, your past actions keep...
Yeah. You keep
it's like,
pulling
I would
shenanigans.
have more faith in you if you didn't keep disappointing me.
Also, Widdick has been pulled from being in charge at this point because of how much he put faith in Lorna. Because the fact that she's Lorna kind of gets out on the ship.
Yeah. So people know who she is.
And on top of that, basically Lorna realizes that, oh, this was Whittick's last chance because Whittick was about to retire.
Something else is also very important in regards to Whittick.
Yeah, we didn't talk about why he wants
why he's to retire,
and also why he wants to put so much faith in this. Yeah. It's because he had family on Valo.
No, it's not that.
Well, but he did.
He did, but it's not that.
What am I forgetting?
So he has been using heart stems. He's actually got essentially 6 months left to live.
Oh yeah. But yeah, and on top,
family on Valo.
Yeah, he also, which is also part of his. I would say it's part of his like motives.
Yeah, the other half is I wanted to do one more good thing before I died.
Yeah, so like, on top of being near death, he also believes in trying to do this despite what happened on Valo because he had family there who died because of everything. It was like, what, his sister and nephew?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, despite what happened on Valo, he still wants to believe in it. Which Lorna kind of is like, that's kind of innocent of you. Naive.
How foolish.
Yeah, very naive.
And he's like, I'm dying, what does it matter?
Yeah. He's also like, honestly, it's better if the world thought like I did. Like if the galaxy thought like I did, would it be worse?
He's like, kindness will cost you nothing.
And Lorna's the meme of, well, what does being mean cost you? Oh, right, nothing as well. Lorna's that.
It's like whatever.
Yeah. And so Lorna is in the brig with Ola in like cells right next to each other, and they're just kind of shit talking, yeah. And then that's when they realize what's going on outside, and Lorna recognizes Pan's ship, kind of like from the sounds and stuff going on, and from the description because there's a droid that's guarding them and giving the alerts and describing the ship, and she's like, wait a minute, that's Pan.
God, I wouldn't say that I've gotten over like my whole droid thing, but this one in particular is pissing me off
because they won't like listen to reason.
Yeah, I'm like, just this once.
Yeah, because they're like, hey, you need to you need to let us know what's going on because I might know what's going on, and I might be able to inform you of more information. And the droid's like, no, I cannot give you.
Will stay in their cells.
Prisoners don't get to know information.
Like, you're doing your job. I get it. But could you fucking cut some slack in this one? And
so, eventually, the droid does work with them, and it's like, okay, look, I'll at least inform my bosses of what's going on. And then they break out anyways, because the explosions and everything. It's kind of the, that scene in Curse of the Black Pearl, where where Jack and everybody's in their cells, and then the prison break happens, because of, like, but incidentally, not because it was a planned prison break, but because like outside circumstances help them.
A fucking raid going on.
Yeah. And instead of working together, which would be logical, Ola and Lorna immediately start beating each other up.
Just immediate.
Meanwhile, everybody else in the other parts of the ship are working together, like prisoner and counselors alike. Yeah.
Even Fry,
Miss I don't trust the prisoners ever is like, yeah.
Okay, no, this is
this is the exception. Yeah, this is the exception.
Yeah.
Eventually Lorna catches up with them, believing that she left Ola for dead.
They're like, oh well, she's gone.
Turns out Ola did not die.
Like, the weird part is I don't think Ola's mad about it at all.
So Ola also everybody kind of reaches together where they're like, okay, we gotta work together. And then Pan's like, hey,
If you bring me Lorna D, you can all go free.
And that's when they said, "No, Seston, you're going to disguise yourself.
Yeah.
You're going to pretend to be Lorna." And that does not work because immediately Pan's like, "Hey, take the helmet off."
Mm.
And they're like, "No." And then a fight happens.
Also, I now remember why Lorna is in prison.
Oh, you mean Seston? Because I was about to say, we know why Lorna's there.
No, I mean like in.
Oh, in the bridge.
Yeah, in isolation, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because the governor requested it or whatever.
It is because I think it was Taisha, the one that had like the little picture of. No, it's Seston because Seston's like getting out and.
Yeah, Seston's about to get out.
She got blackmailed by Ola or.
Yeah, into
like going into the ICU to take care of Taisha.
Yeah, to kill Taisha.
They like have their.
Which is why Taisha got moved.
Yeah.
Because Lorna went ahead and was like, "I'll do it," and she almost did. She stabbed her, but Taisha lived.
Yes. That's why she's in.
And this was a moment where, like, even Whittick couldn't get her out of it because, like my higher ups have said that I have to lock you up.
Yeah, and it's a case of like, I'm like, good going, Lorna.
I mean, good being a loyal friend, but
yeah.
Damn.
This sucks for you, but good on being a good person.
Even if it was kind of doing a bad thing still.
Yeah. But this is the one time I'll compliment Anahel on being a good person.
The good news is, though, that Seston's family gets moved to safety because of this, because they're like, oh yeah, we can move Seston's family away from anywhere Ola could mess with them. Plus, Ola dies. Spoilers.
I was wondering where she was at the ending scene.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure everybody on this ship dies except for Seston and Lorna.
Yeah.
Because Pan basically they get into the big fight with Pan, and then it ends with Lorna shoving Seston into an escape pod.
Yeah.
And then Lorna faking her death again.
Yep.
And everybody else dying on the ship, including Pan, which this time she makes sure Pan dies because she shoots him in the head.
Yeah.
Which is what sets off even Whittick going, okay, I
can't do it.
I can't. We got to deal with you.
Yeah.
And Fry is like, I'll do it happily, and
God.
And Lorna takes Seston prisoner.
Yeah.
And is like, I got a meat shield, and
I'll do it.
And Whittick's like, you only got one more. You got like no more shots in there. That was your last shot when you took out Pan. And she's like, you sure about that?
He's like, I'm pretty sure.
And so she throws Seston into the escape pod, which we don't know immediately that's what happens. Yeah. We just hear like a pop go off and then cut away. But we then cut away to Seston being alive on like a snow planet where like these people find her and they're like, what happened? And she's like, oh, my ship got destroyed. I'm alive. My friend Sal is dead though. And so, yeah. And so, of course, Lorna also escapes with a new ship called the new Lorna, with the ship and the crew. And, oh, no, Ola's alive. Because Ola's part of her crew now.
Yeah, I was like...
I forgot. I wouldn't trust Ola being on that crew, but okay.
Fine.
But, yeah, because Lorna shows up to where the Eye is hanging out with, I forget the other Tempest at this time. one of the weaker Tempest runners that we've
Wait.
had.
Is it Wet Bub?
No. Wet Bub's dead.
It's not Tremok.
No.
Because
Oh.
Tremok was like Pan's like medical advisor. Or just general advisor where he's like, hey man, we should probably not do this.
Yeah, hold on. I'm
did
pulling up a
this.
list of Tempest runners. Was it? No. Was it Kara?
Karazu? I don't think so.
God, I wish this had a list, but it doesn't. Like, it just shows us the 3 that we know, and then Karazu. Yeah, it is Kara. Kara takes the place of Pan, so yeah, so it would be Karazu. Let me double check, though. I'm checking here.
Zetar.
Oh, Zetar. It is Zetar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zetar.
So after her escape,
She meets up with Zetar, who's like got a shit Tempest going on, but he's talking to Markion. He's like, "I've got my Tempest for you," and Markion's like, "Well, I guess it's just you and me then."
how many ships do you have? And he's like,
Just this.
9, including this.
Yeah.
And this prompted me, and this is a thing that I've kind of like realized as we've been going on. And I don't think I've pointed it out on the show, but I'm like, for each of the wounds that the Nihil inflict on the Republic, they suffered just as bad,
If not worse.
but the wounds that they leave are still damaging to the Republic.
Yep.
Markion is hurting their image.
Yeah, Markion's going for the long term.
Yeah.
Whereas they're getting hit short term because they can rebuild.
Yeah.
They just need to go into hiding for a bit, which is what they kind of do up until the... I mean, even after he makes his big reveal I'd say they're still not the number that they were by the end of phase 1. They're still not the numbers that they had before.
No.
They're just good at faking the numbers.
Yeah.
The trick is make them scared of us even if we don't have the numbers to back it up. Because if they're scared of us, then we don't have to, Yep. And so Zetar is like, yeah, it's just me. And Markion's like, yep, I heard Lorna died. And they're like, Lorna shows up and is like, nope, I'm here.
Not quite.
In fact, I've got a bigger Tempest than Zetar. Zetar kind of sucks.
Like,
Hey.
you wanna talk about it?
Which at first they're like, what are you doing here? And what's with that ship? Because at first they thought it was a Republic ship because it still has the identifiers of it being being the Restitution.
Yep.
And she's like, no, it's no longer the Restitution. This is the Lorna D. This is the new Lorna D.
Yeah.
With basically the surviving members of the prisoners being part of her Tempest now, with the counselor, the Republic members being dead now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Tempest Runner.
Yeah.
So,
Wiggs over here, like, I fucking tried. I'm leaving.
yeah. I'm gonna go off and die somewhere else.
I'm gonna go and find a peaceful planet. Maybe that Borderlands planet.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, Quinn is with D still as well. Quinn's also, I forgot Quinn stayed. So, that's right. Quinn joins the new Lorna D Tempest.
Quinn's a case of, we're not sure what they did. They don't talk about it.
Yeah, because part of the new... Oh, Fry is a member... No, hold on. As Lorna D, it's Muglin and Quinn that we know for sure are part of the Restitution as Lorna D. Fry and John, as far as we know, died. We don't see their deaths, but we can assume.
I forgot that Wittick's first name is John.
Yeah, John. But Jon.
Yeah. That's still
But John,
in terms of Star Wars name, I'm like, that is.
it's pretty. Well, I mean, but we got like a Luke. That's a pretty
Yeah.
normal name.
Yeah, I'm giving too much. Like, I like this.
Yeah.
I
So,
like
so
this.
you like this?
Started off
Did-
hating it.
So what are your thoughts on audio dramas now? Would you be willing to do another one? Because another one is coming up.
Yeah,
Because they've got one in phase 2.
I'll listen to it.
I mean, you probably will for the show, but I mean, do you think that you're more excited for it now that you've experienced an audio drama, or are you?
Well, now that I know what it's like, I probably won't be as fucking confused.
Well, yeah, because there's no narrator.
Yeah.
Like, it's just you're listening to the events as they unfold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the case of not knowing names, for the first part, it makes sense because you're not supposed to know it's Pan right away when you're listening. Unless you've listened to the audiobooks, then you recognize the voice because it's pretty similar, and you're like, oh, that's Pan Ada. But, like, when you're, like, if you haven't and you're just listening to the audio drama, the suspense is, who is this guy that he's telling the story to?
We've had this thing.
It's the mysterious stranger effect.
Yeah. We've had this thing come up a few times because normally I will read, like, just the book, and you'll listen to the audiobook and sometimes read it at the same time, which is where we get some of the, like, different pronunciations for names.
Speaking of, do we want to start that fight with this audio drama?
Einen?
No.
No. We're not starting that.
We're not doing the Marsh Mark?
I'm just gonna go with Martian.
Because in this audio drama, they say Martian. But this is because this is before the establishment of It Is Markion happened. This was before that establishment because that's established officially in Fallen Star. Fallen Star is the first audio book to use Markion instead of Martian. But they use Martian in this. But yeah, as you were saying,
so fuck, lost my train of thought.
We were talking about pronunciations and differences regarding our styles of.
Yeah, so I believe you call like Einen Einen.
Yeah, I that was on me. I forgot that it's Einen because even in the audio drama it's Einen.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna let it slide.
Eventually, I remembered Einen.
This is an interesting thing, and I want to talk about tabletop.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am so glad Pants did not talk.
Oh, because of but Pants isn't from Ryloth.
True.
Pants wouldn't have had the French accent.
Couldn't talk anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But he wouldn't have had the French accent, and Sips doesn't either, because he's not from the Ryloth sector either.
Sips is from Lethal.
Yeah, Sips from Lethal. So it makes sense that he wouldn't have the accent, because it's a regional thing. It's not a. It's like living in the South versus living in in the North. You got or even hell, Alabama Southern accent versus a Texas Southern accent. It's still different. It's so like. In this, there's different accents in Star Wars.
Yeah. Like, I remember you showed me a map of the general galaxy, and how
you are far away from Ryloth.
Yeah.
Ryloth is like in the it's near where Tatooine and all that is.
It's like
it's near Hut Space.
Here.
Yeah, it's near Hut Space, whereas
way over here.
Yeah, Lethal is higher up on the if we're looking at it from a because if we're using like a galactic compass, then it would be northern on the galactic compass. But obviously, it's space. But we're using a galactic compass because galactic compass is a thing in Star Wars. So you do have your galactic north and your galactic, but just so that way you know generally where you're going, you got to still have a galactic north and a galactic. Yeah, it would otherwise get confusing.
This makes me really appreciate the concept of hyperspace beacons.
Too bad one of those got destroyed.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fucking problem.
But yeah. Although, to be fair, that beacon moved.
Yeah. Well, they don't usually... Beacons don't actually stay
Yeah.
in place. They generally stay within a set area, but...
Starlight did not. Starlight was like, we go where we're needed.
Yeah.
Which is why they were heading to Irem.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that is... I'd give it a 8.5, 9, around there.
Yeah. I'll give it a 9.5.
Woo! High praise. High praise coming from Seth for his first audio drama. It must have... I mean, it sinks you in. It sinks you in. Because it's like, once you really... Like you said, it starts off where you're trying to... I mean, it's the same thing with any story. You start off trying to find your footing in the story, and then once you're in the story, if it's a good enough story, it will drag you in. And Tempest Runner, I think, drags you in.
Yes.
Because you learn about these deeper ideas of like why somebody would join the Nihil. And like we've talked about it off air while listening to this, because like at first you're like, I can before this audio drama, you're like kind of like, I can kind of see why some people would join, but you don't really 100% see it. And then once you've had this, you're like, oh, it's like any other gang or any cult. You just find people that bring you in and you stick because of them. Or in Lorna's case, you don't trust anybody, and you just happen to find the best opportunity, which is the Nihil.
Yep.
And so it all makes sense. So next week will be pre-recorded. We need to figure out when we're going to do that, which depends on when you finish the book.
Yeah, I know. I'll start listening soon.
Or reading, because I gave you the text this time. I'm listening. I gave you the text.
Are you ready for the wildest pronunciations you've ever heard?
Well, I'm pretty sure you won't mess up Marda, because that's Marda.
Yeah. That spelled phonetically.
Yeah. Yana is pretty much phonetically as well. It's Yana.
You mean Yana?
And we all know Ro, R-O. It's so Yana and Marda.
That would be the hardest one for me to fuck up.
Kor, I think it's Kor.
Okay.
So, and then Mother. You know Mother.
Mother.
My favorite so far of the characters is Sunshine.
Sunshine?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, the next book is about cults.
Oh.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh, we're gonna get some weird names, aren't we?
No. I think Sunshine is the weirdest one, but.
Yeah, Sunshine's not that bad.
But I mean, it's definitely a hippy dippy cult name. Like it makes you think of like the Manson level like names. But yeah.
I don't like these.
So next time, pre-recorded, we'll be talking the High Republic Path of Deceit. Yep. Which is the first of Wave 2 of the High Republic, which means we are now going further back.
Yep.
Because we started in, this is 232 is the start of the High Republic, right? Because it's 200 years before Phantom Menace. This goes 350 or 150 back, I think. Yeah, 150. And so that brings us to our new furthest back in the canon timeline, because this is now the new furthest back you can go within canon. Ooh. Also, there's a short story for Insider, so we'll have to plan out when to do that on the schedule. But there's a lot of new stuff coming out, so we'll figure it out, though. Yeah, so now we're in 382 BBY. Or 382 Baby. Baby and Abby.
Yep.
And so, yeah, 150 then. It would be the math. So, Path of Deceit, and then I guess we'll figure out when to do the short story for that. If this is a part 1 and part 2, we might wait till part 2 comes out Yeah, second part is later, so we'll wait till both parts are out then.
I'm trying to remember. I asked you. This is another thing. I'm trying to remember. I know I asked you this off camera.
Yeah.
Like a couple weeks ago, about who your favorite like apprentice was in the High Republic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we talked about it. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Well,
okay. We are pre-recorded this week because I'm going to a wedding on the day of. I'm probably not there right now when the show is live, because I'm assuming when the show is live. So I'm probably not there right now, but I'm probably getting ready to go. I'm probably trying to figure out what I'm gonna wear because it's Justina's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
So from Mopcast Network, our friends, and they put it's casual, or it's like they put wear something you're comfortable in. Like it's not gonna be like dress like you normally would think, like a tuxedo and stuff. Maybe I'll dress a little bit more like Scotty's going tuxedo, but he's not staying for like the drinking and stuff because Scotty doesn't really drink. Whereas I, on the other hand, might stay a little bit more for that stuff. I might do like maybe slacks and a nice polo is what I'm thinking. I haven't really decided. But yeah, that's probably what I'm doing at the moment of when this is on in the air. So this week there's no Star Wars news, so I think we're just going to jump right into the main topic. So this week we read Star Wars: The High Republic: Path of Deceit. I'm going to tell you now what we always do for our show. It's spoiler warning. So if you're new here, we do spoiler reviews of Star Wars stuff. Mm-hmm. And so we're just giving you the warning now. Spoilers for Path of Deceit. If you don't want to be spoiled and you want to check out the book, I recommend it. Go ahead and check it out.
Go do that first.
Yeah, and then come back, come talk, and basically do some spoiler chat with us. Because there's a lot to talk about.
We don't hold much back.
Yeah, we kind of we basically give a full-on synopsis. Like, I feel like I'm Wikipedia. Like, you could take my synopses for Star Wars books and just make it a Wikipedia article for that book. Maybe not completely, because I do forget things. But, like, 90% of what I say, it's like, you could just...
Usually, then, it's the Wikipedia article accompanied by, like, one of my, like, side tangents.
But yeah, so that's your spoiler warning. We're gonna jump into it.
Yep.
So Path of Deceit.
Oh man,
a lot happens. So to start off, we meet this hyperspace. What was the word? Prospector. Whose nickname is Sunshine.
Yep.
That's not his real name. I forget his real name. I just call him Sunshine at this point.
Sonny Dobbs.
Sonny Dobbs.
His supposed last name is Dobbs.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
D-O.
Yeah, I'm just. It's Radicaz Dobbs.
Yeah, fuck that. We're calling you Sunshine.
Yeah, we're calling you Sunshine. That's so much easier. Which another key thing going on, and it's something that's written in like the little opening crawl for the book, is that Eriadu's at war, which is not new to us.
Not Eriadu.
Not Eriadu. Sorry.
Is Erono.
It's Iram. Yeah, Iram and Erono.
Who you may recognize from, I think, the first High Republic book we read. Is the one where Orla Jareni
Into the Dark
and Comac Vistas had a hostage situation go on.
Yeah, because
in the future.
Well, yeah, because it turns out that like this planet is just, these two planets are always at each other's throats.
Yeah,
which is something that was mentioned in the High Republic and Into the Dark. It's Into the Dark. It's like, this is the end of that. We're finally done with this, Hatfields and McCoy bullshit.
Yep.
That's basically what the Iram Erono stuff is. They're like, we're done with this bullshit.
It had gone on so long they forgot
why they were. Once again, Hatfields and McCoy's bullshit. It's like we don't even know why we're fighting. So, sorry. Dobbs is from Eriadu, which is also a dangerous place, though.
Yes.
That explains actually a lot of the cutthroat ways of Sunshine later on in the book, actually. Now that I think about it, I'm like, that actually adds up.
It is weird how...
Because Eriaduans are...
They don't fuck around.
Yeah, they are... I mean, we talked about it before because they were brought up in Light of the Jedi. Because they also did not fuck around in that book.
Yep.
And they are the...
And they stay not fucking around.
Yeah. They are what gave us Grand Moff Tarkin. Tarkin is Eriaduan.
Yep.
So when that man is the symbol of Eriaduan culture, that should give you an idea that you don't fuck with Eriaduans. Because then you'll find out. Did you ever want to find out? Fuck with an Eriaduan.
Might be the last thing you ever do.
Well, that's why you find out.
Mm.
You fuck around, you find out. But yeah, so Sunshine is basically this hyperspace prospector who's really only found one main lane, but it's one that only he knows about. And currently he's on a job coming on his pleasure yacht called the Scupper.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a great name for a pleasure yacht.
Scupper.
The Scupper.
The funny thing about it is, like, just he's like, yeah, it looks kind of old, but it's also got all these secret panels fucking everywhere.
Yeah, it's basically the Millennium Falcon, but as a pleasure yacht.
Yeah. And
which Lando kind of has that as well. He's got a pleasure yacht ship as his ship.
The general thing is, like, it's left kind of dirty.
On purpose.
On purpose.
It's basically, you don't expect it if it looks this way, but it's got all these secret updates that I've done. Like, he's basically, it's when somebody drives a junker car, but they put, like, NOS systems into it secretly, and that's basically what he did.
Yeah, so there's that.
But he's coming back because he took a job for the Path of the Open Hand, which is this cult.
Yeah.
Specifically for Alicia, who is also known as the Mother.
She's sort of like the boss of...
Yeah, she's your
cult leader.
Yeah, your basic cult leader. I was trying to give like an example. I the names of cult leaders just dropped from my mind just as I was about to name one. David, whatever from the... Yeah, I can't remember now. David Koresh. That was the one I was going to name off the bat. It's your David Koresh and those type of leaders. It's the really passionate leaders that people believe in that are like, oh, you've got, like, I trust you because you're very charismatic.
Mm.
In this case, though, the Mother has a little bit more than charisma on her side. Yeah. She also has the Force.
Yep.
But basically, Sunshine's coming back because he was hired to bring some Force artifacts back.
Him to go steal some shit.
Which they already do, but this was for a specific Force artifact.
Yeah.
Was he the... They had already... I'm trying to remember. He didn't bring the rod. He brought just the egg.
I think so.
Yeah. Because there's also the rod.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe the rod was already stolen.
Yes. So...
Or, in the terminology the Path uses,
liberated. Rod of Seasons.
Yep.
Is the one I'm thinking of. The Rod of Seasons is basically this item that we'll talk about more of what it does. We've actually seen it before, as we realized later as the book went on. We were like, oh yeah, we've seen this.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of those moments of, oh yeah, we've seen this before.
I know what this is.
That's the benefit of reading this
might
after
as well
phase.
Be High Republic Origins.
Yeah, well, and it's supposed to be. This is our prequel trilogy. So phase 1 was our original trilogy, Star Wars. Phase 2 is our prequel trilogy Star Wars, and then Phase 3 will be our sequel trilogy Star Wars. And Phase 1 is supposed to really Phase 2 is going to explain a lot of what we know about Phase 1, but also fill in the blanks enough that, because I view this as, because remember at the end of Phase 1, Yoda's like, hey, we need to go to the past to figure out our future. And this, I view us reading this as at the same time as them reading this. Okay. Like, they're going back into their history text and going, okay, what did we miss? And then Yoda and them are filling in the blanks going, oh, this happened in history. Well, what happened to this person that we knew? Oh, this happened. That explains this. And so as we're making the connections, I imagine Yoda and them in the present, or at least in the present of the story, also figuring out the blanks that we're figuring out.
Yeah.
So, like, it's kind of why I originally had predicted that Phase 2 would be both in the past and in the present, but I'm wrong. And I'm fine with being wrong in this case, because I kind of like what they're doing with it. But I imagine I had originally thought that when they said, oh, we're going 150 years back, I figured, oh, we were still going to get stories that are continuing the story while also getting the flashbacks. But no, we're just getting pure prequel stuff. But back to the main story. So yes, he provides this, they call it a stone at this point in the story. They just call it a stone.
Yeah.
And she basically wears it as a necklace. And so he takes a small chunk out of his fee, because he's starting to fall for her, as well as also be manipulated by her through the Force.
Yep.
Because
that's more of an ongoing, like, a debate between me and you.
I think there's a lot of stuff to prove that that's what's going on, though. There's a lot of evidence to say that that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I think this is a case of using your deductive reasoning, along with just kind of reading between the lines, where the author knows we're smart enough to figure out what's going on without telling us outright that this is what's going on. Because basically, the reason that you can essentially figure out that that's what's going on without them saying it is he asks to stay on, which that's normal so far, but then he almost forgets to say with a finder's fee. And he thinks back on it, and he's like, oh, I almost forgot to say that with the finder's fee. And it's like, that's something that you don't just forget about when you're somebody like Sunshine. Yeah. The Force manipulated him, and so he almost forgot because the Force was busy manipulating him. Because we talked about this out while we were reading it. You related it to what Mother was doing to being similar to what Emery does with his little empath abilities. I'd say it's not quite empath. I'd say it's more like a Force mind. I'd say it's more like a mind trick.
Yeah,
is really what it's more like, which a lot of Jedi can do, because it's similar to what it's similar to how our favorite boy Elzar Mann says that mind tricks work. It's really just, if you're doing it right, you're just pushing what's already there. You're not actually forcing them to do something. You're just giving it a little extra nudge where you're going, yeah, you're already thinking this. Let me just... And that's basically what Mother did. Mother just was like, oh, you already want to stay because you like me. I'm just going to push that emotion a little bit more to where you definitely are staying.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, sure. Just pay me a
finder's fee.
That's it.
Basically, he stays on retainer.
Yep.
And so, as on retainer, he does a, we'll come back to it because he has another mission later on. And
he is also important to the plot.
Yes. So let's meet our other characters, Marta and Yana, who are the Rose of this story. they are definitely way different than Markion.
Yeah.
Like, we discussed that. I feel like Markion is definitely evil.
Yeah.
Whereas Marta and Yana are a little bit less so.
Yeah.
They're more of just people in bad situations.
Mm-hmm.
Mother is the real villain of this story. In case it wasn't obvious.
That woman has to go.
Um,
I don't usually come for like someone's throat like that, but that lady has to go now.
That's not true. You went for Markion's throat pretty bad.
Like, what's up with Seth? Enemy sighted. All right, take him out now.
But
no chance of redemption ever.
let's talk about Yana's role first,
Yeah,
because Yana
is one of
the children,
also known
as the thieves.
as the thieves for the open hand.
Because
they
liberate Force artifacts.
Yeah.
Because part of the Path of the Open Hands beliefs is that they believe in the Force, but they believe that the Force should not be actively used. Now, if the Force decides to give you a vision, that's fine, because that's what the Mother does all the time, or at least claims to do. We don't know how true these visions are. It's really hard to tell. Like, I feel like some of these visions,
70% sure that's bullshit.
like,
but I don't have the evidence.
Because I think she does have visions. I think she just lies about the interpretations of those visions.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm over here like, we know Force users can have visions, and that is a thing. However, we also know that not all Force users get them.
We also know that actively seeking out visions makes Force users go mad.
Yeah.
Which is why, like, Force users, why the Jedi generally frown upon it, at least by the time of the prequel era. By the time we get out of the High Republic era, they're kind of like, hey, you shouldn't believe in Force visions and prophecies because they're a little bit of a gray area. Like, this is Master and Apprentice talk. We'll talk about that when we really want to talk about that book so badly. We brought this book up so many times.
What I'm about to say isn't related to that book. So, for those of you who don't know, I have a thing about prophecies in fiction.
Yep.
And about how they're fucky to begin with.
Even more so when they're Jedi.
Yeah. And that it doesn't really matter if you try to stop it or start it because of how stories work.
I mean, also in Star Wars, they kind of tell you, hey, they literally tell you the future's always in motion. Just because you have a vision doesn't mean that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's one of those things of, it's actually kind of the opposite of most Greek tragedies, even though it follows the path of a Greek tragedy. Usually, like in Star Wars follows the path of a Greek tragedy, especially the prequels. The prequels is a Greek tragedy. Because it's literally vision. We never see the person have the vision, but we know the vision exists. And then, actually, no. It is the case, especially Revenge of the Sith. Anakin has a vision, and then actively tries to avoid that vision, which causes the vision.
Yeah.
So straight up a Greek tragedy. But even in that film, Yoda's like, hey, just because you saw somebody die in your dreams doesn't mean they're gonna die. Don't worry about it. The problem is he keeps worrying about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of the opposite of a Greek tragedy still, because Greek tragedies generally say no matter what, that future's gonna happen, no matter what you do. Whereas Star Wars says, no, this isn't a case of predeterminism. This isn't a case of predeterminism. This is a case of you still have open choices, but your choices can lead to a predetermined ending, but they don't have to. So, yeah. Visions, especially in Star Wars, are very fucky.
Yeah.
Because of that. Because there is no predeterminism in Star Wars. Which is why it's very ironic when certain characters claim for predeterminism to exist in Star Wars. Because literally everything proves to the contrary of that. which is actually what the Path of the Open Hand kind of believe. They kind of believe in predeterminism without believing in predeterminism.
You don't have to add the pre-suffix to the word determinism.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, there was no need for that correction.
But yes. Well, by predeterminism, I mean, like, because it has to do more with visions, because usually when you're talking visions, you add the pre-suffix usually. But yeah, like, it...
These fucking cultists.
But yeah, they believe in they believe in determinism to a degree, because they're like, yeah, if you use the Force, then
if you actively
use the Force, then something else will happen, butterfly effect style.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not how the Force works.
It's the way that they frame it is even if you do something good now, something bad will happen later because you did something good now.
Yeah.
And this is one of the rare instances where you and I agree about something related to the Force.
We're like, that's not how the Force works.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works at all. Because I guess we'll get to it when we get to the Jedi characters. We'll come back to this conversation. But yeah, so Yana is one of the children who liberate Force artifacts. Because basically they believe that if we take the Force artifacts away from other Force-using groups, we prevent them from using these.
And therefore prevent problems later.
Correct. Or at least that's the story the mother tells. In reality, she is secretly probably using them.
And Yana
is
doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, Yana kind of
she just wants.
Yana sees through it.
Yana's like, I just want to take my girlfriend and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because she is dating the Herald, who is like the second in command.
No, she's not dating the Herald.
Well, hold on. Well, the Herald's daughter. I was gonna get there. Sorry. I meant to
That's
add.
A very confusing thing.
I meant to add plural to that. I meant to or apostrophe s. I meant to add ownership. I meant to say the Herald's comma, or the Herald's comma. Daughter. Yeah, I was gonna like explain who the Herald was after the comma, and then say daughter after that. Anyways, she's dating the Herald's daughter, which the Herald is the essentially the second in command of the Path of the Open Hand, and so. Core is the name of that character that she's dating. And basically Yana sees through it. She's like, I see through this bullshit, because she's an Everini, because let's not forget the Rose are Everini, and we talked about the history of the Everini. They got some traumatic history.
Yeah.
Basically, long story short, for those who missed our discussion on the Everini history, which was in our High Republic Volume 3 discussion, because that's where the Everini history was discussed. They basically had on their homeworld, they started infighting, first off. Because originally they were very peaceful, but then they started betraying each other and war happened.
Yep.
And then they were like, well, we can't trust anybody. Because originally they were like, we can't trust each other. And to the point that they basically they basically nuked their homeworld.
Yeah.
To the point of like where everybody Supermaned out of there and was like, okay, we can't live here anymore. But then, because of their distrustful nature, they would then they would join other groups of like settlers and then not trust those people and betray them, which got the Republic involved and going, hey, what the fuck? And attacking them, and then they got a victim complex because they were like, why is the Republic attacking us? It's like,
because they didn't understand that being a betrayal is not the general
world galaxy view.
Yeah.
It's not the general galaxy view of, hey, betrayal is fine. No. Betrayal is not fine.
Yeah.
But they Everini think it is because of just their
because
traumatic history. The
shit was completely fucked for them.
Yeah, it's trauma. And so
never trust anyone ever, said the Everini.
Generational trauma.
Yeah,
that's what I was looking for. Everini have generational trauma, and to the point of then the Jedi got involved, and now the Everini don't trust Jedi at all.
Yep.
So Yana and Marta are part of this group because they don't trust Jedi, and also they feel it's safe because they're in the Outer Rim where there's not really a Republic presence, although the Republic is starting to move out there.
And Yana is
still
different to Marta.
Yeah, Yana is
in that Yana is old enough to remember how they got.
Yeah,
to the
she
path
remembers
of
the
open hand.
yeah, she remembers the generational trauma more. She carries that weight, and
she saw her parents die.
Yeah, so like she
so
carries
that,
that weight. Yeah,
there.
she carries that weight, and she's like, I don't trust anybody, not even my girlfriend. Whereas Marta, on the other hand, is a little bit more trusting. She's to a fault.
Marta has
Marta's so trusting that the mother won't let her into the inner circle.
Yeah.
She's like, you are too innocent and naive to be in the inner circle because you would not steal for us if you knew that we were stealing.
Yep. She's like, God damn it. I have one of the most loyal followers.
But I can't bring her into the inner circle. Because as soon as she's brought in the inner circle, she'll see the truth. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
And so that's Yana and Marta.
Yeah.
Marta essentially gets stuck with watching the littles, which are the younglings of the path. And so, which actually there is a youngling, there's a little that we know. Tromac.
Many years will go by.
150 years, in fact.
Before we next see Tromac.
Yeah. You know, the leader of that group that had motherfucking cricks.
Yep.
But, which now adds up to the puzzle piece of, okay, so why is there this group that just instinctually doesn't trust Jedi? And instinctually doesn't like the Force?
Yeah.
Because that's what that group that Tromac is part of. When we meet them in the first phase, we learn about this group that doesn't trust Force users to the point that one of their own, Zine, essentially gets kicked out because she uses the Force.
Yeah.
And now we know, now we've put the pieces together of, oh, Tromac was raised by the Path, which also didn't believe in Force users actively using the Force. So now 1 + 1 = 2. And now we see why also that they're related to the Nihil as well. Which we knew that the Nihil was kind of working with Tromac's group. Because Tromac was like, yeah, the Nihil are here to save us. Even though it looks like they were here to attack us. Because the Rose are already like a long family friend at this point to Tromac. Yeah. So it all adds up now. So that's the benefit of going through phase 1 and then seeing phase 2. Obviously, I think also phase 2 works in that you could do phase 2 first and not read phase 1.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to go into this chronologically, I'd say you could. You would, once you hit phase 1, you'll have more knowledge than we will going into it, and it'll be interesting. Whereas we're having more of this, oh, now we're putting puzzle pieces together insight for phase 1. Because we've read phase 1, and phase 2 is more of just like clicking the puzzle.
Yeah.
So that's the Rose. Marta takes care of the littles, and basically that's her assignment because that's the only, because since she's
they don't know what else to do with her.
And it works out in their benefit too, because with her raising the youngest of their group, she is also indoctrinating them for them.
It's got fucking hardline conviction.
Yeah, exactly. And so when we were introduced to them, we learned that besides getting that little jewel from Sunshine, Mother also recently got the Rod of Seasons from the children, Yana and Kor and Trez. Trez. Who is like another of the...
Trez is noted among like the children for just being like, yeah, how about I just fucking kill this guy?
Yeah. What's his long? What is he? Is Trez just for short?
I think it's just Trezzy.
Am I spelling something wrong?
Treze.
Oh, okay, Trezza. Although they say Trez a lot in like they just shorten it a lot. Yeah, it's just Trez. The E is silent.
Mm.
And he's a Mickean, which I don't remember what that looks like. Oh,
It's the same race as Zine, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, because they mentioned the head tendrils, and he's got the pink. He's got the pink skin look.
But yeah.
But yeah, so that's our main children that we'll be looking at for most of the book, and so, moving on kind of to the main point of the story, though.
Yeah.
We are then introduced to our Jedi who are on Donna. As this is all on Donna, by the way.
Yeah.
We forgot to say that. Donna, which, because they bring up the ice skaters at one point.
Fucking. How do they work?
And so, these Jedi come to Donna, looking based. So, they're there for a couple reasons.
Yeah.
They're there to establish that this Jedi presence on the Outer Rim, but they're also there to look for the Rod of Seasons because
a bunch of
artifacts are being stolen.
Yeah.
But this is the most recent one. And so they're like, "Oh, we're going to look for it," and
Yeah, they get assigned to this after helping out dealing with some land sharks.
Yeah. So it's Kevmo Zink and his master Zala Macri.
Yes.
And so Master Zala and Kevmo are assigned to go to Donna to investigate what's going on. And they've heard about the path, kind of.
Yeah.
They get more information from the local sheriff's Zink.
They also have a Jedi buddy who helped them with the sharks, but they won't be relevant for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they ask them to come with them, but he's like, no, at least one of us needs to stay here in case something goes wrong.
Yeah. And so, Kevmo immediately, we're going to kind of just jump to the main plot points, really. Because, like I said, I want you guys to read this. There's a lot more, like, smaller bits, but we're just going to get the main chunks here. And, well, first off, let's talk about the fact that, because it's during this part, really, where Sunshine goes off on a mission real quick for Mother. Goes on a secret mission. I don't think we really learned what this mission specifically is. We just know that it's another artifact-looking mission, essentially.
Yeah.
And basically, before he goes on this mission, though, he says, "Hey, I got to do a quick thing, and then I'll be off." Right? He's like, "I got to take care of my own business real quick, then I'll be good to go." So he goes.
I have some personal priorities, Mother.
Yeah.
I have to take care of it.
So he goes off to this cantina, where that's also like a casino, essentially.
Yeah.
A lot of cantinas are also like places where you can gamble.
Yeah.
And so he plays a few hands of sabacc, where he starts to lose because he's pretending to be drunk while he's waiting on this informant from the RDC to show up.
Yeah.
That's Republic Defense Coalition, for those of y'all new, which is basically the army for the Republic, but also not.
Yeah.
It's more like the Peace Corps.
Yeah.
It's more like the Peace Corps, where it's like they do military actions, but they tend to just do more police action than anything.
Yeah.
And so they it turns out that it's a Santeca. And the Santeca finally shows up, and he's like,
all right, come on, you gotta go home.
Too much. He leans into it, and he's like, "Yeah, you've had too much to drink. Let's go. I'll get you home." And he takes him to this back alley behind it, where finally Sunshine's like, "Okay, I'm not drunk. Took you long enough.
I can drop the act."
Yeah, I can drop the act. Took you long enough. I lost so much money waiting, but thankfully, what you're about to give me is going to be worth more than what I lost.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that he is being given these hyperspace routes that the Santecas have discovered that they've given to the RDC, but aren't public yet.
Yeah.
And so Sunshine's like, oh, okay, cool. Let me take a look at that data disk and see what's on it, and then I'll give you your payment, and we'll be good to go.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at it, and he's like, all right, they don't have my hyperspace route on there. We're good to go. Shoots him.
Yep.
Goodbye, Santeca.
One body count.
Yeah.
So far.
And so it turns out that Sunshine was just making sure that they didn't have the hyperspace route to his little, what he calls his paradise. They did, however, have a faster route to get into the Outer Rim.
Yeah.
And so he took that happily because he was like, sweet, now I have these faster routes. You don't have, I mean, you guys still have them, but now I also have them before they're public, and you guys don't have my routes. Cool.
Mm.
So it was a good day to be Sunshine.
Yep.
And then he calls Mother and he's like, okay, I'm done with my business. I'm going to go do your job now.
Yep.
And,
Personal matter handled.
Yep. So while Sunshine's gone doing his job, Kevmo is kind of walking around Donna, kind of getting the lay of the land.
He's like, better go and see what the locals are up to while Master
Zala's working.
handles, like,
yeah, she's working with the Sheriff Zink.
the sheriff, and getting their, like, essentially their hotel room set up.
And also kind of like also figuring out what the people, because the sheriff is basically their inside woman, and it's like, hey, here's what's going on with the locals. Here's the path and what they've been up to and what we think they're up to.
But we don't know.
Yeah, because not a lot of outsiders go inside.
It reminds me almost, this is a weird... Do you remember, like... Never mind, I'll bring it up.
Okay. So we're about to jump to the thing that we're going to talk about more when it comes to the beliefs of the Path of the Opie Hand.
Yeah.
But, so Kevmo and Marta run into each other because Marta's walking the children because Marta is also kind of sad because she was just turned down to go on to be children again.
And asked, and it was one of these, like, it's funny what happens beforehand because Yana
basically
should
says,
I ask her?
and Yana's like, no.
She's gonna say no, but you can try.
Yeah, because Yana straight up tells Marta, hey, I already know the answer. It's going to be no. But if you want to ask her, go ahead, waste your time. And Marta does.
Bad.
And basically,
like, everyone is there watching when she does this.
Yeah, like Kor's like, oh, is she asking again? And Yana's like, yeah.
I was like, Mother, may I please join the children?
No.
No.
Why? Because
No.
I said so. It's not your role.
Yeah.
And so
Marta's like just dejected about that a little bit.
another thing to know about Trez is that he is currently expecting a child.
Yeah. He has not really told anyone. He's not, like, announced that to the path.
Yeah.
He's just,
It's just word of mouth that's kind of spread
Yeah.
where some people have figured it out.
they're like,
Yana being one of them.
Yana is like, yeah, he's like got a girl in town.
And as
that's
far as-
not
yeah.
a member of the cult.
And as far as Yana's concerned, she's just like, it's not my business. Also, I don't like Trez to begin with, so
Yeah.
like, I don't care. Like, I don't care enough to either rat him out or to care that he's happy. Like, I just don't care either way. So, because Yana, one, isn't a true believer, so there's no point in Yana ratting him out. And two, Yana doesn't like him enough to be happy for him either. So it's just like,
This is a thing that's going on.
yeah. And so, Marta's out walking the littles, kind of like, and what they're doing is, so part of the Path's ideology of getting other followers is they'll go out and carry flowers with them, and they'll basically give flowers to people and then talk about their beliefs. It's very...
Go on, say it.
It's very Mormonism and Jehovah's Witness of going door to door.
Yeah, except they just have this one spot and they don't go anywhere.
Yeah, they don't go anywhere else. It's all on Donna. Although,
no, I mean like in town. They
yeah,
go
it's
to
just
this one spot.
Yeah. Although the plan is to get everybody in the Path of the Open Hand off-world eventually.
Yeah.
Using the Gaze Electric. once again,
Yep.
we now know the origins of the Gaze Electric. It's a ship that they were working on, and apparently, so all the Force artifacts are eventually going to be moved from wherever they're secretly hidden at the moment onto the Gaze Electric, and then they'll use the Gaze Electric to go basically from planet to planet, spreading the word of the path of the open hand.
Mm.
That's at least the story. Once again, that's the story they're told.
Yeah.
And that all the true believers will be taken on the path onto the Gaze Electric, which it was why Marta's pushing so hard to be one of the children, because Marta believes that she's going to get left behind.
Yeah.
It's basically the Rapture.
Yeah, I guess if you look at it from that perspective.
It's basically like, oh, I'm one of the true believers, and I get to be taken off to the great beyond. In this case, the Gaze Electric. But if I'm not a true enough believer, I get stuck down here on Dalna. It really.
Why did it sound so sad when you said it like that?
But because I'm comparing it though, like it's like from Marta's perspective that it is a sad thing to get left behind. Pun kind of intended. It's very interesting.
For those of you who don't know,
Left Behind is a book series / movie series that's about the Rapture.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, but that's why it's a pun. But
I'm not a very religious person, so we'll get that out of the
Yeah.
way now.
yeah, whereas I'm a Christian, but I don't
Yeah.
push it. Like even I kind of like realize some of the ridiculousness of certain things. Like there's a point where I'm like, okay, we can't push that.
Yeah.
It's just, which is why reading this, it's very interesting to see this like cult, and then
I'm like,
it's not often that we really explore that in Star Wars.
Yeah. I'm like, oh man, I don't like being here. I don't like this at all.
It's very funny though going from Tempest Runner to this,
Yeah.
because Tempest Runner kind of points out that the Nihil are also kind of a cult.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest. If given the choice between the Path of the Open Hand or joining the Nihil as like a fucking hard and fast thing, I'm probably going with the Nihil. I don't want to be involved with the Path of the Open Hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it more because of the fakeness of it versus like how the Nihil are a little bit more upfront with their,
Yeah. I think that's the main issue.
which is generally how hardcore cults work, is they fake, the happiness is fake.
Yep.
It's not real. God, this would have been a good episode for somebody that we know to have on, but we didn't know that would be the main topic of this book. Ugh. But yeah, so Marta runs into Kevmo.
Yeah.
And it's basically love at first sight.
Yeah. Oh, you poor thing.
Both of you.
Y'all got fucked.
But basically they get to know, they talk to each other a little bit, and then Kevmo decides, I'm going to impress her. Because he's like, I'm gonna use the Force to, because she drops some of the some of the flower petals, and so he starts to use the Force to kind of do a little whirlwind with them and make them look cool. And she's like, no, stop, you can't do that. What the fuck are you doing? Essentially,
He's like,
I'm just using the Force.
The Force.
Because I'm a Jedi, and she's
that's
like,
what Jedi do.
She's like, wait, you're a Jedi?
And he's like, yeah.
And
She's
so
like,
that is,
come on,
those are 2 red flags for me.
come on, kids, we're going home.
Yeah, because you
Don't
can't
talk to me or my children ever again.
essentially.
Kinda.
What are you doing in my good Christian Minecraft server? So basically, it's like you can't use the Force because the Force, it's the determinism again. It's you use the Force and therefore something bad will happen, even though all you did was this. Like, you didn't do anything bad, but you did.
You didn't do anything immediately bad, but later something bad will happen because of this.
And so this leads to a little bit of we can't talk to each other for for a minute.
For a minute.
Because she runs off because she's like, I think you're attractive, but no.
Yeah. And
because you disrespect the Force by doing that is basically what they
is confused.
He's so confused.
Like, damn.
So he goes back to Master Zala and he tells what happened, and he's like, I don't get what I did wrong.
And she's like,
you didn't do anything wrong.
You didn't do anything wrong. It's just how the path sees.
They have a misconstrued belief. Which Zala Zala really pushes for this. They are so wrong that she compares them to the Sith.
Yeah, Zala is...
Which, knowing what the path will do later on, maybe that comparison's not entirely wrong.
Yeah. Maybe not entirely wrong.
I'd say it's more the path is misguided than anything, because Mother specifically. I'd say Mother is almost as bad as the Sith.
Yeah. The rest of them aren't
They're just more misguided.
Yeah.
Because I think they do believe, hey, we're doing the best thing for the Force. But yeah, they basically believe that there's so much Force that you can take. Which is an argument during that scene that Marta and Kevmo have.
Yeah.
Because Marta's like, you can't... Kevmo's like, you can't... A plant doesn't take from the sun to where the sun can't do anything else. That's not how energy works. The sun still creates more energy.
And the thing that she says is like, do you think fruit wants to be taken from a plant? And I'm like, I don't think you know how plants work, lady.
Plants will be fine. They will...
No, fruit is explicitly supposed to be taken from
plants.
Because
it's how they plant more, because you use the seeds from the fruit to plant more of them.
Yep. It's like, I know what you were trying to say. It's not a very apt metaphor. Even they go like, wait a minute, that's not.
Even Marta admits like, okay, the plant analogy's not my best.
Yeah.
Because Kevmo immediately turns and he's like, you what? And so
they go and they split up, and they go back to their
respective
mentor / religious leader.
Which, I forget the name of the elder.
Which one?
The one that's like, that tells Marta that Marta's like overreacting a little bit.
Oh,
it begins with an A.
Aiden Wade or something.
Something like that.
Wad.
Yeah. But yeah, they are surprisingly a little bit more
like, it's fine, don't worry about it.
They are surprisingly a little bit more neutral when it comes to things about the path, to the point that they're kind of like, hey, the Mother's not as perfect as you would probably believe.
Yeah.
In fact, you are probably a better replacement for the Mother than... Which Marta's like, whoa, that's blasphemous.
Careful. It's starting to sound a little heretical there, Elder.
So even within the Path of the Open Hand, there's a lot of people that are like higher up that are like, yeah, this Mother is not... Because... So they explain the background for a lot of these characters, but they're very vague with the Mother. Like, the Mother, we kind of know.
They know she was exiled from Jeddah, I think.
I thought
it's either Jeddah or Coruscant.
I thought it was the Herald who was from Jeddah. I thought he was part of the what's that group? The same one that Chirrut's part of. The Guardian of the Whills.
Yeah, something like that.
So I thought the Herald was part of that.
This is the case. You might want to fact check.
Yeah, I'm double checking. We are getting the wrong Mother.
No, not you.
Alicia.
There we go.
Yeah, we just know she's from the Core Worlds.
Okay. Yeah.
The Herald's the one that's from Jeddah, because the Herald started the Path of the Open Hand, because he was originally part of the Guardian of the Whills, which is the same group that Chirrut and Baze Malbus are part of in Rogue One. Basically, they believe in the Force and, similar tenets of the Jedi, but they're not Jedi. because usually Guardians of the Will are a little bit less imbued with the Force. Like, usually they have a type of connection to the Force, but they're not Force users.
Yeah.
Like, Chirrut isn't a Force user, but you can tell that Chirrut has some heavier Force sensitivity than other normal people. Like, everybody is like we've had this discussion. Everybody's Force sensitive. It's just a matter of where on the scale of Force sensitivity are you? Are you Jedi level, or are you Chirrut level, or are you even less? Like, you and I are even less.
Yeah.
Whereas Chirrut has some Force sensitivity, which is why he's able to not get shot for that minute in Rogue One when he's doing the blind walk, which he's already blind, but you know what I mean.
The Force made him blind so he could bypass bullets.
But yeah, the bullet walk when he does the walk to the button. That's the Force kind of leaning towards helping him because he trusts in the Force. Which is basically what the Path believes in as well. They believe that, the Force helps us out because they believe in... It's become a Twitter meme already. Gifts freely given.
Yeah. Oh.
It's already a Twitter meme.
Stupid fucking thing I said last night.
But yeah, gifts freely given is already a meme. And so, like, they believe in gifts freely given, which is basically the Force will provide for us.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it provides visions to the mother, whether you believe in those visions or not. So eventually, though, Sunshine comes back from his mission. We get another... after reporting what happened, Yana comes up with this idea, because Mother still doesn't know the Jedi are there yet.
Yeah.
Yana comes up with this idea of, hey, we should invite the Jedi over so that way they can see that, hey, we're not anything to worry about.
Yep. They're like, if we act like there's nothing wrong,
then they'll think
they'll think that
there's nothing wrong.
Fine.
Yeah. Because they're obviously here looking for the Rod of Seasons.
Yeah.
That's basically...
Why else would they be here?
Yeah. That's at least the conclusion they come to, which they are half correct. The Rod of Seasons is one of the reasons they're there.
Yep.
And so... they basically decide, if we just prove there's nothing wrong, then there's nothing wrong. And Yana's like, I'll go ahead and report it to Harold and Mother. That way they know, but we should be fine with this plan. Go ahead and invite them. And so Marta goes off to invite them, and then Yana goes over to report it. Harold's kind of a little bit more wary of the plan.
It's like, are we sure?
But Mother approves it, and Harold, as soon as she does that, Harold's like, okay.
If that's what you want, that's what we'll do.
Because Mother's like, yeah, Yana's right. If we just present that there's nothing wrong, then as far as the Jedi concerned, there's nothing wrong. So we're inviting them for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And so
let's invite our enemies to the dinner table. She said,
"It's
that's a pretty good idea. Let's do that.
It's the keep your enemies closer."
Yeah.
Yeah, that tactic. Friends close, enemies closer.
We should mention that when she sends Marta to do this, it is storming outside.
Yeah, because it's starting to storm. Yeah.
And they're like...
which becomes relevant later. Because Donna basically has these huge cycles of, like, no rain at all, and then heavy, heavy storms. Yeah. That's basically their cycles.
Yep.
But they never know when the rain cycles will start.
They just know that for 3 days it's going to rain like crazy. It's
basically winter in Westeros. Like, we know it's coming. We just don't know when. Yeah. And it's always bad when it shows up.
And, like, even Marta is like, shouldn't I wait a little bit, like, for it to kind of calm down a bit? And the Mother is like, no, doing this will show your conviction to the Path. And Marta's like, I'll do it.
Yeah. So Marta goes off to invite them, and Sunshine, I think, is back by now from his mission, and so then Marta's shy about it too. She basically taps on the door, not even really a convictive knock, like it's more just like, hello,
sort of deal. Let me in, please.
I would like to, and she doesn't even think they'll say yes.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Zala's like, yeah, of course we'll go.
Yeah.
Like Zala's immediately like, yeah,
Like,
sure. And Marta's like, oh, okay.
I didn't
expect
I
that.
didn't think I'd get this far.
And so she's like, okay, I guess I'll see you there. And then she leaves. And then of course Kevmo is also surprised. He's like, so we're going? And Zala's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to
It's a good way to get in with them and also to be able to investigate what's going on.
Yeah.
They're literally letting us in. We don't have to trick them into letting us in. They're letting us in.
And besides, talking about your views with other people is good for you.
Yeah, it's healthy. It's something that gets brought up later on, but there's basically, going back to Jedha, there's basically this convocation that they talk about of a bunch of Force users, like different Force beliefs that all congregate on Jedha.
Yeah.
Because we know the Guardian of the Wills are there and the Jedi have a presence there, but there's also other beliefs that are there, and they basically have this like huge little...
They have like a debate hall.
Yeah, it's basically an embassy hall where a bunch of Force beliefs can come together and be like, hey, this is what we believe. Well, this is what we believe, and here's why our belief's a little bit strong. And it's like a healthy debate, though.
Yeah.
It's like... It's not like anybody's trying to turn each other into the other belief. It's more of just like, here's our belief and a little bit something healthy to think about. You know. So it's interesting that exists.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a real world equivalent to that because we don't really have that.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
There were a few. They don't exist anymore.
Yeah, we don't really have a healthy equivalent of that. Now it's, I'm right and you're wrong, and then that's it. It's not a, here's what I believe and here's why. It's, I'm right and you're wrong, shut up, and your belief is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what it comes down to these days.
Oh, God.
And I guess that is what it eventually becomes because we start hearing less and less about other Force beliefs.
Yeah.
And so, and even less about Jedha. Yeah, they go to the dinner, and it's because basically Zala sees it's the difference between the police getting a warrant and you inviting the police into your house.
Yeah,
you've invited them in, so now they can look, versus them having to go through the trouble of getting the warrant to look. Now the Jedi don't need the warrant because you've let them in, and so that's how Zala sees it. She's like, "We're just being let in," and so. They go to the dinner while it's storming still.
Yeah.
And the mother is nowhere in sight.
Nope, mother.
Mother is supposedly meditating.
Peace. She gone.
Supposedly in a meditative state and not to be bothered.
Yeah.
Which Zala's like, that's interesting, but okay, I will not interfere with your beliefs.
Yeah, and she's like hanging out with the elders, like drinking tea.
Yeah, they're having a fine little. Honestly, they're having a little healthy debate. And it's the same thing with Kevmo and Marta. They're having a little bit of a spar about their beliefs, and that's when the Jedha stuff gets brought up. And Kevmo's like, "Man, you would make a fine Jedi council member because you could debate for hours." And she's like, "I don't really like
that you said that.
I don't like the idea of debating. It's more of just I'm trying to convince you of my belief. It's less of a debate in her mind, but it's like, no, that's the definition of a debate."
Yeah.
And so, after the dinner,
the rain does calm down for like an hour,
enough,
which is important.
Enough for them to kind of leave, and I think
there's a nice little tree.
Yeah.
In the fucking Path of the Open Hands, like little compound, so she takes him there,
where they talk about that they really, really like each other, but can't do anything about it.
Yep. It's like, damn, I like you a lot. If only you weren't surrounded by crazy people. Yeah, me too. If only you weren't surrounded by people who do everything I dislike.
And basically he's like, man, I wish you would go off-road and go to Jedha, because then you could still express your belief in the, because he brings up the Jedha thing. Yeah. He's like, you could express your belief in the path still and kind of be a representative for the path.
The convocation is what it's called.
Yeah. And so, like, go to the convocation and you know, that would be your way of helping the Open Hand still, but also you and I could still see each other.
Yeah.
And so.
Shame.
Something that Marta actually does kind of think about.
Yeah.
To the point that after Kevmo and Zala leave, Marta brings it up to Mother, and Mother's like, "Nah, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Your role is to take care of the littles."
What was it? Because I believe the convocation happens on Jeddah, and she says something along the lines of, "I don't want the path of the open hand on Jeddah,"
Yeah,
which is very specific. Because usually,
it's the Force doesn't want, which
Yeah.
is something Marta catches. Even Marta's like, that's weird.
it's different.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Mother never says I want. It's always what the Force wants.
Yep.
That's weird. The cracks are showing.
Yeah.
And so, is this when the storm comes back and picks up
I
heavy?
think the storm returns.
And it actually starts to destroy the town
Yeah.
and the path. So it destroys both the town and the path because it's that bad.
Things get wrecked.
And so Zala and Kevmo are immediately in rescue mode.
Yeah.
And so it's basically like a hurricane impacting the.
Basically, it might as well.
And so Zala
Oh.
is helping the main town with the help of Zinc. Did I miss something?
This is important because it'll come up later. The path has. We were talking about them earlier.
Yeah.
The like hatchlings.
Oh yes, because we missed. That was a whole section of.
And it's very
Because that's
important.
part of the first mission of when Yana gets back.
Yeah.
So when we first meet Yana, she's actually returning with Core from a mission, which was getting the Rod of Seasons.
Yeah.
Which, Core, by the way, is a Force user
Yes.
because she senses where the Rod of Seasons is because she's like, oh, this crate's it. Because they basically go to this vault with a bunch of crates, and she's like, this is the crate.
Yeah.
And they open it, and they're like, yep, this is it.
First they find the ID number, and then Core goes and makes sure that it's the right one, and they both, and she gets back down, and they're like, okay, and she's like, I don't fucking like this one.
But they're basically trying to hurry that mission up,
Yeah.
though, because they're excited about the hatchlings happening.
Yep.
Because the hatchlings are basically the new people that are part of the path of the open hand. It's the new babies,
Yeah.
essentially. So the newborns.
Yep.
And so they're like, I'm excited because every year they have the big hatching, and they're like, we want to be there. And so they try to hurry up to get to the big hatching. They miss the hatch.
But they make it for the naming ceremony.
Yes. And so this is important because during the storm, some of the newborns are at risk.
Yeah.
And so,
Because of how the path of the open hand and where they're located is.
yeah, there's
They
a
don't
lot of
live
cave
in buildings.
systems.
They mostly live in the caves.
And so,
And the caves are starting to flood.
and so Zala is helping Zinc with the main town. And then Kevmo has been like, okay, I'm going to go help the path because I know they're going to need help as well. And so he goes off, and boy, they go through it.
Yeah.
So Marta and Kevmo managed to get all the littles out,
Yeah.
but then Kevmo gets stuck and uses his lightsaber to kind of like shine a way out
Yeah.
with the help of Marta. But one of the key things of when he helped the littles get out is he used the Force.
Yeah, he had to use the Force in order to like get it to stop flooding for a minute.
Yeah. Basically, he held the storm so that way they could quickly.
Yeah.
He basically did that cool thing that Vader does every time that we in Jedi Fallen Order when he holds the water
Yeah.
back. It's basically that.
Yeah. So that way the hatchlings and their parents could get out.
And so Marta's like both upset but also glad.
She's like,
I
know what you did, and I'm glad that you did it.
It's like, I'm mad that you had to do it, but I'm glad that you did end up doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cost will be later, though, and that's the part I'm upset about. Yeah. And so everybody makes it out for the most part. Communications, though, are down.
Yeah.
And yes, Sunshine is back, because that is important, because he makes it back, because he's one of the only working vehicles
Yes.
after the storm.
After the storm, Treze decides, yeah, I'm gonna go visit my girl, see how that's going. And this is important as well.
Yeah, because he's basically coming to the conclusion that once the baby's born, he's probably gonna leave.
Yeah.
And Yana is also at her. Yana and Core have also been discussing leaving for years. There's a couple things that have been holding Core back.
Yeah.
Her mom is sick. Two, Core is also a true believer, almost on Marta levels.
Yeah, she's like just below Marta. I think in terms.
Yeah, and so like her mom has been sick for a while, and the mother has been kind of helping. They recently started to get medicine, which they believe is one of those gifts freely given. In reality, it's mother's likely been selling some of the Force artifacts for money, and that's at least a theory that's Yana and a few others have held. Is
that's the theory.
I don't think anything is ever proven of how the
they got a patron who gives them money.
Okay, but yeah, so there. I mean, I could also see Mother selling some of the artifacts though.
Yeah, no.
Because medicine is not cheap.
No.
Even in Star Wars. And so they the other thing is because Core is a Force user, she senses something is off about the new jewel that Mother's been wearing.
I don't like it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's bad
also,
weird.
It got bigger.
It's bad weird. Yeah, it's got bigger and it's bad weird.
Yeah.
Which Yana's like, I usually trust your instincts, so yeah, I'm gonna trust you on this. Because like Mother was like rubbing, like essentially stroking it while watching over her Core's mom at one point, and Core was like, I kind of don't like Mother having that around my mom.
I don't like my mom being around the weird cult lady.
I don't know why, but there's something weird now about it.
Like before it was fine, but now it's not good.
Yeah. And so eventually we get to... So since comms are down, everybody's kind of trying to work on, at least in the main town they're down. I think they're fine in...
the issue is planet-wide communication is available.
It's local communication
It's local communication. Sorry, let me get... Local communication is fine, but galactic communication is down.
Yeah. And so, like...
So as long as you're calling someone in your state, you're fine.
Yeah.
But if you're not, then...
Yeah.
You can't.
Or in your country.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of dealing with that. And it's the main town that's having to fix that because that's a main town issue. And so Zala is kind of helping the town kind of rebuild. Meanwhile, Marta and Romeo Kevmo over there are off doing Romeo and Juliet things, going on secret dates.
Yep.
Which they kiss at one of them. Mm-hmm. Which Zink saw. Mm-hmm. And Zink told Zala. Zink's like, hey, I saw your Padawan in town. And so Zala's like, hey, Zink saw you in town. We need to talk. They basically have
the exact words are, let us discuss attachments.
And immediately Kevmo's like, God damn it.
I thought like, oh, this is the Jedi talk.
It's the birds and the bees, but for Jedi.
Yeah.
It's like you can like people, and you can like people. Just don't let that control you. Also, it's fine to have sex even, but
yeah,
just don't let that control you.
Remember,
just don't get married.
Yeah, just don't do that.
Just don't get married and don't let attachments control you.
Yep. There is also a great, and it's around like page 180, I think, where someone's reading a romance novel.
Because we got our romance novels in the High Republic.
Yeah. And it's like a senator and a Jedi in the future. And I'm like, I don't like where this is going. I'm like, everyone's like, yeah, I mean, I guess it could happen, but...
It could happen.
It probably won't.
Meanwhile, we're all like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they... More and more Marta is starting to lean towards the idea of, yeah, I'm going to do this Jedha thing. Because, she really wants to be with Kevmo. And Kevmo really wants to be with her.
Yeah.
And so, at the same time, she's learning that Yana has secretly decided that they're leaving, that Yana's leaving.
Oh, yeah. It is, like, the first time that I think Yana has seen Marta, like, actually angry.
We'll get to that. Yeah, because she doesn't confront Yana yet.
No, not yet.
It's when Yana gets back from that mission.
Oh boy. Okay.
So basically, Yana, basically decides that she's not going to invite Core because she's basically decided that Core's not going to leave.
Yeah. She's like, her mom's sick. She believes in all of this.
And I don't want to take her away from that.
Yeah.
I love her enough that I can let her go. And so she basically goes to Mother and is like, hey, I'm
After
out.
This next job.
No, not even. She first says, I'm out. And then Mother says, hey, how about one more job? Mother brings up the one more job.
And she goes, fine.
Yeah.
After that, I'm leaving.
Once again, Mother doing that little manipulative push. Just one more job.
Oh.
And so Yana says, fine, one more job.
Yeah.
And so she's like, how am I even going to leave? She's like,
oh,
I've got a guy. So you, Trez, and Core will go on this one more job.
Yeah.
And so Marta overhears... No. Kevmo overhears Trez talking about the one more job.
That's why it's important.
Kevmo...
Trez has sneaked away to
his girlfriend.
To his girlfriend.
He tells her about, hey, I got to go on this job. But then we're going to be out soon.
It's like, I'll steal something nice for you while I'm...
Yeah. And so Kevmo's like, okay, so they definitely are taking artifacts. Yeah. How am I going to tell Marta? Is essentially all he can think about, rather than, like, he does think about, okay, I got to tell Master Zala, but it's also, how do I tell Marta without her hating me?
Yeah.
Because he basically comes to the correct solution of Marta doesn't know that they're outright stealing things.
Yeah.
He does, like, and he's correct. She doesn't. It's one of the few times where the Jedi instinct is correct when it comes to who is innocent and who's not. Instead of pulling Elzar Mans and thinking,
they just got Elzar. Fuck it. No chances.
And so, we love to hate Elzar. We love him, but we also love to tease it
because he's trying so hard to be better, but situations keep looking so goddamn bad in front of him.
Yeah,
and he's like, I have to do this now because if I don't, things are gonna get worse.
Yep.
But they get worse because he jumps for it.
Yeah, he jumps and then he thinks about it afterwards.
Yeah. Like, he at least reconsiders it.
And he tries to go back and be like, okay, how can I better myself from doing that again?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the thing that happens next time is usually worse than the last thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Kevmo goes to tell Zala what's up, and they're like, okay, we need to start planning a confrontation with Mother, because we need to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
So Yana, Trez, and Core leave with Sunshine. Sunshine is the pilot. And they go on their mission because basically Zala is like, okay, we don't have our ship, so we're waiting anyways. So we'll just keep an eye on the ship that leaves and wait for it to come back, and then we'll catch him in the act, essentially, is the plan. And so, meanwhile, Marta is kind of still coming to grips with her beliefs as she's starting to kind of come more and more to the fact that, okay, something is weird.
Yeah. Something's not right.
Yeah. Something's not adding up. Yana's wanting to leave, and which is also creating an emotional state of distress.
Yeah.
Because she's like, why would my cousin leave me? We only have each other because we're the only Everini that we know of. Which also a big thing arc
Marta
for her.
knows that the Everini are not liked in the wider galaxy, but she doesn't know why.
Yeah. And she also, she tries to hide that from Kevmo, but when she eventually reveals that she's Everini, Kevmo's like, okay, because he has no idea what that means. And also, she's coming to grips that, she's not, because she's worried that she tries not to smile.
Yeah.
Because she tries not to show her Everini teeth because of that belief. But as she learns to trust Kevmo more, she learns to kind of be like, oh, I can do this. It's kind of a self-confidence thing, and she kind of builds self-confidence as she's with Kevmo.
So we already, I think we delved a bit into like Everini and
Yeah, we
their
talked
whole
about their
deal.
history. Yeah.
Uh, apparently, a common term for them throughout the galaxy because of that is planet killers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn. You're
But
5 years old walking down the street and just have someone call you a planet killer.
all right, so we want to jump into this third act because
Yeah,
things
are
get
good.
crazy. So throughout this entire book, while I was reading it, I was like, so what's the big moment that's like gonna push all the big stuff that happens for this phase?
Yeah.
Act three really just goes for it. It says, okay, we are running. We are now hitting the ground running. Here is the thing you were waiting for.
Your love story.
Now we're just gonna drag you through the rest of this, and it's gonna be nonstop.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is what I was waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
And it was worth it, I think. I think the first two acts led up perfectly to what's about to go down. So it turns out the heist is they are going to a graph facility.
Yeah. And I heard that and I was like, oh no.
And
No.
they are stealing a force artifact from the graphs.
Yeah.
So they have been given these disguises to believe that they are part of a different force group where basically they're going to...
It's not even that. It's not even that.
Well, basically...
It's just this world, because it's another ice world, right?
Yeah. But it's one that they say it was so bad that nobody could... They tried to have a colony there, but then an ice age essentially happened.
Yep.
Fucked the colony up. And then they eventually, some scientists years later, were able to develop a heating system using the core of the planet, which actually I have a world like that in Superworld, so it's funny that... And so they were like, yeah, there's one city, and here's the...
Actually, now that I think about it, this world does remind me of, like, one of the worlds from, like, the first video games I ever played as a child called Lost Planet Extreme Conditions.
Oh, I know Lost Planet, yeah.
Yeah. And it's that. And I'm like, I didn't realize that until now, that they're on the fucking...
Yeah, Lost Planet, good games.
Yeah.
1 and 2. But yeah, so they basically go to Lost Planet, and they're claiming to be essentially refugees who are like, hey, we need refuge from the cold.
They go and they're like, we invoke
this
right of hospitality.
This right of hospitality where they have to let them stay for like an hour or something like that, and potentially feed them. But the graphs are really cold about it. They're like,
you get 1 hour.
That's it. Once you're done, get out.
Yep.
You can't go anywhere. Stay here. And then Yana's like, hey, can I use the facility at least? And so they're like, okay, fine, whatever. And so they point out the facility, the refresher.
Yep.
And Yana goes in there and pulls out this data pad that's supposed to like shut down all the computer systems. And all of a sudden, Yana hears pew pew, stab, stab, screaming, bloody murder, and she recognizes one of the screams as Core, and she's like, "Oh shit!" And she heads out, finds out that the graphs are just going full ham against. Like she finds a knife inside Trez already.
Trez gets cut. The knife isn't inside him yet.
Oh, okay, but yeah.
And this is one of the moments where I'm like, I really hope that the three of them can handle this. As it turns out,
they cannot.
Yana is fucking...
Yana's the only one that can.
Yeah.
Because Trez immediately goes out.
He does not.
Well, he's one of the... He goes down pretty fast, comparatively.
He goes down fast comparatively because I think of how you read it. He holds his own. However, he is someone using even, like, archaic weapons by the standards of Star Wars.
Especially when the graphs are some of the leads of technology.
Yeah. He showed up there with, like, 3 throwing knives and a dagger.
And
the funny thing is he almost gets away, except for apparently the graphs had one crazed security guard on staff.
Who then throws his own knife back at him.
He rips the knife out of his chest just to make sure Trez dies.
Yeah, Trez's own knife kills him.
Yeah.
And then Core is the next to go out.
Core is the next to go out because she gets wounded.
Yeah, it's Core is more of a oh no, I died, whereas Trez you kind of see it coming,
Yeah.
and Core is more like oh shit.
Yeah. It's like I didn't think we were going this route, but
And so Yana manages to leave, and is like, okay, we've been
yeah,
like
she's
she
able to take Core with her for
like burial essentially.
no,
Or no, she doesn't even get that far. She starts to drag her, but she doesn't manage to get Core all the way to
Yeah.
the ship.
she gets her like about a third of the way there before Core is like
Is like, hey, you got to just let me go.
also
Also, I would have got a conversation they had on the ship before
Yeah.
this all went down. Core and Yana have it out
yeah,
because-
they have their like argument.
because Core is like, hey, you should have invited me because I would have gone. Well, no,
No.
you should have invited me.
Yeah.
Because you didn't even ask.
Yeah.
And
it's
then
like,
this
you
is
didn't even ask, and
yeah.
that's why I'm mad at you.
and then,
And then
this is when
where she's like, I would have gone with you if you had asked me.
yeah, because Core is like, hey, look, my mom would have been fine, and I loved you more than the path. So, but then she dies.
Yep, she dies, and I believe she gets eaten by whales.
So, yeah, because there's like a space.
Whatever the
there's
fuck
like
it
an ice
is.
well going
Yeah.
around, which is causing even more mayhem to this escape route.
Yep.
And Yana makes it onto the ship and like sees Sunshine waiting, and he's like, "Oh, you made it back," which is immediately when Yana clicks it, like, "Oh,
Like, oh, we got set up.
yeah, this was you. You were supposed to expect nobody to come back."
Yeah. And so she's
She
like,
threatens him. She's like, "I will kill you
it's the
if
thing
you
of,
don't."
do you think you can pull that trigger faster than I can tear out your throat?
Which she's
Is, I think, the
yeah,
exact
which
line.
he's bluffing, but she's like, he doesn't know that.
She's like, I'm going to use like
I'm gonna use-
reputation and everything else I have right now.
Yep.
And he's like, okay, fine. I'll
But
take you back.
But you're saying in the refresher because I don't trust you to not kill me while we're flying.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, because in the back of her mind, she's like, I can't fly a ship
Can't fly
anyways.
anyway, so
She's like, I'll kill him later.
Yeah.
And so they start making their way back.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Kevmo and Zala are like ready to charge in
like,
at the.
we just gotta go.
Yeah, they're ready to do their. We're gonna investigate what's going on
Yeah.
here. And so things start to go down.
Yep.
So, Zala
Zala and Marta break in. I mean,
Zala and Kevmo.
not Marta.
But-
Marta lives there, so she's not breaking
Yeah.
in.
So, but they don't find anything before Yana gets back.
Yeah.
So Yana gets back, and Marta sees her get back, and she's ready to confront her about the whole "you're leaving"
Yeah.
thing. But then she realizes nobody else
She's
leaves
like,
the
no
ship,
one else is back, and also, why do you have so much blood on you?
and also, why are you walking with such conviction?
And I'm like, god
Meanwhile, all that's in Yana's mind is, "I'm gonna kill the mother. I'm gonna kill the mother. I'm gonna kill the mother." And so, before she can do that, though, Marta comes up and they start having it out too.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, what the fuck? Why were you gonna leave?" And Yana's like, I can't make this about you right now. We need to talk about the fact that Mother is full of shit
Yeah.
and that she got Core killed and Trez killed. I don't care about Trez, but it's still fucked up. That's literally how the book presents it is. She doesn't care that Trez is dead, except for the fact that it's kind of fucked up still.
Yeah. I'm not mad that you killed him. I'm mad that you betrayed all of us and then killed him.
Correct. And so, Marta, of course, does not want to believe this, but she's like, well, I'll get you a bath, and then you'll have time to think this out before you do something stupid.
Yeah. And I'm over here like, could we please just fucking kill this one?
And so, like, meanwhile, while she's giving Yana this bath, Yana is, like, telling the story from her perspective of, like, really having PTSD
Yeah.
moment of, this is what happened, oh my god, I'm ruined forever, of this mental image of my girlfriend dying and us being betrayed by this bitch.
Yeah.
And also, what the fuck is Harold gonna think when I tell him that
Yeah,
his
because
daughter?
I have to tell him.
And
Oh, also important thing: the Herald knows that Yana was going to leave.
yes,
He wanted to make sure that Kor stayed,
correct.
which is why he asked Marta to go and look for Yana, which is why Marta has been out
Looking to have this conversation. And meanwhile, Marta is making this about Mother and how Mother's innocent, and Yana's like, "What the fuck? Why don't you believe me? You're my only family." And Marta's like, "No, we're all family."
She's like, stop and listen to yourself for 10 seconds.
Yeah. And so, eventually, after bathing, Yana and Marta are like, "Okay, let's go talk to Mother," and kind of. And so Yana's going to actually talk to Mother while Marta gets caught up talking to the elders a little bit further out of the caves. And I think she spots Kevmo. If I remember correctly, she spots Kevmo having snuck his way in, and she gets upset about that.
Not yet.
Not yet.
After, like...
Well, it's before the whole things go down.
Oh, no, it's after, like, not Kevmo, god damn it. Yana and Marta have, like, get done with eating and, like, having the discussion of the mother is not good.
Yeah, we're past that.
Okay.
So Yana is going off to talk to Mother and to confront her.
Yeah.
And Marta's kind of like, okay, well, during the dinner, they kind of agree that Marta will go with Yana off-world.
Yeah.
Marta sees this as, okay, you're going to leave off-world, but I'm going to help be there to kind of guide you to still be part of the path.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Yana's like, I just want to get out of the path.
Mm-hmm.
And so Yana's like, I'm going to go kill Mother, then we're leaving.
Yeah. Marta's like, don't kill her. And Yana's like, I'm going to kill her anyway.
And so Marta's having, like, her way to kind of say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
And kind of be like, hey, I'm going to go serve the path a different way.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Jeddah is essentially the plan. She's going to try to convince Yana to go to Jeddah. She catches Kevmo sneaking in, and they have it out where Kevmo finally tells her, hey, Mother stole these things. And she's like, no, we liberated these things.
He's like,
no, they're stolen.
They're stolen.
And
like, these were in places where people weren't going to use them anyway, and she took them.
Yeah. And so while this conversation's happening, Zalo gets busted sneaking in.
Yep.
Yana and Harold. Yana tells Harold about what's going on while she's on her way to confront Mother. Yana and Harold then confront Mother in the secret room where the artifacts are, like, almost a room over.
Yeah.
Which Zalos is sneaking to that room as well because she's using the Force to sense where the artifacts are. And
this is important. They know how to navigate the cave systems because Marta told them how to when it was flooding.
Yep.
And Zemo told
because
Kevmo,
because they had to get a way to save people. So that's why Kevmo was like, hey, I know how to navigate these.
Yep.
And that's why they were like, okay, now's our time to move because now we know what to do. And so I'm trying to make sure I get the order of events right. Okay, so Yana's about to kill Mother.
Yeah.
When everybody recognizes Zala's in there.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you can't be here.
I think that the egg
hatches in that moment. The egg hatches in that moment.
Yeah.
And basically Zala's about to attack Mother. And then that egg hatches and immediately this creature comes out to defend Mother. And it's the Leveler.
Yeah.
So I think we all know what happens at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Zala goes through the worst of the worst things that could happen for a Jedi. She immediately starts calcifying and fear and all that, all that good Leveler bullshit.
Getting husked.
Yep. Here they call it calcifying. But yeah, it's being husked.
Yeah.
We just don't have the husk term yet.
Yeah.
And so the book basically describes it as them becoming calcified. Here, I noticed the calcification's a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that shit happened immediately.
Well, not just that. It also doesn't break as easily. It's not as brittle.
Yeah.
As it is later on. Because in phase 1, you touch somebody who's been calcified and they just dust. Here, they pick them up at points.
Yeah, except it's not like... It's like a rock.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, dust.
Yeah. But yeah, like, they pick them up at points, and they're like, okay, we'll talk about that when we get to it, but yeah. And so...
Master Zala. Done.
Yeah. Kevmo gets in there as well. Yeah, Kevmo is in there. It starts to make his way there as well when he hears Master Zala getting dusted, essentially.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh no, what's going on? And he gets partially hit with it.
Yeah.
To the point where his face kind of like, they say it's stuck in a certain facial expression.
Mm-hmm.
And so he starts to run out going like, okay, I need to call for help.
Yeah.
And so he manages to get far enough out of the cave system where he manages to make a last-minute call.
Yeah.
And then he runs into Marta, but at this point he's 90%
He's
gone.
Damn near dead.
And so Marta is freaking out because she loves him.
Yeah.
And she's like, what the fuck is going on? Tell me who did this to you. And he manages to finally get out Mother. And she doesn't quite believe it, but she's like, okay, this might be Mother. I need to find out what's going on. So she starts to make her way in, but at that point, Yana and Harold are starting to plot. Except Harold decides, you know what? No, I'm actually going to work with Mother on this one. Because Harold realizes, oh, this little thing, the leveler, is kind of useful.
Yeah.
To my plans.
Also, important thing, Yana has the Rod of Seasons.
Because Mother basically gave it to her during their confrontation. She's like, you can have that and you can leave. That's the deal.
Yep. What she didn't, or maybe she did know at the time. I don't think she did, though, because...
Well, she said that the Jedi are going to be looking for her, but hey. Also, so basically, at this point, they say that the new plan for the path is that everybody's going to get out of the Gaze Electric. They're getting on it early.
Yeah.
It's not done. It's
well,
ship-worthy.
It doesn't have all of the embellishments. It still works.
It's space-worthy, but it's not, like, fancy.
Yeah.
Like, they were going to add, like, little comforts, but they're like, we can fix that later.
Yeah.
For now, let's get off-world because the Jedi are going to hunt us down.
It's very important that Yana has the Rod of Seasons.
Yes.
Because it makes the...
Well, hold on. We'll get there. So, Yana realizing that, okay, this isn't working out in my favor, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah.
Because she's like, all right, you guys do whatever. I'm out. And so she starts to walk away. And at this point, the elders have shown up, and, like, Mother has told the plan, and the elders are like, okay, I guess we're leaving. And because Mother has presented the leveler as this gift from the Force. Mm-hmm. This is the gift freely given. This is our defense from the Jedi, but we're also going to leave, so that way we can now spread the word of...
Mm-hmm.
We're also going to make our way towards Jedi and cause some damage.
Yeah.
So Yana... Because basically the new plan is now to go full frontal, like full-on assault against Jedha, rather than defensive. Mm-hmm. They're being offensive now, since they now have a weapon.
Yeah.
And so Yana's leaving because she's like, fuck it, I'm out. Stupid cult.
Yep.
Rod of Seasons. It is a device that we have seen before because it is a device that Marchion uses to control the leveler.
Mm-hmm.
It is the device that the other group, the Tromac. It's a device that Tromac knows about. It's the puzzle piece from High Republic Adventures, the one that Crix tells Marchion how to find.
Yeah.
So the Rod of Seasons controls the leveler, which is why when Yana walks away, the Rod of Seasons is in her back pocket essentially.
Yeah.
And she's walking away, and the leveler starts following her, like a lost puppy.
Yep.
which they say it's already gotten bigger. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, it killed these Jedi, and now it's bigger. Like it grows from killing these Jedi, like almost like it's feeding.
Mm-hmm.
And so, she's like, everybody witnesses this and goes, oh, Yana's the champion for the leveler.
Yeah.
The Force has basically said that Yana's the one that should be guiding us when it comes to what the leveler does. Which immediately Mother's like, fuck.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Immediately regretting giving
God
Yana the rod. Meanwhile, Harold is like, oh, perfect. I can use this against Mother. Now I can use this as a way of gripping power.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, hey, Yana, fuck Mother. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to get revenge eventually for Core. I don't really care about it. I care more about my power struggle with Mother. But since you care about the revenge for Core, that's going to be the motivation I tell you that we have. Yeah. And so we're going to play the long game.
We're going to fuck her up, just not right now.
And so Yana reluctantly agrees, just as Marta finally shows up, Kevmo's lightsaber in hand, which I have a theory that's the lightsaber that gets passed down to Marchion Ro. Because it's the same color, because it's a gold lightsaber.
Yeah.
I think the handle's slightly different. I'd have to look again, because I think Kevmo's has the guard. What color was Zala's lightsaber?
Zala's?
Was it blue?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, then it's not the one that Marchion has.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's probably Kevmo's.
Yeah. And so, they basically decide, Mother's like, oh, I need a power play as well.
Yeah.
And so she's like, she tells Marta basically the story that Kevmo and Zala attacked her, which is partially true.
It would have been true.
It's partially
not
true.
For the birth of the leveler.
Yeah. And she's like, yeah, this gift of the Force has protected us, and now you are to be the guardian for the champion. So we got the champion, and then we got their guardian.
Yeah.
And basically this is a way of promoting Marta to create goodwill amongst the other followers of the path, because she's like,
I need something to make me look good.
I need something, one, to make me look good. Also, Marta is a true believer in me, so if I promote her, this will make people that believe, because people like Marta.
Yeah, like Marta isn't bad.
Well, by that I mean like she's so naive that people are like, oh, you're a very good person.
Yeah.
And so people like Marta, and so if somebody like Marta is promoted, it's gonna bring a lot of good, positive energy to the rest of the group.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's good. It's great morale boosting.
Yeah.
And so that's what Mother is intending. She's like, I'll boost your morale. Also, you're gonna become closer to me, so that way I can manipulate you against your own cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Is basically the long-term plan.
Yeah. The Herald and Mother are plotting fucking hard.
They're playing some of that chess.
Yeah.
So, we then get it. They leave after this, where they decide, okay, onto the Gaze Electric. We get a little bit of a flash forward scene on the Gaze Electric where we see like them kind of in their new like setups.
Yeah.
And we learn, so Sunshine's the pilot for the Gaze Electric, essentially. And Mother tells Sunshine their new plan. She says, hey, so you mentioned that there's another rod on Jedha.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get that rod.
To go get it.
You're going to go ahead, actually, and not fly I'm going to have whoever's flying the ship deal with this. You're going to fly your ship out, and you're going to fly ahead and get things ready for Jedha. Let them know that the path is on its way, essentially. Also, set up a way for us to get the rod.
Yeah.
Because I need that rod, otherwise I can't get control of the leveler.
Go steal from the Jedi. Or plan to.
Yeah. Help us set up this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Yana just sees this as we're going to go attack Jedha.
Yeah.
And Harold's like, yes, we're going to bide our time and do that. And Yana sees through Harold. She's like, I'm. But Yana is also using this opportunity to get closer to Marta. Because she's like, hey, we're the only two of each other left. We're the only ones that we can kind of rely on. We can't. And Marta's like, the only thing I trust is the Force now. After what happened with Kevmo.
She's over here like, I don't trust none of y'all motherfuckers.
Yeah. Also, I got a lightsaber now.
Yep.
2 lightsabers, actually, because they took Zala's as well.
I took my dead boyfriend's lightsaber.
And so, we jump ahead of a few days. I think they say 2 days? Yeah. 2 days. And Aslan Rael, the Jedi we mentioned earlier, the one who was friends with Kevmo and Zala, he's like, he comes in to investigate what happened because the call got to him.
Yeah.
And he basically finds out their fate.
He's like, shit. I can't even...
He doesn't know what happened. He's like, God, this is bad.
I can take their clothes back for a burial, but I can't actually move them.
Yeah. And so,
fuck.
He then goes back to,
And he's also like, God damn, this place is just covered with bad.
Yep. Like, he senses all the bad stuff that happened. And he also senses where the artifacts were, but they're all gone now. As we assumed would be the case. But yeah. And that's basically where the story ends. He's like, oh shit, I need to...
Fuck, I need to go tell them.
I need to tell them, but I don't know what I'll tell them happened. Because I don't know what happened. I just know that this happened.
I know that I've got two
Jedi
and a room with no artifacts at all.
And a cult that's out somewhere in space.
And an empty cult base.
Where they're out in space going who knows where.
Yep.
And that is the end of the book. Like, it literally ends there with him like, shit. Thoughts? I think this is a good, strong start to Phase 2.
Very strong start to Phase 2. I am going to give this book an 8.5.
We were talking about it earlier. I'm going to stick with what I gave it.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a 9. I think this is absolutely necessary reading material if you're a High Republic fan.
I will agree with that.
If you want all the puzzle pieces to start to connect, obviously not everything is connected yet. There are still some missing pieces of like, okay, how do the Rose really get even more in power? What happens to the mother? What happens to Harold? There's stuff like that we haven't gotten, but that's where the story's going to go. That's stuff that's like, okay, we'll get there. How do the other Jedi fit into this? How did Yoda and them not know about any of this when Yoda was around?
Yeah.
So we'll get to those answers. There's still some answers we don't have, but it's only the first book. We have so much. Like, this is wave 1, similar to Phase 1. We've got our 3 waves. So wave 1 has started, and this is the young adult novel. This isn't even the adult novel for this phase.
Oh boy.
We're getting the adult novel next. Convergence. But yeah. So I'm excited. I am excited to see where this
I am too.
Like,
because I don't know where we're going.
Exactly. And that's honestly the best part about the High Republic in general is we don't know where we're going. The High Republic's like, all right, let's go this way. And it's like, where? Where are we going? We're going. Okay. And you don't know who, like, nobody is safe.
Yeah. The only person who's
the
safe
only
in the
people
High
that are
Republic
safe
is
are
Yoda.
Yaddle, who else has shown up? Treebeard, Mr. Treebeard.
Yep.
We haven't seen Plo Koon yet, but he'll be safe when we see him.
Yep. But so far, that's like a 3 out of the fucking 500 something characters.
Yeah, we are pre-recording again this week.
Yep.
Because unforeseen studio scheduling required the studio to need to be available Saturday, so we weren't able to use it Saturday. But that's fine because
Yep.
we get to use it for free anyway, so I'm not complaining.
Yep.
So this week, pre-recorded, and plus what we were talking about this week,
Yeah,
pretty
it's
short.
It wasn't like a 200-something page book.
And even then, it's yeah. So this week we are simply discussing the short story Starlight. What's this one's? Shadows Remain.
Yep.
Which takes place just probably moments before the events of the Fallen Star.
Yeah, I think it would have to, right?
Yeah, considering what goes down in it. Like, it takes place immediately after Mission to Disaster.
Yeah.
And then just before Midnight Horizon and well, actually probably concurrently with Midnight Horizon.
Midnight Horizon happens at the same time.
So it would probably be
as
concurrent.
Falling Star, I think.
Yeah, with a little bit before Fallen Star.
Yeah.
So I would say this is probably concurrent to Midnight Horizon leading into the events of Fallen Star. Yeah. But after Mission to Disaster because they mentioned that they just got done dealing with the Dawnin crisis. Yep. So we're just going to jump. So because we're pre-recording and because of how early into the week it is that we are recording this, we're just going to jump right in.
There's no real news.
Yeah, no real Star Wars news.
Spoilers from here on out.
Yep.
By the way, this is Caleb. I'm Seth. Those who've watched 40 episodes
we are just
by now should know our name.
Yeah, we're just so used to it at this point.
For those of you who don't know, that's our name.
Yeah, I'm Caleb. This is my co-host Seth. Sorry, we got really let's just get into it mode.
Go.
First off, I think I need to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make a retraction.
Mm-hmm.
I have been too harsh on Gal Tarpfin. And we're going to get into why.
Yeah.
But I have been too harsh on my Gal is a traitor rants.
Now, Senator Staros.
Oh, yeah, no, Senator Staros is still... she's still on our hate list.
Yeah.
She's still on our we don't like you. But Gal, I feel a little bit... I am going to apologize that I have been a little too harsh on that character.
Yeah.
But to be fair, the rest of the reading, the rest of the Star Wars High Republic material did not make clear.
Yeah. What was going on.
Yeah, they just were like, Gal betrayed us.
And we don't know why.
Well, this short story tells us why. So we start off with Gal having a nightmare.
Yep.
They are in their, water tank, essentially, that they use to sleep. But it's also to hydrate because Mon Cal can't be outside of the water for too long.
Yeah.
They can go a few hours, almost a full day without it, really. But ideally, they'd want to get a little bit of water time in. Otherwise, their skin gets flaky, along with other issues that can come up if it's longer than a day.
Fish drying out, it's not good.
Yeah. Well, they are Mon Calamari.
Yeah. And so, Gal is having this nightmare about when she was dismissed from service from the Royal Guard.
Yeah, the Mon Cal Royal Guard.
On Mon Cala.
Because it turns out that Gal had a secret love affair with the current king of Mon Cala.
Yeah.
Before they became king.
Yeah. Because at that time, they had two... they were
the lowest standing, yeah.
So their chances of inheriting anything were really low.
So they figured, yeah, it'd be fine if we got together.
Yeah.
It was not, in fact, fine. Because
As
then...
it turns out, apparently not.
Yeah, because he didn't end up inheriting the throne. And when he did, he had to relieve her of duty. And basically, not really formally exile her, but exile her.
Yeah.
Because, could not have you around and make people question the purity of the royal line. which kind of goes with another show that at least I've been watching,
Yeah.
House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Gal wakes up from the stream,
Yeah.
and
Apparently she fell asleep at her desk, essentially.
yeah, while working. Yeah, Gal has been working hard, as seen
As
previous.
everyone on Starlight
Starlight.
Beacon is.
Like everybody is, it's basically crunch mode. Like
Yeah.
if they were a video game company, they are in crunch mode. Like this is crunch mode.
This is when, and one of the things that like Gal's internal monologue kind of like bitches about is like, I fucking hate these Nihil because they keep using fake names, and we have to spend like 20 to 30 minutes every time we bring one in for like incarceration, interrogation, and everything else because they won't give us their real name. We have to check every wanted list in the goddamn galaxy.
Which goes into our discussion from 2 weeks ago for Tempest Runner, because Gal was the one doing Lorna's paperwork, and Lorna, of course, gave a fake name.
Yeah.
That's immediately what I started thinking about while reading this. I was like, oh, yeah. Sal. Sal was the fake name. I immediately started thinking of that when that monologue was happening.
Gal's just like, I fucking hate this.
Which it's fair. It sucks, but it's work that unfortunately also has to be done.
Yeah, and she's like, good on the Jedi for bringing this many in, but fuck this paperwork. I hate it.
Because Gal basically admits the big secret that everybody kind of already figured. If it weren't for the Jedi, the Nihil would just be getting killed by the Republic. Like, the Republic would just be like, fuck it, not our problem. Pew.
Yep. It's true. I'm not gonna deny that.
And so, like, but Gal is okay, I gotta get back to work and finish this basically the report
Yeah,
that
for the day.
Yeah. And Velko kind of walks in and is like, hey, how you doing? And they're still tense because of the last Starlight story that we talked about with Velko's ex.
Yeah. Who she wasn't supposed to, like, visit that block at all.
Yeah. So her and Gal have been tense because of that.
A little bit because of that.
Enough that it kind of has thrown a wrench in their friendship, yeah. I'll say friendship. They kind of in the story are like, are we friends or are we just acquaintances? Y'all are friends. Like, day one, y'all became best buddies. That's my opinion. But, like, this has kind of strained it a bit.
And Velko's
like, trying.
She's trying. And Gal is like, I just have to write this fucking report. What do you need right now?
And it's twofold. First, hey, get some rest. As your friend, I know you need rest. Get some rest. And then two, also you got this
like
message.
And she's like, why didn't you just open it? And
because it was directed to you.
And it's like, I don't have the passcode for it because it was keyed to yours.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, yeah, it's real weird. It's from a senator, but I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Why it's not one of the regular ones.
And so she was like, you can deal with that. And then, but you take first rest shift and I'll take the resting shift after.
Yep.
So, Gal, I think she sleeps first and then opens the message after. Yeah.
To be honest, the order of this.
Gal sleeps and kind of goes back into because she didn't finish the dream. We kind of just jumped to the end of the dream.
Yeah.
But she goes back into this dream, and something that Gal is commenting about is how most other races that are more humanoid tend not to dream the way that they do, where it's like, it's the difference between what's it called? When you can control, like, when you know you're in a dream.
Lucid
dreaming, thank you. It's the difference between lucid and non-lucid dreaming. And Mon Cal are more likely to lucid dream, where they okay, we know we're in a dream and we can control these. And in this case, it's not quite working. It's not quite working.
This isn't
Because
lucid
it's more of a
dreaming,
memory.
This is a memory dream.
Because it's a memory dream.
Because you see these in fiction.
Yeah.
Where it's like, here's the bad thing that happened in the past, and I'm gonna dream about that because my brain's doing a bunch of weird shit right now.
Yeah, which I mean does also happen in real life. There
Yeah.
are times where you dream about memories. Usually, though, the memories get all twisted with the dream logic.
Yeah.
But in this case, because it's fiction, we got to stick to the more. Like there is some dream logic to it, but it's more of like, oh, his face was missing.
Yeah.
Oh, but now it's here. That type of stuff. Nothing like going through a door and magically ending up somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which is how an actual dream would work. It's kind of funny though that we read this story because this story was also by Justina Ireland, who did the last book that we did last week, along with Tessa Gratton.
Oh boy.
And she's done really well with, I think, with the High Republic material
Yeah.
she's been given, because she did the first and third young adult novels. So the not Race to Crash Point Tower, but the one before that. And then Mission to Disaster.
Test of Courage?
Yeah, Test of Courage and Mission to Disaster were hers. And then she also did what I think is the most forgettable book of the High Republic era, which was the I'm cheating.
Mm.
Here it is. Out of the Shadows.
Oh.
Yeah, Out of the
I
Shadows.
see.
The one that's really important and tells
It's
it's a good book, but I just forget it. Like I forget what
Oh, the one where like 7 things happened in the span of 3 days.
Yeah, like it's all important key information.
Yeah.
But it's just like I forget because just you unloaded so much onto me, which I don't blame Justina on. I think she handled it well. It's just she was probably assigned this part of the series, and was like, "Hey, you got to explain all this real quick, because somebody has to." And I think she did her best regarding that. And I think honestly, her and Tessa hit the ground running with last week's. With
Oh yeah. No doubt.
and so, I think she also does a good job here with this short story. I mean, it's not important, but it's also important.
Yeah.
This
one fills in some missing details.
Like all of the Starlight Beacon stories are important, I think, to the wider story. But you can, I mean, just like any of them, you could skip it and still be in on what's going on.
Yeah,
like,
you would know enough.
Like, literally, you could just do the adult novels and know what's... Like, if you want to do just the adult novels, you can. You want to do just the junior novels, you can. Just the comic, you can. I personally think you should do all of it, though, because all of it creates this wider narrative that works.
I was thinking about this, right? So, if we think about... And I've made, like, comparisons to video games before and such, I think, on the show. Starlight Beacon is the hub area for everyone, right?
Yeah, it's the centerpiece.
Yeah.
Because it's... While not everybody stays there...
You don't stay there, but everyone goes
All of
there.
our main characters have gone there at least once.
Yeah.
It's the connecting tissue.
Which makes it really bad when it falls.
Yeah. I mean, it's the connective tissue for the Republic as well, which is part of why it's like...
This is bad.
Yeah, it's why it was a target.
Yeah.
Because what better target than something that unites the galaxy?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so speaking of targeting it, so they talk about how part of the stuff that's gotten... So, of course, Gal wakes up from this nightmare again.
Yeah.
And Gal is thinking, okay, obviously I'm dreaming this for some reason. Something is going on, because I've been dreaming the same dream for about a week.
Yeah.
Is essentially what... Like, I forget the specific number, but it's interpreted as it's been a few days.
Yeah.
Like, this is a recurring dream. And... As you know in a narrative, if you get a recurring dream, It's always for a reason in narratives, especially in narratives where it's fantasy and has space magic.
Mm-hmm.
And so she decides to go ahead and open the message and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, also bitching about the fact that all the Dowland stuff happened.
Yeah.
And that they have to deal with Senator Jira.
Yep. Like, I brought this up while we were discussing things. I'm like, how much paperwork do you think they get from, like, just senators and politicians? Like, just sending stuff to them that has, like, nothing to do with their actual job.
Right. Like, it's just like, hey, can you clean this for me? It's like, that's not my job.
Yeah. Like, just on a daily basis. So I figure the assumption is it's probably some bullshit like that.
Yeah. And so, first off, she tells, she goes ahead and tells Velko, hey, go ahead and take your shift to rest.
Yeah.
And then she opens the message, which is a,
I need you to cut off cameras 16, 23, and 28 in the corridor.
Also, here's a footage of your homeworld first.
Yeah.
To show you that, hey, we've got blackmail to go with it.
Yep.
Where we know your past, and we know the reason you left.
Yeah.
We know the reason you joined the Republic Defense Coalition. And it's because you were in a relationship you shouldn't have been in.
Yep.
And so Gal basically thinks it over and is like, while this wouldn't affect me because the Republic could care less, it will reflect on my family and the royal. And while I don't care about him anymore, and in fact, I would love to see it blow up in his face, I don't want to see my family hurt by this.
Yeah. So I'll go see what's up.
Yeah, because this is a case of the public would not blame the guy.
Yeah.
They would blame the girl as being the one who, led him down this, It's a modern commentary, though.
No,
It's the whole she corrupted him, and therefore it's her fault that he decided to do the thing that he was of free will to choose not to do.
Yeah. Like,
it takes two, but we're just gonna blame the one.
Yep.
And so she knows that it would come down worse on her family than it would on him.
Yeah.
And so she does not go ahead and cut the power first.
No, she
just goes straight to this room, and she's like, "Hey, why is the door already open?
Yeah.
What's going on here?" And it turns out that this other senator is knocked out on the floor, and while Gal is trying to interrogate it, somebody comes up behind Gal and starts speaking in poor Mon Cal.
Yeah.
But enough that Gal's like, I recognize that as my language. What the fuck? And turns around and then is immediately knocked out as they're trying to recognize who it was that was talking to them.
Yeah. Man.
And that's the end of part 1.
So I feel like Mon Cal would be a hard language to speak if you are not a Mon Calamari, on the premise of how sound works underwater.
Yeah.
Which is why I think,
it just came
most
out poorly.
people would, have difficulty speaking it.
It's a case of, you're doing it right, but because you're not underwater,
it doesn't
sound
right.
like you're doing it right.
Yeah.
I can see that. So, where are we at part 1? What do we...
That, I believe, is...
But I mean, what are we thinking of the story so far?
Oh. So far I was pretty intrigued. I was like, okay, but what does kidnapping Gal get you at this point?
Obviously, you and I already kind of...
No.
We know who it was that was speaking to them, and we know it was Senator Girostaros. Because the note was probably from her.
The note was from her, so...
And so, basically a few days go by.
Yeah, 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days go by. And so I assume, like, by the time we hit this, we're like a 24-hour period before the events of Fallen Star.
And Velko's like, where the fuck is my friend?
They've been gone for 3 days, and I've been looking into it, and the only thing I could find was this. She found the hologram that was, and basically clued in, okay, somebody blackmailed her, but how do I present this?
Yeah.
Because now she's having to report to her boss, who we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
I was like, oh yeah, I recognize you, but we haven't seen you in like a good hot minute.
Like forever, man. Rodor Keen.
Yeah, Rodor Keen. I think the last time we legitimately saw him was...
God, it's so fucking long.
Probably the comics.
I think so.
Oh no, he appeared in Mission to Disaster. Okay.
I see.
But like where he played a heavy part was probably the comics. Was probably the last time we saw him really.
Yeah.
And so he along with Astala Maru.
Yep.
And a few other Jedi are holding a meeting where they're like, "Hey, so what's going on? Because it's starting to become suspicious."
Yeah. And she's like, I think Gal betrayed us because
but not willingly.
She was blackmailed.
Yeah.
That's essentially...
Like,
she's like, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure of the circumstances, but I know for sure, like,
she didn't do it
of her own free will.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, well, we need to figure out what's going on, like, today.
Yeah.
And so they basically assign her to figure out more information. Astala says that he'll be assisting along with a few others.
Yeah, and he's like, also, we're going to see where exactly the communication came from, but it's going to take the droid a while to do that.
Also, at this point, we are moving Starlight Beacon to go assist Irem.
Yep.
And so, this is during the tow cable scene in Fallen Star and the comics. And so they're doing that. Meanwhile, Gal wakes up and immediately is like, I am thirsty, but I need to get out of here. I don't know how long I've been here, so I need to get out of here as quickly as I can. Yep. And basically this Aqualish Nihil walks up into the like holding cell that they've got her in.
Please, I'm going to die.
Give me some water. And so what a rude thing, by the way, that they do. It's basic. They're basically about to treat Gal like a dog, because they get a spray bottle, and they're like, all right. And then Gal, who's already been untying her ropes, quickly does a kick and knocks him out.
No, they didn't like tie their legs to the chair.
And yeah. But, like, she was already, like, undoing her arms as well.
She tested her arms, just like, I can't do that. So I guess I'll just have to figure out...
No, she's untying herself.
She does. Because they use the same system, essentially.
And so...
that the Republic does, and she's like, oh, well, this isn't going to be too difficult.
Yeah. But yeah,
the only thing I need to do is get them, like, within... kicking distance.
Yeah. And so she does that and beats them and knocks them out.
Yep.
And puts them in a closet.
Yeah. It's great what she does next. She's like, okay, some water. She drinks it.
She drinks it. So she makes sure not to drink from the spray bottle because she's like,
I
don't
trust that.
She's like, I don't know what he was about to actually give me. Because he could have given me anything.
Yeah.
And so she basically goes to the, like, it's almost like the Star Trek, like, hollow, like, or like the Spy Kids, like the Happy Meals, where you just kind of...
just fucking opens the refrigerator and done.
Yeah. And so she chugs this water down and is like, okay, now I'm ready to go kick more ass. And goes into the cockpit where she recognizes the pilot as somebody who worked for our next favorite senator next to Staros,
Yeah.
Noir,
If I remember
who we have not seen in a minute
if I
either.
remember correctly, Noir's just kind of an asshole.
Yeah, Noir is...
He's not evil. He's just a jackass.
Yeah, Noir's the one that's like, oh, this droid plan isn't gonna work in Light of the Jedi. He was that guy. And then he's bitching in the Jedi's End, or in the Eye of the Storm comic. Remember when they showed that Noir was like, "Oh no, we got no hope now," because Noir is just the downer.
He's not evil. He's just kind of a jerk.
He's just kind of a jerk and a Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh no, fuck the Jedi." But also, the Republic.
Oh no, fuck the Jedi.
And so this so it turns out that this person that was working on Noir's staff is actually been a secret Nihil the entire time. Like, not somebody that got turned into a Nihil. No, has been a Nihil.
Yeah.
And so it's Ginny Wataro. That's their name. And they're a Chagrian. So the same race as Masamita.
Yep.
And so,
my lord, they're dead.
Yoda has died. We couldn't find the body. Also, we're gonna toss his lightsaber into a pit. And so, I forgot to mention that when they called the meeting with Rodor, that Emery was the one that got Velko to come because Emery was there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so after, so let's see.
A brief Mortal Kombat fight happens.
Yeah, I was trying to think on something if there was anything I missed in between.
Nah.
No, because we kind of went out of order. We explained more than yeah. So yeah, she gets into this fight with Jenny, which ends with Jenny once again also being added to the brig closet that's in the back, and just like, all right, lock her up.
Yep.
And then Gal's like, all right, time to go home. Wait a minute, I can't read this language.
Oh, fuck. All the controls are in Dutch. I can't read Dutch.
And randomly hitting buttons isn't working.
She's like, fuck.
It didn't work. And because the ship is in autopilot, and locked in to autopilot, she can't change it.
Yep.
And it's then at this point when the Nihil show up,
and they ask her what's the fucking passcode, essentially.
And Jenny is like, "Hey, you need to let me out so I can give them the passcode." And Gal's like, "Nope.
Nah, fuck that.
Instead, I'm gonna leave a message for my friends."
Yeah.
And
actually, what's even funnier is this bit of dialogue.
Well, we'll get to it because it's after she leaves the message.
Yeah.
So Gal leaves this message that basically is like, "Hey, my name's Gal Tarfin," and actually this is the message. "My name is Gal Tarfin, head of security for Starlight Beacon. I have been kidnapped by the Nihil, and by the time you hear this message, I will most likely be dead." And then she also mentions the Galactic Senate has been compromised, as well as the Republic in general. Yeah. And she mentioned specifically Staros and Ginny Wataro as being spies.
Yeah.
And she repeats it one more time.
She repeats it 3 times.
Oh, yeah, 3 times. And then sends it as a loop.
Yeah.
So she repeats it 3 times and then loops the message again.
And she's put it on as many channels as she can.
Yeah, it's just on open comms. So that way... And it's just voice comm because she doesn't know how far out she is.
Yeah.
Because all she knows is that she's in what's called no space because Nihil territory.
Yep.
And so she just is like, well, if I just use it as a voicemail, it'll go out further.
People.
It'll go out further because voicemail takes up less space than a video message. And the less space that a message is, the further out it can go.
Yep.
sound waves.
Yeah.
And so, then Jenny's like, "Hey, for real, you gotta let me out. I don't want to die, please."
And so Gal's response to this is, I had family on Valo. I'm pretty sure they said the same thing.
And then she just starts humming.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah. Or rather, she starts singing.
Yeah.
She sings this lullaby that her mother used to sing to her. And basically accepts her death.
Yep.
So this is why I'm wrong.
Yeah. Like, once again, the thing I've been going, I'm like, man, you're really mad at her. And I'm like, I'd be mad if I knew any more about this woman. And now I'm like, man, you had it rough, huh?
Man, Caleb was an asshole.
Don't worry, man. We all have those days where it's.
But yeah, so, I mean, because I'm really wrong. I am absolutely wrong. She went out a hero.
Yeah.
Now, her thing doesn't work.
Doesn't work perfectly.
Yeah, so Velko wakes up in the middle of her sleep shift to find the message for Emery to be like, "Hey, we got a message," and so brings her to Maru's office where they play the message that Gal left, but it's all choppy because of how far out the message was.
Mm-hmm.
Gal Tarpfin kidnapped Nihil, Senate is compromised. There might be other spies. The Republic. That's it.
Yep.
So nobody with names were given, and so
Velko's like, all right, what time is it? It seems to be,
basically it's like
seems to be revenge o'clock.
Yeah, and she's like, so where was this message from? Where's the rest of it? And Maru's like, we're trying to pull it up, but it's
gonna take a few hours.
It might even take days because this is really, and more than likely she's already dead.
Yeah.
So she asks Maru to send a copy of the message to her personal queue, and he offers his sympathy to her.
Yep.
Because Astala is cool like that. Astala is a pretty good Jedi. I like him.
What does Astala do? He keeps track of the Jedi and drinks coffee on Starlight Beacon.
Look, Astala.
Sometimes he quips.
Yeah, I like Astala, and I miss him. I miss him because we know he died during the. Because he was on the top half, if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
Which was the first to go. But yeah, so Velko wanders the station, winding up on the observation deck to ponder Gal's words, especially about the spies.
Mm.
And she wonders if Gal found out anything, and that's why she went missing.
Avar does make a brief appearance.
Yeah, she's part of the first meeting, I think.
Yeah. But now that I'm thinking about it, at the end of The Falling Star, this is a bad day to be Avar Chris. Because it's because of her song thing, she knows who's gone.
Yeah. But yes, but she's not in part 2 really that much because she has to be gone by the events of this because she's already trying to take out our friend.
Yeah.
Lorna D.
Yep.
But yeah, so Velko knows that the Nihil were involved with whatever happened to Gal and is like, I will find you justice. I will avenge you.
Yep.
Because you were my friend and you taught me a lot of things before you went out. And so that is Starlight Shadows Remain. I give it a 7.5, maybe an 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it that as well.
And once again, I am sorry with how roughly I treated Gal. But also, Justina, you did really good with this.
Yeah. And I'm sorry that Never mind.
Yeah, but we are done with phase 1. That was the last piece of phase 1 material that we had. It's the end of an era.
I feel different now. Like
going into phase 1, like we've come a long way.
Yeah.
Because we did Midnight Horizon first. No, sorry. We did Midnight Horizon is the third book of that section of books. We did. My brain is like out today.
It's not Out of the Shadows.
No,
because that's a different.
That's
book.
the second one. Into the Dark
Into the Dark
from Claudia.
Yeah.
So we started with that, and now we've ended here. Like that. This has been a long journey. So like,
I don't understand why I don't dislike the Dringir as much as I do the Nihil.
like the Dringir are more of a issue, but they also were taken out relatively quicker.
Yeah.
Because they basically just went, oh, let's attack the hive mind. Cool, problem solved for now.
Yep. Where the fuck is Dez?
Maybe they'll tell us in phase 3.
Maybe.
Because remember, we're not getting any answers of what happens after phase 1 until phase 3. We're only getting what happened before. We're only doing 150 years before. But we've started phase 2 now. We've had our first material phase 2.
Yep.
So we're in a new era for our show. But it's not a new season yet because we're still in the High Republic.
Oh, Marta, you poor.
Oh,
poor
actually,
thing.
sorry, I lied. We still haven't read High Republic Adventures Volume 3.
Oh.
I lied.
How dare you?
We are back with this week talking about Tales of the Jedi.
Yep.
But before we do that, we do actually have news this week. Even with us being pre-recorded, there's actually news to talk about. So we'll start off with the bigger piece, and that is a new movie that has been announced, and it is to be So it has its director as Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. I hope I did not butcher that. That's my best guess. You're not even gonna bother, are you?
I could try. Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy.
Yeah. So yeah, like that's my best guess.
We're sorry if we get that wrong.
Yeah, we're sorry if we got it wrong.
We don't know how your name is pronounced.
She directed some of the Ms. Marvel episodes, and she will be directing the Star Wars movie, and it will be co-written by Damon Lindelof, who is known for the HBO Watchmen show, as well as a few other major projects that he's been a part of. I mean, he's been part of Bad Robot Productions, so J.J. Abrams' production company. So he helped with some uncredited script work for the Star Trek movies. He also worked on the Prometheus and World War Z scripts. So, you know, he's definitely the type of guy you want, right? So that was our first piece of news. So a lot of news got reported at once, and it was like spaced out when we got all this news. So that was the first piece of news we got. The next piece of news that we got involving this film is more of a rumor that Dave Filoni might be in the writer's room as a secret writer working on it with them. The other thing that we did know for sure is that it is post sequel.
Yep.
So we know it's post episode 9.
It's a thing I've been.
Yeah, which I mean we've got them in Lego form. We got the and in the comics we've gotten a little bit of post episode 9, but nothing major.
Yeah.
No major show or movie that's after episode 9. So this would be that. And then the last piece of news that we got is potentially a release date already, and that it will be taking the December 2025 slot. And that the Taika Waititi film, we're not sure what's going on with that at the moment.
Yeah.
Because that was supposed to be the 2025 slot, I believe, or 2024, I believe. Yeah, Taika's was supposed to be the December 19th, 2025 slot, but he's taking a little bit longer to kind of get his film going. Whereas this film is a little bit more ready to kind of go, just about, you know. Because if you've already got your writers team, your director, we're in a good spot, I would think. And more than likely, when we're hearing this, it's already been like written. Like they've already been working on this for a while, probably. Usually, we don't hear about these things until afterwards. So the reason that we know that this isn't just a rumor is that it was brought to us by the Hollywood Reporter initially. So, and they're usually pretty spot on. Thoughts?
Let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this would be another film on the list that we've just been waiting to see what happens, because we've gotten a lot of film announcements with no actual traction, which I'm fine. We're getting a lot of good stuff anyways. Like, it's fine. Take your time with the movies. Figure out what you want to do with that, because you're giving us a lot of good shows in the meantime, and I'm not going to complain. We're still getting content. If there was a lack of content entirely, then there would be some complaining. But I think with the fact that we are still getting plenty of content, I see no reason to complain. Personally. We'll kind of keep on the movie and TV side real quick, and then we'll jump to the other thing. Jon Favreau has hinted that characters from the Skeleton Crew show might appear in Mandalorian Season 4, which we haven't even gotten Season 3 yet. So interesting, but that makes sense. It's part of the Filoni Favreau verse, because with the Mando verse, if you will, because it's that post Episode 6 era that's like only a few years after, and so I mean, that's kind of what Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian, Ahsoka, all that has kind of been. It's been that post. And that Mando verse, if you will.
It's the cleanup, essentially.
Yeah.
Or an attempt at it.
So, we'll see. This was in an interview that he had, so he mentioned it, and he talked about other projects as well, like Mando Season 2 being similar to like Yojimbo and with Ahsoka. And then there was the few other things here and there that he talks about. With the fact that Ahsoka's filming, and that Skeleton Crew is sharing this area with Ahsoka, because they're both kind of using the same like areas to get stuff done, and probably overlapping in crew, probably too. But this was brought to us by Entertainment Weekly. Lastly, video game news. Lego Star Wars Galactic Edition. It's a new character collection. They are including new character packs. We're getting stuff from the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, the Andor show, the Book of Boba Fett show, Clone Wars, Rebels, and Lego Star Wars Summer Vacation. You and I watched the trailer for it. I'm going to probably get the characters. It looks like a good time. It looks like we might jump back. No, because there's no new levels. That's my one complaint. Like, I want levels to go with these character packs. Like, I love the character packs, yes. Keep giving us the character packs, but give us levels as well. Get us out. I know it's called the Skywalker Saga for Lego Star Wars, but get us outside the Skywalker Saga. Give us an Obi-Wan Kenobi level. Give us an Andor level.
And make an entirely new game for those characters.
We do have a list, because in the trailer we didn't really get the list. We just saw all the characters. So here's the list of new characters that we're getting. We're getting for Obi-Wan Kenobi, we're getting Ben Kenobi, Reva, Grand Inquisitor, Fifth Brother, and Darth Vader. For Andor, we're getting Cassian, we're getting Bix, we're getting Deidre, we're getting Luthen, and we're getting Cyril. Book of Boba Fett, we're getting Cad Bane, we're getting the Armorer, we're getting Peli Motto, Black Chrysanthemum, which I saw you perk up when we watched the trailer. You're like, yeah, my boy. And Cobb Vanth, which got me excited. Clone Wars, we got Captain Rex, Ventress, which is awesome, Savage Opress, Darth Maul, Gar Saxon. Rebels, we're getting Sabine, Hera, Kanan, specifically Blinded Kanan, because he had the mask, Ezra, and Thrawn. And then Summer Vacation, we're getting Emperor Palpatine, Darth Vader, R2-D2, Finn, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. So that I think that's a good roundabout addition to the collection. What about you?
I think so.
But-
Obi-Wan, I'm dead and on vacation. Leave me alone.
But yeah. So that is the news for this week.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and get into today's topic.
So,
Tales of the Jedi.
yep.
So how do we want to first off, how do we want to talk about this? This from here on it is spoilers.
Yeah.
As
is your
usual.
warning.
As usual, we talk full spoilers. So if you I say go ahead and watch it. It's really it takes you probably a little over an hour, barely.
Yeah, like maybe 2 hours
If-
tops.
If that, because it was 20, like they were less than 20 minutes each. Some of
So-
them felt like 5 minutes, like the way they went by. But, do we want to go this in chronological order or release order? I'm thinking release,
Yeah,
just to kind of.
let's go with that.
Okay. So the first episode. This is the episode that everybody who went to Celebration that was in the Tales of the Jedi panel got to watch, and it was the Baby Ahsoka episode. Baby Ahsoka. So we start off the episode with Papa Ahsoka happy that Baby Ahsoka is born, yelling across the Togrutan village, "Hey, my baby born! Come see my baby!"
Yep.
And so we get Baby Ahsoka born.
Mhm.
Which we have the village leader show up and basically be like, all
all
right,
right.
you're part
What
of
are
the
you naming this one?
Ahsoka. And boom. And so they jump a year ahead.
Yeah.
Where Mama Ahsoka
Yeah.
is gonna go on a hunt because apparently it's tradition that about a year after they go on a hunt with the baby.
Mhm.
So which Papa Ahsoka kind of teases.
He's like, do we really need to do that?
And she's like, yeah, if you don't want to upset the ancestors. And he's like, all right.
All right, I guess.
Meanwhile, the elder of the village marks both
Yeah.
Mama Ahsoka and Baby Ahsoka, basically going, all right, you got your face paint, you're ready to go.
Go.
So they go out, and Mama's, I'm going to look up her actual name.
Mama Ahsoka is. It's not her name, but it's what we've called her 3 times.
Life and Death. That was the name of the episode. I swear, if even okay, it's that's right. It was Pavti
Yeah, okay.
because they
I
do
didn't
say
wanna-
it. They
I
do
didn't
say
want
it
to say it and get it wrong.
because they do say it in the show, or at least it's in the subtitles.
Yeah.
So Pavti is the mother, and she and Ahsoka go out into this wooded area where they
Yeah.
find
Some weird.
I know what the animal's name is, but it just slipped my brain. Give me a second. Kaibuck.
Hmm.
So they find some Kaibucks,
Like a weird mix of deer and kangaroo.
and so she shoots one of the Kaibucks, and basically this is valuable life lesson to Ahsoka of, hey, death is a part of life naturally, but we still respect, the order of things, and we still show respect to the thing we just killed, and we're gonna use all of it. It's very much we're using all of it, we're not just hunting for the sake of hunting, sort of deal. And so, as it slowly dies in front of them, Pavti grabs her knife and finishes it off.
Yep.
And then places down Ahsoka so that way she can tie it up and get ready to bring it back.
Yeah, and she's like joking with Ahsoka, like, "Oh, would you like to carry it?"
Would you like to carry the Kaibuck while I carry you? Is that how this is gonna go? And while she's joking, she does not realize that a Sabretooth is sneaking up behind her. Ahsoka, however, does notice, and it's just like, oh, the big kitty.
Mom, you're gonna get wrecked.
And so Sabretooth comes in. Pavti notices just in time to shoot it a couple times, but I think she scrapes the side of it on one
Yeah.
of her shots because we see that it's got a cut from the shot. I think that's what that's supposed to be, is a burn mark.
Yep.
And this is when the village elder,
She's like, wait a minute.
Gantika,
That's
she notices that that's
It's
too many
like-
times to be shooting.
that's like 4 more shots than were needed.
Yeah, and so Gantika, along with the rest of the village, start like preparing to go see, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
And so they all come in just in time to save Pavti, but not Ahsoka.
Yeah.
The Sabretooth picks up Ahsoka and runs off with her.
Yep.
Um,
It's like this one.
this will be
one's
my
mine.
snack to go. I'm taking it to go.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
And so then Ahsoka kind of bonds with the Sabretooth using
Yeah.
the Force. And it's like a boop to the snoot
Mhm.
using the Force. Force projected boop. Look, a boop to the snoot is the biggest weakness of every animal.
Yep.
Look, if not friend, why friendly boops? And so while the village is like panicking over whether or not Ahsoka is dead, Ahsoka comes riding back in on top of the Sabretooth.
Yeah.
No problem whatsoever. And then the Sabretooth just leaves calmly after dropping Ahsoka off.
What was the joke I made? You're lucky this is your town, kid.
Yeah. And so that's when Gantika's like, oh, Ahsoka's got the Force. Ahsoka's a Jedi.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the episode.
That's the end of that episode.
All right. So now let's jump ahead.
Mm.
So we are going to get away from Ahsoka for a bit because the next 3 episodes are Dooku focused.
Yeah.
And so we're actually jumping back in time now
Mhm.
because this happens in 36 to 35 BBY. We are now going somewhere between 68 and 42, where we jump to Dooku and Qui-Gon going on a mission.
Yep.
So they have been sent to investigate the kidnapping of a senator's son.
Yep.
On the planet of Dagonet. No, wait, Dagonet's the senator. What's the name of the planet? We don't get the planet's name. Okay. So
But it
yeah, when they get there,
it looks awful.
yeah, the entire village that they find is like
It's awful.
it looks like it's
run
been
down.
on fire and they just put out the fire.
Yeah.
But like there's no signs of a fire that just happened. Like it's just like
It's also like foggy and muddy.
yeah,
And
and the stray dog barks at them and
it's not a stray.
I
that's
know.
someone's-
it's someone's dog, but still.
And like they get there and they do the thing of everyone just shuts their windows and locks their doors.
Yeah. And so eventually Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan or
Qui-Gon and
Dooku.
Obi-Wan.
Qui-Gon and Dooku, sorry.
Obi-Wan's not here right now. What are you
Obi-Wan's
talking about?
Obi-Wan's probably still a child.
Yeah.
Dooku and Qui-Gon, they go into essentially the cantina, the local cantina, where they're like, hey, so we're looking for the senator's son. Anybody hear about that? And this lady steps up from behind a table and she's like, why are you asking? And they're like, because we're here to investigate that. We're Jedi. And they're like, all right, well, I'll show you where they are. And Qui-Gon's like, wait, you're the kidnapper?
And everyone
and stands up.
and they're like,
Dooku's like, oh, they're all the kidnappers. Like, this entire village did it.
yeah. Like after he's like put his lightsaber on the table, like, no, I'm not here to like.
We're here to
fuck
figure out
you
what's
up.
going on.
I'm here to get some answers.
So she takes Dooku and Qui-Gon to this barn where they've
Yeah.
got Dagonet's son tied up. Dagonet is on the side of the villagers,
Yeah.
or his son is. Dagonet's son is like, yeah, no,
He's like,
I understand why these guys
I get
kidnapped me.
why they did this, and I'm not really that mad.
Like, they needed to get their voices heard, and this was the only way to get their voices heard. Makes sense to me. And so,
He's like, oh, I didn't know.
like, because he's
Like,
like,
they were being neglected this badly. I spend most of my time in the capital or on Coruscant,
yeah,
and I'm like rarely allowed to leave.
yep. And so, he's on their side, and so that's when Dagonet shows up with army, essentially.
Yeah.
And the villagers are like, okay, what are we gonna do? And Dooku and Qui-Gon are like, all right, we'll talk to him. Let us talk to him. We'll try to settle this because we're Jedi. That's our job. Because at first I think that Dooku and Qui-Gon led Dagonet there, but they're like, no, he didn't even know we were. He didn't know that Jedi were even getting involved.
He didn't like send us here. We just heard about this and decided.
We were told by the council to check this out.
Yeah.
So Dooku comes out, tries to speak to reason with Dagonet.
Diplomacy failed.
Yeah, Dagonet's like, look, they got my son. Give me my son, or else I'm about to fuck shit up. And Dooku's like, look, they've got actual complaints that are reasonable. You should probably hear them out. And he's like, no, I'm gonna burn them instead. And so then a shootout happens.
And it's going real bad for the villagers.
Yeah, like, this is a case of
this
is how this would happen realistically.
They
because
don't hit any of their shots, and half of them get wounded.
Or die. Qui-Gon and Dooku are trying their best because they've got their lightsabers and they're defending as many shots as they can, but there's a lot going on. Yeah. And so eventually Dooku just has enough.
He's like, fuck it.
He starts force choking Dagonet, and he's like, this is what happens to corrupt politicians.
Like, he's straight up about to kill that man.
And so Qui-Gon
Qui-Gon's like,
shit. Qui-Gon thinking very much on his feet, goes back into the barn, frees Dagonet's son, and is like, all right, you need to go save your dad.
Save your dad's life.
Because
mine's not gonna stop.
And so they quickly manage to get Dooku off of him. But Dagonet is definitely, like, taken aback. Dagonet's like, I should probably rethink some things.
Maybe I should reconsider my stances.
And on top of that, basically Dagonet's son's like, yep, okay, we're leaving. And I'm going to make sure my dad changes some policies here.
Yeah.
And then that's basically the end. Dooku's like, hey, good job on thinking on your feet, Qui-Gon. You did what was right. I messed up.
I was going a little too far.
You found the best solution that got the least amount of people killed, because if you didn't do that, more people probably would have died.
Yeah.
So that's the end of that. Now we jump ahead a few years in Dooku's life. And we get episode with him and Mace.
Yeah. And this is a great fucking...
So they go to Raxus on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And they're simply there to pick up the body of a dead Jedi Council member named Katri.
That's what they're
literally
supposed to do.
That's literally their entire job.
Yeah.
Mace is like, all right, we're here to pick up the body, bring it back to the council, so that way we can give it a proper funeral. And Dooku's like, no, I'm studying what happened.
Dooku's like reading the case file, and he's like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. He's like,
how did the senator get away if the Jedi died?
Yeah. What is going on?
Wouldn't they kill the senator too?
And so, when asking where the body is from the Senator Lark, Dooku decides, I'm going to play a little bit of investigation. And he's like, so would you like to show us where you guys got attacked? And the senator's like, I'm not so sure about that. And then his guard steps up and is like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. We can show you. And so Mace, who's like this entire time, is just like, we don't need to investigate. Why are we investigating? They just keep investigating.
Yeah.
And so
Mace is like, we're just here to pick up their dead body.
We didn't need to do this.
Yeah.
We're not getting paid overtime for this.
Yeah.
And Dooku's like, no, we're going to figure this out because we're going to get justice. Because something doesn't add up. And so they go out into this like open field where there's just where they park the ship, and then a bunch of trees are in front of them.
Yeah.
And they're looking at the scorch marks from the battle, and they're like, eventually they turn around and they're like, so how'd you guys get attacked? Like, how'd this happen? And they're like, oh, they came from behind us, and they're like, well, that doesn't.
What they say is, oh, they came from the trees, and they look up at the branches, and those branches are too thin for them to have been up there.
Yeah, and they're like,
And they're like,
and also the blaster shocks look like they obviously had to come from behind you.
yeah.
But how could somebody come from behind you? Because Khatri would have sensed that,
Uh,
unless it was somebody that was friendly to you. And at this point, Dooku's got his lightsaber out.
He's like,
He's like, "Give me answers now." And Mace is like, "No, this is not how we're gonna get this." And that's when the Senator Lark is like, "My guards did it," and he starts running towards Dooku, only for the guards to shoot Lark in the back,
shoot him anyway.
and Lark dies.
And
And that's when they all start shooting at Dooku and Mace, and then a bunch of droids that are, I guess, part of the Senator's like posse still.
yeah.
Like they come out because they are also working with the guards, and the officers just start. Yeah, things don't go well for the officers.
Yeah, no.
So Dooku and Mace win.
There's a point where one of them has like clearly been defeated on the ground, and he continues to like try anyway, and I'm like, I think my exact word, this was probably very funny to you because I'm saying Dooku's lines before they happen, and my exact word was "don't" for that one before this man got himself killed.
Yeah, and so they end up arresting the leaders of this re- re- resistance
No,
rebellion.
no.
What would you
A
coup?
coup? Yeah, a coup would be the right
But,
word.
but what do you call members of a coup?
Conspirators.
Conspirators. I guess that works. So yeah, they arrest these conspirators, and Dooku's like, "Hey." So they like when they're arresting them, they're like, "So why'd you do this?"
Dooku actually is the one to go and question them. Mace doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, because Mace is once again, he's like, "We're just here to pick up a body."
Yeah.
And so Dooku's like, "So why'd you do this?" And they're like, "Well, our Senator Lark was kind of a piece of shit. He was letting all these corporations come in and fuck up our planet, and we were gonna, basically, they weren't gonna really get rid of him. They were just gonna be like forcing him to change his policies the next time he went to like the big
Yeah.
Senate meetings.
Yeah, their plan was to
Kind of kidnap him and then force him to do what they want."
yeah.
And so so Master, the reason they had to kill Master Khatri is she just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
She was there to help the senator, and they were just like, "Oh, well, we wanted to kidnap him here. I guess we're gonna kill you because we can't have a witness." Because Dooku's like, "So why'd you kill Master Khatri?"
And they go, "We didn't want to. They just had to be there and they would have stopped us."
And then that's when Mace finally interferes, and he's like, "No, she was a Jedi. She probably would have listened to you if you went through the right
and
channels."
This was my like, "Oh, so you guys didn't even try."
Yeah, they didn't go, and he's like, "No, they're a bunch of Jedi. Jedi are just lapdogs to the senators. They don't care about the normal people." Which during this time, I can see their point,
Yeah.
and Dooku does as well.
Dooku's like, "I don't agree with what you did, but I understand it."
He's basically, he says, I agree with your.
I agree with your message, not with your
Yeah, I forget the
methods.
exact words he uses, but yeah, it's basically something along those lines. And so they then bring him into custody.
Yeah.
And Mace and Dooku come back with Khatri's body, where it's revealed that Mace will be taking Khatri's seat
Yeah.
on the council.
Like, Dooku doesn't seem really disappointed that
Yeah,
he's not on the council.
Because this
or
was also
anything.
apparently a test to see if Dooku would take a seat
Yeah.
on the council, which he has before. So this would be more of his second time on the council. It would be like a second term, essentially,
Yeah. So Mace ended up getting it because he's just like,
because he followed by the book.
Yeah.
Because it was like, we were there for one job, just to get Master Khatri's body. While yes, you did the right thing, there was a way of going about it, and you didn't do that. And so therefore, I get the seat and you don't.
Dooku deals with corruption twice. Both times, like 9 people have died.
And so
Most of which aren't really his fault.
yeah. And so they go ahead and bring him back. So they do the funeral. Stupid Kiadi's the one in charge of it, of all people. And then yeah, that's that episode. because Dooku kind of calls Mace out on it. He's like, "Look, that had to be done," and he's like, "Well, yeah, but you have to go about it the right way."
Yep.
All right, so now we jump ahead to the events of Phantom Menace.
Yep. This is happening right at the end of Phantom Menace.
It starts mid Phantom Menace and
Yeah.
ends at near the end. I'm gonna call it right now. This is my favorite episode of the 6.
It is a very good one.
Do you have a favorite episode? That have we already discussed your favorite episode, or
Yeah.
which one?
Fuck it. I'm killing this guy right now.
Oh, the first of the Dooku
Yeah.
episodes. Yeah. Justice. That's
Yep.
the name of that episode. And then the last one we just talked about was
Choices.
Choices. This one is called The Sith Lord.
Mhm.
And so Dooku is back on Coruscant
Yep.
because while not a Jedi anymore, they do grant him like
Like
he
visitation.
gets
rights.
visitation rights. He's allowed to come onto the Jedi Temple floors and basically do whatever he wants
Yeah.
for the most part, as long as he doesn't go into restricted areas, which he is in this episode.
Yeah,
Like,
the first thing we do is like see him going and setting up for episode 2.
Yeah, which brings up the so. Let's talk about what he does, and then we'll talk about the implications of this episode. So, he's on the temple floor, which, once again, allowed to do.
Yep.
Padawan, basically, because we talked about Padawan on the show, they tell us, yeah, he's not a Jedi anymore. He's a senator, but he's still allowed to hang out with us because he's still extended family.
Yeah.
And so he goes into the Jedi archives, where he goes into the restricted section using his buddy Sifo Dyas's entry code, who was a Jedi. I think he was a council member at some point, Sifo Dyas. And so that's why he's able to get into the restricted area, because only council members can get into restricted areas. And so he uses Sifo Dyas's codes to get in there, and he does what we see in episode 2. He deletes the files of Kamino, which we know that Dooku did that. Now we've seen it. And now we know when. He did it as far back as episode 1, which is 10 years before the Clone Wars, before Attack of the Clones. Which implies that they've already got the cloning and everything set up. Like, it's starting now.
Yeah.
Like, they've already gone to Kamino. They've already done the, I'm Sifo Dyas raising an army for the Republic under the guise of I'm a Jedi, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm Dooku.
In case of emergency, open army.
Yeah. And so, like, this,
For you,
for me, this implies that at least 5 years. Like, this is
Yeah.
not a last minute, oh, we're deleting this. You don't delete your evidence first. You save the deletion of evidence for last, because you got to wait till you know what evidence to delete.
Mhm.
And so, in this case, why would he delete Kamino unless they've already gone and dealt with the Kamino stuff? And we know that the cloning process takes a minute.
Yeah.
They double the ages of. So it takes half the time for a clone to reach maturity than like a normal person, because they double their aging process.
Okay, so 9 years.
So until they'd be 18, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're all like, when we see them on when we see them in Attack of the Clones, they're the same age as Jango, most of the adult ones anyways. So that would put them at about 44. So 11 years. So maybe last year he started doing it then.
Yeah.
But that's still
Because remember, at the time Obi-Wan goes and investigates that, they already have 100,000 ready.
yeah. So
The only
maybe
way that would have been possible if he started it up before.
even Phantom Menace, because
Yeah.
the math says that you'd have to. Now, how far back you want to believe that Dooku has been working with Palpatine? That's where the math can be whatever you really
Yeah.
think. It's opinion based at that point. I personally think it's probably closer to the 11, probably 15 years prior to Attack of the Clones. So about 5 years before this. But 1 year works as well, but I would think it would be more than a year, because I think he would have to do a lot of wheeling and dealing before going to Kamino and getting that right. And so, yeah. So Anyways, back to the main story.
Yeah.
So Dooku erases the Camino files,
Yeah.
comes out, and everybody's all in a hoopla about something going on.
And he's like,
He asked Jocasta Nu, the librarian, "Hey, what's up?"
Your apprentice believes he has encountered a Sith Lord on Tatooine.
And he's reported this to the Jedi High Council, and it's kind of caused a lot of rabble about it.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Really?" And what does the council think? They're not sure what to make of it. A lot of them don't believe it.
Your student always had a wild imagination.
Much like you. And
he's like, a talent valued less and less in these halls.
Fair, once again, fair opinion. Fair opinion to hold. And so he manages to catch up to Qui-Gon in the halls as Qui-Gon is hanging out with Yaddle.
Yeah.
And once again, we continue the Dooku has never seen Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Like, they've seen each other, but they've never talked.
And they never, but they also don't know, Dooku doesn't know what Obi-Wan looks like still.
Yeah.
Because, he mentions in this episode, after talking to Qui-Gon, because, once again, he gets Qui-Gon's side of it. And Qui-Gon's like, yep, some Sith Lord with a double blade he fought like a Force user, so I mean, the maths.
Mm-hmm.
If
he's like, red lightsaber, black clothes, Force abilities, probably a Sith Lord.
If not, a very deadly Dark Jedi.
Yeah.
And so
Dooku's like, yo, you should be careful about that.
Yeah. And with Yaddle there, comments about how the Jedi Council should listen more. And Yaddle's like, look, I think it might be true, but that doesn't speak for the whole council.
Yeah.
And so, just because I think it's true, we still have to. We're just saying let's be cautious about the whole thing, because we don't want to jump to any conclusions that might not be true. This is one of those things of I get Dooku's side, but I also get the council side. The council is very much saying, hey, let's be cautious. It could be a Sith, but it could just be nothing.
Yeah.
And if it is a Sith, we want to investigate so that way we can figure out the mysteries of how the Sith would be around. We don't want to, we need evidence.
Yeah.
And so, this ends up, we jump later.
Forward, a few days.
Yeah, a few days. We jump to the end of Phantom Menace, essentially, where Dooku is at the tree at the Jedi Temple. That it's the only tree the Jedi Temple has. So, I don't think I have to say. We've seen it in Clone Wars. We've seen it here. We know the tree. And Dooku basically... Would you like to explain it the way you explained it? Go ahead.
So, Yaddle comes up to Dooku and is like, hey, we're going to Qui-Gon's funeral in a little bit. Are you gonna come with us? And he goes, no. He's passed on to the Force now. I don't really see the point. And what this
need to learn to let go.
Yeah.
What is that to you? What were you gonna say to you?
And I was thinking about this. I'm like, this is like if a parent found out their son died and was hanging out at their favorite park when they were little. And he's like,
this was the swing he liked to be on. This was his favorite bench to feed the birds.
Yeah.
But yeah, because Qui-Gon was born on Coruscant.
Yeah. So he'd never seen a tree up until he'd been to the temple.
Yeah, because plant life is not exactly normal on Coruscant.
No, it's not.
You don't get a lot of fauna.
Yeah.
Or flora.
Yeah.
So.
And so she's like, all right, then.
All right, well, we're all going to start going now, so.
Yeah.
See you later, I guess. And Dooku's like, yep, off to my ship. And he goes off to secret meeting location, corporate, what we call that?
Industrial
the industrial district of Coruscant,
the betrayal district.
Which you related that as being the same as the garden in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. The plotting. This is where we go to plot evil schemes.
And so, obviously, it's where he's going to meet Master Sidious.
Yeah. And so they go and they meet up.
Yaddle secretly told him.
Yeah.
Also, Dooku should have known he was being followed.
I believe my counter argument was they don't have rear view mirrors in Star Wars.
And my counter to that is they've got computers that tell them when ships are behind them.
But yeah. So the first thing Dooku gets out of his ship while Palpatine is there.
And he's like, "Hey, motherfucker.
What the fuck, man? That wasn't part of the deal.
Your boy killed my boy."
Yeah. And it's like
Sidious doesn't feel bad at all. He's just like, he was at the wrong place.
Like, wrong place, wrong time, buddy.
Casualties happen.
Yeah.
And so, he's like, Dooku's like, I'm having second thoughts about this. And as he's saying that he's got second thoughts, that's when Yaddle shows up and is like, all right, time to close shop.
Yep.
Dooku, come with me. Turn yourself in. Let's work together. We can pardon most of what you've done.
Yep.
We'll deal with this guy together.
Yep.
And Dooku's just like, wait, did you hear all of that? And Yaddle's like, yep.
And my thought was, what was the line I said, fuck, I have to kill you now.
Yeah, that's it. And so Dooku's like, all right, well then I gotta kill you now.
Yep.
So Palpatine is like, oh, you've led me to a trap, eh? Because he's trying to fuck with Dooku.
No.
And Dooku's like, no, I didn't lead her here. And he's like, well, prove it, kill her. And he's like, okay.
And I was like, man, this is just a fucking awful day for Dooku.
So Dooku and Yaddle go at it.
Yep.
Awesome sword fight.
Yep. Once again, Dooku apparently loves getting in
fights with Yoda species in dark area, close spaces with ships nearby, ready to go.
Yeah.
So Yaddle ends up hiding for a bit during the fight, and is trying to convince Dooku, "Hey, you still got time to turn back."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Don't you want to get the guy who fucked up Qui-Gon essentially?"
Yeah.
And that's where Dooku's like, "Okay, look, you shouldn't have said that."
I was like, that was the wrong thing to say right now.
So Dooku finds her, and they start fighting again, and she ends up in the middle part of like the hangar door.
Yeah.
So there's like the two spikes that rail it, and then the actual like centerpiece for where the door slides into. And Dooku manages to push her into the centerpiece and then quickly close it. And both of us on the initial viewings thought, holy shit, is this how they kill Yaddle? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. I'm like, fuck, man, that's brutal.
But then it turns out, no, Yaddle had enough, like just enough.
Just barely enough time.
To catch it.
While the door, in my opinion, is what kills her, what happens next certainly doesn't help.
So she manages to lift the door just enough to get out of under it, but instead of, I don't know, running away, she's drained at this point, so she rolls forward into Dooku and Palpatine's laps, essentially.
This was a mean thing to say, but I'm like, what, you couldn't fall backwards?
This was the part in most movies where you get the great escape of, yay, I did this awesome thing, now to escape like a badass.
Yeah, not today, though.
Well,
because of
things that
happens in the future.
We know that episode 2 has to happen.
Yeah.
So obviously Palpatine can't get busted.
Yeah.
And we also know that Yaddle does not appear in episode 2.
Yeah. A long time ago, I think on the show, I made the joke of, like, when Dooku leaves, he's like, wonder where Yaddle's at. Better go fuck her up.
Yeah, I need to figure out what episode that was on, because that has to be a clip.
It's either on that or it's not. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I don't know what episode it would be on.
Yeah.
But,
I didn't know how right I was gonna be about that one.
But yeah, so Dooku steps up and just cuts her down.
Yeah.
And that's when, basically after Yaddle got trapped, though, before he cuts her down, Palpatine this is when Sidious kind of is like, you are now officially my apprentice.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so because technically Rule 2 has to.
Yeah.
Mm,
Palpatine
Dooku,
tries to follow the
like
rule of
Palpatine.
He's not very good at it.
Well, I would say Palpatine follows the rule of 2 in the letter of the law, but not in the practice of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's following something to the letter versus the actual practice.
Yeah.
And he follows it to the letter. He only has
Not
one
the
apprentice, but not in the spirit or the practice, because he always has either assassins or other allies like Dooku. Because I would argue Dooku wasn't an assassin for him.
No.
He was probably just a friendly ally who happened to know his secret, just like Masamita knows his secret during this time, and so does Sly Moore during this time. They know who Palpatine is. They know what he is. They know he's a Sith. They just aren't his apprentices. Because also none of them are... Masamita and Sly Moore aren't Force sensitive.
Yeah.
So that was the Sith Lord. Alright. Last 2 episodes, and we are back on the Ahsoka train.
Yep.
We are now in the Clone Wars era,
Mm-hmm.
and this episode is called Practice Makes Perfect. Takes place in 21 to 19 BBY, and it is Anakin shows up to the dojo on the Jedi Temple to watch Ahsoka train against remote droids, where Tara Sinube is supervising along with Obi-Wan, and Depa Billaba and her apprentice Caleb Doom, a.k.a. Kanan Jarrus, are watching as well. And Ahsoka takes down these remote droids easily. And the remote droids are new. They're a new version of the remote droids that are essentially supposed to be as close to like the battle droids AI as possible.
Yeah.
That way, you get almost real-world training. And Ahsoka takes them down like nothing. And this, I loved watching little Caleb Doom. So, like, I as a fellow Caleb, I love Caleb Doom. And little Caleb Doom getting so excited and going like, I want to be like her. Like, you could see that. And, like, it was great. Meanwhile, Anakin's like, yeah, that was nothing.
That was easy.
Yeah, because...
that was too easy.
Because Anakin looks disappointed, and Ahsoka's like, why are you disappointed? He's like, let me drag you outside so I don't have to say it in front of everybody. And he literally looks around to make sure nobody else is looking, and he's like, that test is dumb. That test is dumb. And she's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I'll give you a real test. And she's like, all right, let's go.
And Obi-Wan and Yoda are looking at them like...
We set this up perfectly.
Yeah.
So, Anakin brings her to this warehouse where all the clones are there, and you immediately guess what's going to happen, but you've also seen the trailer, and it's like, oh, they're just all going to shoot at her at once.
Rex, I need you to shoot my apprentice.
Thankfully, they turn the safety on.
Yeah, they're not just...
Which I love that the safety is still... So in the Star Wars universe, there is no, oh, I turned the safety on, so nothing's going to come out. No, you still get stunned.
Yeah.
Like, even the safety blast is holy fuck.
Yeah.
And so, they turn all their safeties on, and Anakin's like, all right, you're going to go up against them, and the longer you do, the better you are, because... Like, well, sure, you might be able to take out battle droids, but you never know what else will come across. So, I'm preparing you for, like, anything.
Yeah.
And so, Ahsoka gets taken out by Jesse after, like, not even a minute.
No, it's, like, 7 seconds.
She holds her own for a little bit, and then Jesse goes...
Yep.
And then, she's out for an hour.
Yep.
Apparently, that's how long it takes a normal person to get up from being stunned.
Yep. She
gets better, because... we get a montage of the training where... Because Ahsoka's like, this is so difficult, why are you having me do this? And he's like, well, that's the point.
That's the point. It's not supposed to be easy.
I'm training you for life and death situations. Call back to the name of the first episode. Which is... A lot of people said that they kind of messed up by separating the first Ahsoka episode from the rest, because it kind of... Like with Count Dooku's, you get that full journey. You get the beginning to end. Oh, this all makes sense. Like, it feels like a cohesive narrative when you watch Dooku's parts arc as a whole, but it kind of separating Ahsoka's arc kind of takes away from that. I feel like it would feel more whole if you watched the entire arc together. And that's apparently what a lot of people I've talked to about it have said. A lot of people have said, yeah, rewatch it with just doing Life and Death, practice makes perfect, and then Resolve. Yeah. And it would make more sense. Because this does set up well from where that episode ends off. And so we get the montage of throughout the Clone Wars, Ahsoka is just continuing that way of learning, and she's getting better and better because Rex points out, hey, you've been lasting like
she goes from like 7 seconds to 5 minutes.
Yeah. And so eventually we jump to season 7 events of Clone Wars, which is also during the events of Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
And so Order 66 has happened. And Rex, who has already gotten the chip taken out of him, he's like, all right, you ready for this? I hope all that training paid off.
Yep.
And then they cut away. Because we know what happens, because if you've seen season 7, you know what happens. And so basically this implies that Anakin trained her for the survival of Order 66 without knowing it.
Yeah. While I do, like, my thinking of it is, you are a Jedi. For lack of a better term, a lightsaber isn't typically a ranged weapon. And also, battle droids tend to outnumber Republic forces.
Yeah.
So that is why I'm like, well, no wonder she fucking lived past Order 66. That's all she's been doing.
Yeah. So, that worked out. I thought that was a good one. I think, honestly, that's one of the stronger episodes of Ahsoka's arc.
It is.
All right, Resolve. The final episode. So, we start with the funeral of Padme, where Ahsoka has snuck in, essentially, to watch, because it's her friend.
Yeah.
Bail Organa notices her. So does Mon Mothma, I think. Mon Mothma also noticed her. But Bail specifically recognized her and was like, he waits till they're away from the crowds in secret, and he's like, hey, you shouldn't be risking yourself like this. She's like, well, I had to for my friend. And he's like, look, I get it. And he tries to essentially enlist her into the rebellion.
Yeah, she's like, nah.
And so he gives her a comm anyways, and just as they're about to split, some clone troopers come up, and Ahsoka quickly hides. And the guards are like, hey, you shouldn't be in this area. It's restricted. And Belle's like, oh, my bad. And, like, he's doing double speak, so that way he's still giving a message to Ahsoka of, like, hey, if you need my help, call.
Just give me a call.
Because you'll always have friends through me. And so, guards lead him away, and Ahsoka takes the comm link in case. Years later, because we jump from...
Yeah.
Well, a year later, probably. Well, so it's probably about a year later, but it could be even further, depending on when. We don't know specifically when this takes place.
We'll go with a year or two.
Yeah. She's living life on a planet called, I think, somewhere around here, because I was looking it up earlier. She's living life on the planet of Monhala, where she's working with this farm village, and she's kind of made friends with the villagers there. And there's this brother and sister who are like joke fighting and all that, and she's known as Ashla by them. And they're
like, hey, you're stacking the hay
bales
too high.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong. You
need to stop.
And the brother's like, no, I'm good. And he stacks it anyways, and then he goes to get lunch because it's lunch break. And that's when the repulsor lift crashes because it's carrying too much weight. And the hay bales start to collapse onto the sister, but manages to avoid dying because Ahsoka uses her force ability to save her.
I was like... Okay.
At lunch, the brother is arguing with this older man, who I think is the father, but like they don't say.
Might be, might not be.
But they're arguing about life under the Empire, because the old man's like, "Look, you don't know how it was before the Emperor. You think that it's all fine and dandy under the Emperor, but that's only for people that do exactly what the Emperor wants. And not everybody, lives as good of a life as you think." And the brother's like, "Nah, it's only the rebels that he goes after. People that obey the law obviously are safe." And so, but the brother, because he's pro-Empire and he noticed Ahsoka using the Force, decides that he's going to call the Empire and let them know, hey, there might be a Jedi here.
Yeah.
Ahsoka and the sister leave to go sell the harvest to a nearby village, to another village nearby, and they come back to see that the town is on fire.
Yep.
Because the Inquisitor that came to look for Ahsoka didn't find Ahsoka and is punishing the village because
Where is the Jedi?
Because the brother lied to, at least in the Inquisitor's eye.
Yeah.
And the brother's like, no, she'll be back. Trust me. And then she does come back, and he's like, well, you were right. She is back. Here's your reward. And he's about to cut the brother's head off, and Ahsoka comes in and is like, nope, Force. And they get into a very quick fight.
Mm-hmm.
Ahsoka doesn't pull out a lightsaber, but the Inquisitor does recognize her as Ahsoka.
Yeah.
And Ahsoka uses the Force to basically stop the lightsaber, catch it, and cuts the Inquisitor down.
Yep.
I think it's an epic moment.
It is. I'm just confused a little bit because of what happens immediately after that.
Well, Ahsoka calls...
No, not that. It's
the head deflating?
Head deflates.
Nobody knows. That is a thing on Twitter. Like, it's been a thing on Twitter, too, so you're not the only one who noticed it.
I'm not mad at it. I'm confused by it.
So you're not the only one who noticed it. Like, there's other people that are like, hey, what's with the head deflating? We've gotten no answer yet.
But that Inquisitor actually did look like just fucking evil.
Oh, yeah. Great design.
Yeah.
Kind of a waste of how quick they went out.
Yeah.
But also kind of badass, because, like, it's a mixed... Like, I'm having mixed emotions on it. But yeah, so Ahsoka then calls Bail and is like, hey, so you know that favor?
Yeah.
I need you to get these three people away somewhere. And basically give them a new life. And that's when Bail kind of once again is like, hey, so you're back in the fight? And Ahsoka's like, yeah, I'm here to help.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yep.
So, thoughts?
I enjoyed it.
We need more. We need more episodes.
I actually do. Agree with that.
Like, because I kind of like the 3 episodes per character. I'd say don't separate the arcs ever again.
Yeah.
What Jedi would you like to see next of this type of story?
Sorry.
I kind of want them to explore out. So unfortunately, it's Dave Filoni, so he's probably going to stick with Clone Wars era for a bit. But I would like them to explore outside of it. There's a couple things I want. You took the Tales of the Jedi name, Dave. Use some Tales of the Jedi comic characters, Dave. It wouldn't be that hard, Dave. There's a ton of them to use, Dave.
Okay, calm down.
Look, he needs to know. He needs to know that he can take the name, it's fine, but at least use some of the characters.
It's quite alright. It's quite alright.
Outside of that, if you're not going to do that, do some High Republic characters.
Yeah.
I would like maybe an Elzar from this perspective.
Yeah. Elzar would be a good choice.
I could watch a 3-episode Elzar arc. They could probably because some of this, it's like some of these episodes are kind of like a visual version of some events of novels, so they could do that. We could watch Elzar like struggle, and it'd be great.
Yeah.
It will make us emotional because we'll have to see Elzar commit so many war crimes.
They're not war crimes, though.
Yeah, you're right, because there's no war. They're just
There's
crimes.
That.
They're just
don't
crimes.
Don't get me wrong.
You're right. They're not war crimes. They're just crimes.
They're just crimes. Like,
you have to be at war for it to be war crimes.
Yeah, and those don't exist for like a while in Star Wars.
Yeah, we don't get it's the Yavin conventions.
Yeah.
Anyways, but what is your actual answer?
I think I would like to see. I think I'd like to see some. I was gonna say Ty Yorick, but
Ty Yorick would be interesting.
Yeah. But that might just be because I have a soft spot for that one.
Yeah.
If not her, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Plo Koon.
Plo Koon. Oh, you're just Dave would make that in a heartbeat because that's his favorite Jedi.
Well, I can see why.
So, there you go, Dave. Make a Plo Koon one. We know you want to.
Remember, in order to kill Plo Koon, they essentially blew up his car.
Look, Dave. We know you want to make a Plo Koon one, so just do it. We know you want to, so just do it. But yeah, so I give this show a 9.
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.
I can see an 8. 8.
Yeah.
Like if I don't give it a 9, I'd give it 8.5, somewhere in the middle.
Well, is the consensus between us 8.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's our happy medium ground.
Yep.
Because like it's almost perfect.
Almost.
But there's like a few minor things here or there.
Yeah.
And it's less to do with the product itself and just the
B plus.
Yeah, you get a B, maybe even an A minus.
Yeah.
Depending how you want to look at it.
Depending on the day.
Yeah. So that's it.
You
for
get a passing grade.
Yeah. Either way.
Considering the lowest I think I've ever gone is a 4 on this show.
Yeah. Which is damn low. I forget what you gave a 4 to.
I don't remember.
This week, thankfully, the homework assignment was a little bit easier.
Yeah.
It was just a 22-page comic book, if that.
Yeah.
It might have been shorter than that, actually.
It's a little bit longer, but not by much.
Well,
whole thing was like 33 pages, but
yeah.
that's because of...
Yeah, I think there were ads in that,
Yeah.
the one I sent you. Yeah. Either way, not too bad. We also got some Star Wars news. So, you know, this show, we generally talk about Star Wars in the order of when things happen. So, just to give kind of the premise of the show for people that are new.
Yep.
But we also talk about anything brand new that's coming out. And we tend to stay with canon, but this week is not canon.
Yeah.
Because it's Visions.
Returning back to the
very
origins of this show.
Yeah, because we started our show with the Visions episode.
Yep.
Yeah, because we talked the first episode of this season, anyways, was the Visions TV show.
Yep.
But before we go into that, let's talk a little bit about some news because we've had a little bit of news in the past week. Also, it's the first time we should also be happy we're live again.
Yeah.
Instead
of
a
while.
Yeah, it's been 3 weeks. This will be the 3rd week.
Yep.
So 2 weeks without us being live, and now we're live.
I can sense the disappointment, but hey.
Yeah,
we at least tried to make things acceptable.
So, let's get into news, because I keep saying we're going to get into it.
No, let's stall for another 10 minutes.
So, the Acolyte TV show I'm excited for, because it's High Republic era.
Yeah.
And also it's going to be about Sith and Darksiders and all that stuff. So we have gotten confirmation that they started shooting in Shinfield Studios. So after 2 years since it was announced, it is now filming. Which means more than likely we're going to get it around. So if they're starting filming now, I see late 2023 to early 2024.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they got to have time to film all the episodes
Film it.
and then edit it.
Yeah.
And even then, they might do reshoots. So putting all that in, might even be late, mid or late 2024, depending.
Mm.
Which actually, where we're getting this from, Star Wars Newsnet, they actually don't have an idea, but they're talking about how Andor Season 2 will be targeted for the summer to fall 2024. So maybe we'll get early 2024 for Acolyte. So then we get Andor in mid to late 2024. Andor, yeah. Cassian Andor. Cassian Andor.
Oh, God.
Let's see. And I think that's Source. I'm trying to see where they got their source. Bespin Bulletin.
Mm.
Just so that way we have the sources. Speaking of Acolyte, with it production underway, there is reportedly from. So this comes from Hot Mic through Above the Line. Never really heard of it. So take it with a grain of salt.
Mm.
Daphne Keane from Logan, X-23.
Yep.
They are reportedly casted in The Acolyte. I would definitely enjoy seeing Daphne Keane in The Acolyte. They were also recently in the HBO adaptation of His Dark Materials.
Okay.
Because they played the main character.
Hmm.
Known to a lot of us Americans as the Golden Compass because of the first movie version.
Yeah.
But His Dark Materials is the series. So once again, I think she's a good actress. I liked what she did with His Dark Materials. I also liked her as X-23 in Logan. So I think she could fit in the Acolyte and in Star Wars easily. So, any thoughts regarding any of this? Thoughts regarding the filming? Thoughts about Daphne Keane?
I'm glad they started filming it.
Are you just as excited for that show as I am? Is that the show that we both agree is the show to wait for?
Yeah. Hopefully everything will go right, and I think having seen Daphne Keene's previous work, I look forward to seeing what else she can do.
Right. She's got a lot of like.
For those of you,
yeah.
I'm not feeling the best today, but I'm here.
Yeah.
And I'm doing my best.
Thankfully, it's short today.
Yeah. So. Let's do this.
Yeah. And then, okay, so we're gonna jump to video game news ish.
Yeah.
So it's not news really, but it's like. It's like, oh, okay, cool, I'm excited, and it's a reason for me to play this game again.
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite is currently having a Star Wars week that they're calling Skywalker Week, where they've dropped Luke, Leia, and Han skins.
Mm.
And if you buy the Luke skins, you get all three of the like clothed options. So you get Farm Boy Luke, Return of the Jedi Luke, and then Return of the Jedi Luke with the hood.
Mm.
Leia, you get A New Hope Leia, Indoor Leia, and Boushh Leia, so Bounty Hunter Leia. Han, you get A New Hope Han, Indoor Han, and I don't know what the other one is. But they also added some other stuff. I can't afford any of it. I am broke, but I'm still playing because as part of the week, they've also brought back lightsabers and E11 blasters to the game that you can find, and you can get that and fight Vader and get mad at people who attack you when you should both be fighting Vader and not each other. I've already played a little bit of it this week.
I see.
Yeah. Look, if we're
for context, Fortnite is a massive online battle.
It's a battle
building.
royale. It's a battle royale.
It's a battle royale.
With
depending elements.
Depending, because they do have the no build. Mode. They have the no build game mode, which is what I play no build.
Or at least that's what it originated.
Yeah, it originated as well, if we want to talk about what it originated as, it was a tower defense game. If we're really, because it was like a No More Orcs sort of deal where you built the traps and you watched but it was a zombie invasion.
Yeah.
But so with it being a battle royale, there are 3 ways you can play the battle royale. You can do solo, you can do it with duos, actually 4 ways: trios or squads, and squads end up being of 4. So sometimes I just play solo because sometimes my friends can't play with me, so I just play by myself.
Yep.
Because I still want to because there's also Battle Pass, which is basically you pay money to unlock things as you get better and get XP. So I unlocked the Battle Pass, and at the end of this season, you get Gwen, you get Spider-Gwen. And so I'm working towards that. And so I do solo, and I'm like, oh, it's Skywalker Week, cool. More reason for me to play this game, because I like Star Wars, and it's also kind of why I'm even playing Fortnite, is for the Star Wars skins. And so so part of it is that they did for Skywalker Week is Darth Vader lands with you guys, but he's in inside the I forgot the name of the ship. Lambda class shuttle. And he lands down the Lambda class shuttle separately from the battle bus, right? But you can see where he's going, and he always lands in the same place. So we go there. So in Fortnite you have quests that you can complete to get XP. One of them for Skywalker Week was take down Vader. Or at least assist in killing Vader. You don't have to be the one that gets the kill. You just have to put enough damage in him that you assisted. So I'm thinking, okay, cool. I'm going to go down there, because he's also landed near where some lightsabers and E11s are, so I'm going to grab a lightsaber and an E11 blaster rifle and hop on out of there, right? Or worst case scenario, get into a fight with them. So I land there, start to grab my stuff. Here's the problem. Other people are also doing the same thing. It's a battle royale, so it's last man standing.
Yep.
What would you think is the logical idea if you are near a dangerous NPC who has the Force, by the way? They gave Vader Force push and pull, and he can throw objects at you. And his lightsaber at you. So these are all things that Vader can do that a regular player in Fortnite can't. Even if you pick up your own lightsaber. You have to specifically have... Killing Vader lets you pick up his lightsaber, which lets you do the lightsaber throw. So, there's benefits to getting rid of Vader. Because he's dangerous, and if you beat him, oh, cool weapon.
Yeah.
What's the logical thing to do here? Is it to A, kill Vader as a group, or B, kill each other and then let Vader kill us because we're fighting each other? I may have given the answer.
Welcome to a battle royale.
What do you mean we don't have video? You can't see us? Or was that an older comment? Sorry, I'm looking at comments now.
Yeah. We should...
Is our video feed working?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let us know. Because...
it'd be upsetting to have gone for almost 20 minutes and have no video going.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. Dan,
I'm glad our audio is working.
Well, I'm figuring that out. Go ahead and answer the question, Seth.
Oh, well, I think the answer would be A, but no, because it's a battle royale game. So the real answer is B, because that's what happened.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Multiple times.
Yep.
Like, literally... Oh, I see video on the YouTube feed. Let me check the Twitch feed, because you're on Twitch. Weird. Why is our video feed not working on Twitch?
That's a good question. Da, 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 da. I can hear the crazy taxi soundtrack.
Hold on, I think I know what's going on.
We're having some slight technical difficulties at the moment. Dude.
No, it's not that.
All right.
Thought maybe I left that on, but nope. Hold on, let me check. But yeah, anyways, while I'm fixing this,
Yeah.
because I know the YouTube feed's working, so at least YouTube, it must be a Twitch issue that's going on. So yeah, that's my experience with the game right now.
It hasn't been grand, is what I'm gonna say.
I mean, it's fun still. Like, I enjoy it. Like
everyone else enjoys multiplayer shooters and such, but for those of you who don't know, I don't.
Yeah.
I like my single player RPGs.
Sometimes with shooting.
Sometimes with shooting. Shooting's optional, but it is very useful.
Yeah, you might need to switch to YouTube, because for some reason it is not working on Twitch, but it's working on YouTube just fine.
Yeah. And so
sorry to our Twitch viewers.
Yeah. Today is an interesting day.
Yeah, YouTube's working just fine. But yeah. Last piece of news.
Yeah.
Fantasy Flight Games is releasing a Star Wars deck building game. It is coming out in March of next year, and I'm really excited because I like deck building games.
Yep.
I mean, I like DC deck builders. I like Marvel Legendary, so this is right up my alley.
Now, are we gonna have to play this?
Oh, we're probably gonna play this at some point.
All right.
Maybe not for the show, but for ourselves.
So
it does look like it's only one-on-one fights though, which are okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was hoping for something more like a DC deck builder or a Marvel Legendary where it's
take out thing X as a group.
Yeah, but then like point system. So there's still like I'm reading the description. So here's the official description. Deck building game is a fast-paced two-player game that brings the galaxy-spanning war between the Galactic Empire and the Rebel Alliance to your tabletop. Featuring easy-to-learn gameplay and iconic Star Wars characters like Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, and Darth Vader, this title is a battle for the galaxy that anyone can enjoy. In this new head-to-head game for two players, you and your opponent can each choose a side, playing as either the Empire or the Rebels, and as the game progresses, you both strengthen the power of your starting decks and work to destroy each other's bases. The first player to destroy 3 of their opponent's bases wins the game. So
okay.
So it's a opponent. It's a base fighter with deck building elements. Cool.
All right. So,
I'm not sure if you've ever played a deck building game. I don't think so.
I have.
No.
Oh.
Constance.
I don't know then.
Yeah. You have. I know you have. You played DC deck building with us as well as Legendary at some point.
I only played that one once.
Yeah, Legendary got weird where it got ruined by some people because DC deck building got ruined, but Legendary, because everybody liked the problem is too many people in our group wanted to only play DC deck building all the time.
Yeah.
And it's it's a good game, but we wanted to play other games. Let's play some Legendary because it's been a minute. Oh, I didn't bring it. Why not? Because I brought DC deck building.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, I'm interested though to see a Star Wars deck
Yeah.
building game.
Also, we've seen Fantasy Flight's like previous work.
Yeah, Fantasy Flight. I tend to like their games.
Yep.
They tend to not always do the best when it comes to marketing those games and having them
No,
in stock.
But they actually make them pretty well.
Yeah. It's not a design issue, it's a supply and demand issue I usually have
Yeah.
with them.
But now we're at that point.
It's time for the review.
Yeah. So just a heads up,
Full spoilers.
full spoilers
Also, a little bit of potential spoiler talk of the Ronin novel and
and
Visions
Duel.
and the dual episode of Visions, because we'll probably talk about it and how it
Yeah.
connects to this comic. This comic is a prequel to those events, though.
Yes.
So let's get into it.
All right.
Visions one shot. So we start off. So this is before the Ronin fights. I forget her name now because it's been so long, but the Sith witch
Yeah.
lady. And so we start off with some random old man and his droid going through the mountains in the snow.
Yep.
And he goes over this bridge where he runs into basically a bunch of highwaymen
Yeah.
who are like, "Hey, give us your money, and if you can't give us money, give us your droid."
And there's a great fucking thing from the old man who we've just encountered. He's like, a lot of people are gonna die here.
Yeah, he says, "Who wants to fight in a place like this?" Well, looks like we will see a lot of dead bodies here. And then he laughs, and then he says, "Gotta run before we get hit by a stray blaster bolt. Let's go."
Anyhow, goodbye.
Yeah, and they don't do anything to stop him, so he manages to get past them without paying the fee,
Yep. So
without fighting them either. Like they kind of just are like, not worth it.
it is. So there are two things going on here, in regards to this new character we've encountered. We will find out that they are called the Shogun later.
Yep.
But at the moment, they are.
Yeah. The
There are two references going on here. One of which is to Afro Samurai. 'Cause
yeah.
There's no way that man does not look
let
like
me
Afro
yeah let
Samurai.
me pull it up for our audience. We'll get a. I'll give them a good look at this character.
Okay, there we go.
Let me. Oh. I was
Oh
hoping.
no, Caleb, what have you done?
I was hoping that view would be better, but it won't let me do that view. So,
Yep.
but I can do this. There we go.
Yeah.
So that is the old man.
Yep.
Yeah, he just looks like Afro Samurai.
The other thing is there's another samurai kind of like reference going on here. Because I'm 90% sure that guy's blind
Oh yeah, absolutely.
to another popular
Which
blind samurai.
yeah. Go ahead.
Do you know the name?
I don't know the name off the top of my head.
There's a series featuring a blind samurai called Zatoichi,
Ah.
who is also an old man.
I was just thinking
Isn't,
about
however-
yeah. I was thinking more about the fact that, with the reveal about who this character is, it makes sense that they'll do the blind like the blind archetype, because they really like that archetype for those type of characters.
Mm.
But yeah.
So the bandits decide.
We'll let this old man go.
Well, they don't. I don't think they even. See
No,
him.
no, well. Oh, you're right. Yeah, because he's watching from afar.
Yeah.
They're actually talking to our buddy Ronan.
Yeah. They're like you said, they are highwaymen. Give us your money. No money. Give us your droid.
And of course, Ronan, aka Grim, as he'll later become known.
Is like,
How about
Nah.
no? And he
hear
pulls.
me out. What if I don't?
And so they shoot at him, and of course he pulls out his lightsaber, and it's the red
And
blade.
they're like,
They're like, "Oh, it's a
Sith.
Sith, obviously," because you see red lightsaber, you think Sith,
better kill him. We're not scared of you.
and that does not go well for them, especially
Yeah.
since our favorite little droid buddy of the Ronins is also fully loaded as well and starts shooting at them as well.
This is another like samurai thing. I'm like, did you make a droid version of the baby carriage from fucking Lone Wolf and Cub?
Which is also a reference to Mandalorian, because Grogu has the baby carriage as well.
Yeah. But this one's weird in that it's much more direct.
Yeah. It's also like locked and loaded with a bunch of guns.
Yeah.
Once again, I just got
the baby carriage from Lone Wolf and Cub is also covered in a shit ton of weapons,
Yeah,
so
this
that
is
people
like-
can't get into it while the dad's off fighting.
Yeah, this is another one I'm just going to have to show the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's locked and loaded and ready to go.
Yep.
So it does not go well for the highwaymen.
No.
They die.
Yeah.
They dead. So eventually Ronan makes his way to this hot springs where he's kind of relaxing and
Oh, thank God! I just murdered 20 people.
and
Actually, the number's a lot higher now that I think about it.
yeah,
because
you
of what happened. What's
Yeah.
described in the next.
So old man shows up and is like, "Hey, you mind if I join you in this hot springs?" And of course Ronan's like, "No, I don't really care." And so old man joins him and he has some sake.
Yeah. The great thing is that they go through 6 fucking bottles.
Yeah, he's like, "Here, I'll share my sake, cause what kind of jerk would I be if I didn't?"
Just. He's like, I have some. And the old man's like, I didn't mean to insinuate you did. You had to share.
Yeah.
He's like, it's fine.
So they go through, like you said, 6 bottles of it, just like, kind of just chilling,
Yeah.
like, but also like old man is trying to dig into Ronan's past, but Ronan is kind of brushing those questions aside the best he can.
Like, he's giving vague and ominous answers to all of them.
Also, I think this is the best shot we've ever seen of Ronan.
Yeah.
Like
in terms of, like, how much this guy's gotten fucked up.
yeah, because we know he's messed up.
He's got,
and we know he's got the robotic jaw, but like this is the best shot we've ever gotten of that.
Yeah.
Like, because I think even the duel does a poor job of showing that his jaw is cybernetic,
Yeah.
and even the book cover for Ronan kind of vaguely shows it. But I think this is the best we've seen of it, and we also see that it's not the only cybernetics he's dealt with. He's got a little bit of some implants in his arm, and so
Like, this is one of my things about, like, characters and, like, cybernetics and implants. Like, I'm 90%, I'm like 100% sure he actually needs those. They're not for show.
These are, because you've had this discussion that you are not a fan of cybernetics in Star Wars unless it's, like, medically necessary.
Yeah.
You don't like the I'm gonna upgrade and become a better killer sort of stuff. You like the I need this to live.
Yeah.
Or hey, I need an arm.
Yeah.
Um,
Because it's like part of my job in regards to Dr. Ganole.
mm-hmm. Well, I meant also like needing an arm in the case of I lost an arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
because that's not life-threatening, but it is like it's an inconvenience to your normal life.
But yeah, then they're like...
So they talk about the war
Yeah.
and how bad the war was,
Yep.
which we get some really...
So...
Honestly, I just got to keep sharing this because the imagery is just so good in this comic.
In the Ronin...
Ronin-verse, I guess we'll call it.
The war sort of started because Jedi
were warlords.
Jedi were warlords, and they served under a government. And this goes back to
this goes back
samurai history and stuff.
And this goes back to talking a little bit about what we've learned from the Ronin novel. So why we said some spoilers from that.
And Ronin wasn't about that. Which is why the Sith exists in this one.
Yeah. So Ronin, in fact, wasn't just a part of it. He was the man who started it. Because he was like, you know what? These Jedi warlords are kind of not great.
Yeah. He's like, yo, we're too involved in the politics. Also, I get the sense that some people are just using it for like
For money,
money and power.
Yeah, financial gain.
So what if we just
What if we
fucked
just
them
didn't?
up?
Yeah. And so I do like this imagery here because
Yeah.
so the whole idea of the Ronin verse is that it's not exactly the same as like the main Star Wars timeline, but like you get a lot of imagery from the original timeline. Like the duel has the stormtrooper armor imagery because you have the bandits in the duel that are wearing some of the armor, but it's like in shambles because they're bandits. They don't have full sets of armor. And then here, as I showed earlier, we got like the Clone Wars kind of vibe from. So the war kind of was closer to like the Clone Wars in style, in terms of like what their armor looked like, because the main soldiers look like clones, but with like that samurai helmet.
Yeah.
And then like you got the ATTE ships instead of the ATATs. You got like the LAATs landing gunships. You got like what's the class for cruise the for the fleet cruiser ships during this time?
I'm not familiar.
I can't remember the name of the class, but it's the Clone Wars era, the Acclamator class, Acclamators. So
and
so like I really like this. So yeah, they talk about how horrible the war was, and
Shogun's like, man, that war sucked.
Yeah, so he reveals, hey, I used to be called Shogun back then.
Yeah.
And I also lost my eyes during one of the battles.
In Ronin.
Ronin says Shogun as if he's heard the name.
Yeah.
I think he's heard of this guy.
Yep.
But so Shogun,
man.
Yeah,
I got struck by lightning and fell off a building.
Yeah, so near the end of the war, Shogun apparently had this vision. So he got hit by lightning, or at least what he believes was lightning. We never confirmed that it was lightning. He's just like,
looks like lightning to me.
well, he says what seemed like lightning.
Well, he was blind, so.
Well, he's blind now because of this. And so, well, no, he might have been blind already by then.
Yeah.
But he fell from a high tower and survived. But then he meets with the gods?
Yep.
Because he talks to the father.
Yeah. Hey, kid.
And basically, the father shows him a vision of all the terror.
That is a different thing.
Oh, no, hold on. Oh, yeah.
I counted them. 17.
Oh, yeah. So while Shogun's telling his story, Ronin is thinking back on his journey and talks about what he did as well and how he's kind of changed.
Yeah.
Because it kind of goes from,
He's like, I was told to go look for some fucking temple. And Ronin's like, I don't know where that... I've heard of it. I don't know where it is.
Yeah. And so...
And they're, like, talking about what they felt in regards to the war and how things have changed since then.
How many did you say?
17.
There might be 2 more back there, so... Here, I just want to play this game of figuring out as well, and we'll let the audience join us. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Okay, so there were 2 more than I thought.
Just because there were that 2 that were hidden up there. But that's still a lot. And this is in Ronin telling of like how many Sith he's killed since the end of the war. Because he now goes... Because by the end of the war, Ronin was like, hey, I was wrong. Ish.
I agree with what I did at the time. Maybe it wasn't the best method, though.
Maybe it went too far.
Yeah, like, that was his real issue with it. He's like, I'm glad I did this, or started this. It didn't end how I was hoping it would end, though.
It ended with a lot more deaths than I was hoping.
Yeah.
And so now he goes around hunting any Sith that are still left.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Shogun talks about how the father told him to go to a certain planet, to a certain temple, and that he would find truth there, and yep.
Yep.
Unfortunately, though, it's a planet that it can't be found.
Yep.
Much like our planet in Ronin novel.
Where does it exist? We don't fucking know.
So
It's like, I'm just looking for answers. Unfortunately, they have been eluding me.
yeah,
And we get a nice little
We
break
get some-
from this serious discussion
with some
to
Ewoks.
Ewoks and droid gambling.
Yeah. Who knew Ewoks were such heavy gamblers?
Who knew droids could gamble that?
Also, if you're playing against a droid, are they cheating?
I don't think so. Because I think that's an
Well, it's an astromech, but that doesn't mean he wasn't,
It doesn't mean it wasn't cheating, I suppose.
because he could have been added. He could have added programs.
True. Usually his added programs seem to be more inclined towards extreme violence.
Yeah, rocket launchers, and it's very benign of him.
Yeah.
And so, that basically,
They're like, alright.
basically, it turns out like Ronin's droid is like a huge gambler, though.
Yeah.
Like he's like, yeah, he loves his dice more than anything else. And it's just like, what?
It's like,
And
fucking weird.
Shogun mentions that there's like a casino nearby on the other side of the mountain.
He's like, yeah, it's closed right now, though, on account of how 20 guys got, like, fucking wrecked.
Yeah, only the lead guy from the Highwaymen came back.
Yeah. He's like, they said he had a red lightsaber, too, the guy that,
That beat the crap out of him.
yeah.
And
Weird day.
so it turns out they just stayed in this hot spring an entire night, had like
Yep.
drinks the entire night because it's morning by the time this
Yep.
conversation's done. And so that's when Ronan's like, "All right, time to get out. Let's go." And 5-6 is like, "Damn it, I was winning."
Yeah.
And Shogun's like, "Yeah, you're right. I should get going too. You mind if I join you?" And so, to not be suspicious, Ronan's like, "Yeah, I guess."
Yep.
And so they keep talking a little bit about like maybe stopping somewhere else for more drinks and partying. And unfortunately, Ronan's like, "Nope, I got to ride."
He's like, I gotta catch my train. My bus. Ship.
Yeah, my ship,
My bus train ship.
my bus. And so he's like, "Oh, too bad. Figured we could have some more fun." And they kind of pass this shrine
Yeah.
while they're there, where Shogun kind of shows his respect, and Ronan isn't as much of a,
Yeah.
but he's respectful to it. And this is when we get to the
It's a case of, like, it's not at Ronan, while he doesn't go and do, like, the prayers and motions there.
he's not disrespectful
He's not.
either.
He's like, yeah, it's like going through a graveyard a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know anybody here, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
like pray to them, but I'm also like not gonna,
I'm not gonna be an ass.
yeah, I'm not gonna go kicking graves and stuff either.
Yeah.
And so this is when we kind of hit the climax of it all,
Like-
where basically both sides are revealing, "Hey, I know you're a Force user."
It's like,
So what are we gonna do about this? Because
it's
Ronan's
kind of awkward, but
remember, yeah, because Ronan's like, "I know you're a Jedi, Shogun," and Shogun's like, "I know you're a Sith, Ronan," and they're kind
we're
of
gonna do this?
yeah. And so like both, because he calls him, Ronan goes Master Jedi, as if he's like finally pulling that ace out, and like they're both holding on to their lightsabers, ready to go. And then we get this cool little like vision,
Yeah.
haha, vision. Vision moment. Once again, just beautiful art. I got to show the audience because it's so.
It's great.
I would love this as like a
Someone give me
frame.
a-
I want this as a framed image like
Someone
that.
Get me a poster of this.
Right, there should be a poster framed up. God, it would look so beautiful. And so like they apparently get into this scrap
Yep.
where but it turns out that no, that was just a vision. Cause which is good because Ronan died in it. Like it did not go well for Ronan. Or at least he got his hand cut off and
No, he didn't.
in the vision. Yeah, that's Ronan. He gets beat.
No, it's not that his hand gets cut off.
Well, he dies for sure. Cause that's that old school Ronan. That
Keep reading.
yeah. So he would have died, but
He's
thankfully it's just a vision. So and both of them are like, nah, we don't need a reason to fight today. Well, Jedi Master's like, nah, we're good. I still know how to fight. Apparently, like this was a shared vision too. So like they both like saw this and
Yep.
Shogun's like, no, I still know how to kick ass. So you don't want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And basically Jedi Master kind of gives it's not really a warning, but it is because he says if you are alive our fates should cross till we meet again, sir. And it's kind of like, are you saying that you'll fight next time, or are you saying that like what
We'll hang out again, I guess.
like what I need more.
It's like, we'll see if you. Hey, if your book and prequel, if your duel and breaking that big fucking mirror goes well.
But yeah, so Ronan reveals he's like, if I had my hands on the sword, I would have died, and because it turned
Like, I almost got really fucked up.
yep.
I
So
was way closer than I needed to be.
so yeah, they part ways, and Ronan goes to his ship where his ride's waiting,
Yeah.
and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I liked it very much.
I am upset that this is a one shot.
I'm fine with it being a one shot.
I
I
love the Ronin verse so fucking much. Like the Ronin verse is so interesting because it's so different, but it's still Star Wars. Like it's very much still Star Wars.
Yeah, and we've had this discussion before about how like a lot of Star Wars is actually based on like old samurai movies.
Like it's samurai movies and westerns, which westerns are American samurai films.
Yep.
But like, so it's all that combined. While westerns have a little bit of their own taste as well. So Star Wars is a blend of that. It's like, hey, we like samurai movies, but we also like westerns, which are somewhat samurai movies, but with their own like they have their own tropes as well. And we like those tropes. And so we combine all the tropes and we made Star Wars. Also, it's a fantasy movie.
Yep.
And so this relies more on just straight up the samurai tropes, but it's also very much still Star Wars. Like this is Star Wars.
Didn't mean to knock over the
No, you're good. So like I just love the stories we are getting from this. I'm excited that we're getting volume 2 of Visions. But I really want more of the Ronin verse. Like when I first saw the duel, it wasn't my most anticipated thing.
Yeah.
Cuz like the duel is really good. It's very beautiful. It's a well animated short, and it deserves all the acclamations that it got. Like it got all the acclaim, and it got some Emmy noms. Like it deserved all that. But it wasn't the most interesting universe if you just took the duel by itself.
Yeah.
And so when I heard that that's the one they were making a book off of, I was like, okay, that's interesting. I could see more of this universe being interesting, but it's not the one I want the most.
But now though, it's like, wait, I have more questions.
I need to know about the father. I need to know what goes on with this Jedi, with Shogun, because Shogun is so interesting as a character. Like, I need to know if Ronin and Shogun ever met again after the events of the Ronin book.
Yeah.
Like, because Ronin after that novel is so different. Like, he goes, like, the duel is not a story about his character development. The duel is just a fun little action story.
a setup for the book, if more than anything.
Yeah, and it's a fun little action
Also-
story. Yeah, it's a fun little action story. It's your basic, oh, I want a really cool lightsaber short film.
Yeah.
Cool, we got that. Ronin is a in-depth character study of the Ronin, and it's his arc going from this guy who,
And also how his past choices like affected the galaxy kind of as a whole,
yeah,
which has the funniest scene of people talking to him as he's playing himself as a cover. And
oh yeah, when him and Traveler go to that,
yeah, the like resort town where they're like, I don't even think this Dark Lord was real. It's like he's
if
right
only
next
you
to
knew.
you. If only you knew how dangerously close to just getting absolutely fucked up right now.
Yeah, but yeah, so like, I want more of this universe. I want more of a lot of the universes from Visions. I still want the Ninth Jedi universe more. I still want.
The Ninth Jedi universe is great, and like,
It's because it's almost because it fits within the Star Wars narrative. Once again, like it's not like Roninverse, where Roninverse is very much its own alternate reality.
yes,
That you can arguably try to fit into Star Wars, but it would be like. So I argue that if you do try to fit it, it would have to be like the Great Schism. It would have to be on par with that far back in Star Wars history. It would have to be in the like Dawn of the Jedi that far back, just about.
Yeah.
Whereas the Ninth Jedi fits almost perfectly. You could say it's only really 100 years after Rise of Skywalker,
yeah.
and it would fit. Because Ninth Jedi, it's like, oh, no more Jedi again. And
There aren't a lot of Jedi around.
And also, we changed one thing about lightsaber crystals, but it's something that could feasibly fit in the Star Wars narrative.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that maybe certain crystals, lightsaber crystals that are found, they can do that, and they become the more prominent type of crystal that people are finding. But
The fucking reveal in the Ninth Jedi of like, oh yeah, by the way, like 7 out of 8 of us are evil.
so I definitely want more.
Yeah.
I originally thought this was supposed to be an ongoing when they announced it, because I thought it was supposed to be like, oh, you get stories from different Vision, like it wouldn't just be the Roninverse, it would be like all the Vision stuff, and then it would also be like new stories that weren't even connected to the stories we've already gotten. That's what I thought we were supposed to get, but apparently this is it. We're just getting the one shot.
Yep.
It's a good one shot. It's a really good one shot. I mean, it's not the strongest narratively, but
It doesn't have to. be.
but it doesn't have to be, and I think what it does is still good world building for the Roninverse. It's still beautiful artwork, which is what Visions is really meant to be. It's meant to be, how pretty of art can we get? And like half of these shots in this comic, I would just want posters of.
Yep.
And so
here's some. Yeah. No,
I give it if we're gonna, well, go ahead and give your thoughts, because I'm about to give it a number. So go ahead and give your thoughts first.
I like this. I am satisfied with what I have, like, as a whole, because the duel and the book came first. I read both of those.
Yeah.
I watched and read, and I like this because to me it sets up for that. And I think for the first time on this show, I'm gonna give this a 10 out of 10.
Oh, wow! High praise. Yeah. I haven't
For those
even.
that don't know, high praise does not come easy from me.
I think the only thing I've ever given a 10 was Fallen Star, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if I could give this a 10. I could probably give this an 8 or a 9. It's up there. It's good.
It's very good.
It's very good, but I feel like if the story was a little bit more, because I have heard this, the story is hard to understand.
Yeah.
It's a good story, but it's hard to understand. I think if it was a little more clear, I could give it a 10, but I might have to just give it a 9 for now. Now, that doesn't mean I can't come back, read it again, and be like, oh, this is actually a 10. But on the show, for this reading of it, I give it a 9.
I'm not going to argue against that. Like, it's good. And I think the issue is I just like really old samurai stuff. And I'm like, hell yeah. Also, like drinking a little bit before a fight for like 12 hours.
It's very Star Wars.
Yeah. And also that, like,
yeah.
oh, thank God we didn't fight. I just gonna get wrecked.
Also very Star Wars.
Yeah.
We are here to talk about High Republic stuff, but also Grogu and some Star Wars news. We have a well-rounded amount of stuff to talk about. So let's get into the news.
Alright.
So, The Acolyte,
Yeah.
the show you and I are most excited about, they officially announced all of the cast members, and they officially announced kind of what their filming schedule is going to be. So, apparently it's going to come out about the same time as Andor Season 2.
Okay.
So they're going to start filming around the same time, which Andor Season 2 starts filming on the 21st. Of this month, yeah. And so, and as for cast, a lot of the stuff that we've heard, true. Amandla Stenberg, lead. Lee Jung-jae, who people know from Squid Games, he's in it.
Okay.
Daphne Keane, who we talked about last week, officially in it. Carrie-Anne Moss, so Trinity from The Matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a few other good choices. You got Charlie Barnett, Manny Jacinto, Jodie Turner-Smith, Rebecca Henderson, Dean Charles Chapman. So that's who we've got announced. Obviously, we don't know who they are in this. There's a lot of people already creating their own ideas of who's playing what. Lee is likely a Jedi Master because we also had like a little description of the show. Let me pull that back up.
Yeah.
The Acolyte is a mystery thriller that will take viewers into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era. A former Padawan reunites with her Jedi Master to investigate a series of crimes, but the forces they confront are more sinister than they ever anticipated. So people are assuming that Lee's going to play the Jedi Master, and then a lot of assumption is that Daphne Keane will be the Padawan. And then Carrie-Anne Moss is being... Fans are speculating that Carrie-Anne Moss is going to play the Sith Master, and Amandla Stenberg, for the most part, has already been confirmed as... Like, it's not officially confirmed, but a lot of the rumors have heavily implied that she's the Acolyte of the title of the show. And so I gave my own thoughts on my Twitter account, by the way, of what I think should go down. If you want to see that, that's Escape Reality 94 on Twitter. But yeah, I gave my own thoughts of what I think... What I wouldn't be surprised to see go down. Obviously, it's just a fun little hypothetical. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to go down, and I'm not going to be angry if it's not what happens, you know? We also got the Obi-Wan Kenobi writer Andrew Stanton on writing with... oh, sorry, that's an interview. He got interviewed by... We're looking at Star Wars Newsnet, as we normally do, to kind of get our quick recap on the news. There was another one I saw. Oh yeah, Deadpool 3 director Sean Levy in talks to direct a Star Wars movie. This is all still early talks, nothing concrete, you know. So not too much to talk about yet. We also haven't seen Deadpool 3, so we can't compare it. You know, we can't be like, oh yeah, that feel. You know, we can't really talk much in comparison to that.
I saw the fucking advertisement for that.
Yep.
I'm happy.
J.D. Dillard reveals that his Star Wars project's no longer happening. Which is... So, let's talk about this, because this is a heavy topic of discourse within the Star Wars fandom. Thoughts on directors leaving and coming into projects before they're out. Because we tend to hear about a lot of Star Wars films that are on the way, and then we also hear about them being not coming out.
Yeah.
Couple things I want to talk about regarding that. Fans feel like, oh, why are they doing so many projects at once? that's just the nature of the business. They're going to get a lot of people and they're going to come up with ideas. And if they think the idea works, they're going to take them in and be like, yeah, let's try that idea. And if it doesn't work, then they'll get rid of them. Or if the director feels like they don't want to be involved with the project, they'll move on. So the difference between a normal studio and Lucasfilm is that Lucasfilm has a little bit more eyes on it. Because people are saying, why is Lucasfilm announcing these things? They're not. Lucasfilm isn't announcing any of these.
Yeah.
These are reporters who are getting insider information who are then reporting it to the masses. Realistically, this happens all the time within a normal studio day-to-day basis. Is director will come to a studio with a film idea, or a studio will come to a director for a film idea. Uh-oh.
I got yelled at.
Was your mom saying to get into the mic?
Yeah, I need to get closer to the mic. That's what I got yelled at for.
It's funny she didn't call you out in the chat this time.
She's like, no, this one is a direct one.
But yeah, so like
I'm not
bitter
about it because I have a similar situation going on right now that I don't want to talk about.
Yeah, because it's a bigger studio and it's a bigger franchise, I think more eyes are on it and people are automatically more like scrutinizing of it.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, you shouldn't be doing all these. No, that's just a normal thing.
That's just how it works.
It's the same thing with reshoots. Remember a few years back, people were all about getting angry when reshoots would happen for like Marvel films. And it's like, no, that's a normal routine thing for big budget films is to do reshoots. Like, you do the main film, and then you go back and see what works, and then you go, hey, we want a shot of this. Can we go get that? And usually you'll bring your actor back, and you'll do that. And usually in the contract, it's stipulated that you'll do that. And so that way the contract even says, hey, if we need to call on you, we can still call on you as an actor to still come in. Like, it's basically like being on call for a job. Like, you're done with the main work, but if we need you, we can bring you in. So like, I think it's fine because I think I would rather be hearing about them dropping people and bringing new people in more than I would of them just making whatever film. Like, I would rather them be talking about it than just going, hey, let's just make every film that anybody comes up with, because that would be worse. Oh my god.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's the same text. It just went off again.
Oh, okay. So, moving on. Asmodee.
Yeah.
JD, would you get mad at me if I say it wrong? Asmodee, the company that that's licensed out the board games for Star Wars stuff, the ones that are over Fantasy Flight. They have announced a new miniatures game called Star Wars Shatterpoint.
Oh.
It's a new miniature skirmish game that's supposed to be more along the lines of the Marvel one that's currently out, the main Marvel one. I forget what it's called. So
It doesn't tell me anything.
It's basically like a miniatures combat game. So I hope that these are miniatures I don't have to put together. I don't care if they're not painted. I'm fine with that, but if I have to put them together, I swear.
You're just over here like, you motherfuckers. Thank you for doing this, but also, damn you.
Because I like having miniatures, because I like my Star Wars miniatures, but I also don't want to have to. So let's see what they say. Hold on. Customize, create a Star Wars squad that is truly unique with beautifully sculpted and dynamic miniatures of identifiable characters that are ideal for dedicated hobbyists and new painters alike. Okay, so they say they're sculpted already. So that tells me, I don't know if that means that they just sculpted the parts and you still have to put them together. Strategize. The Shatterpoint game's fun and flexible squad building experience invites players to create custom strike teams optimized to complete the various mission objectives. So it sounds a lot like one that we've already had before. It sounds a lot like I forget which Star Wars game it was that we've got. It's out front because we shoot in the back of a our local gaming shop. So I'm trying to remember the name of the
There is one that is very similar to what this sounds like.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is.
It's the one where they do have the pre-built characters for that one. Let's see. Players can choose thematic squads straight from a galaxy far, far away, like Ahsoka Tano and Bo-Katan Kryze, Lord Maul, and his loyalist super commandos, or mix and match their favorite characters to form the custom squads they want to play. Battle in the Shatterpoint game, players use their character's special abilities and diverse combat skills to control the flow of battle as they race against each other to complete dynamically evolving mission objectives. So it sounds interesting. Like I said, it sounds like ones that we've had before, just a new flair to it, I guess, is what they're going for.
Yeah.
Because it says they're going for more of an 80s and 90s, like, cartoon look, is what it shows in one of the interviews. Let me look. There's a video. It's an animated video. I'm trying to see. Okay, these look fully built, but they're also painted, but I don't know if that's how they come.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and it has like little flat pieces for them to stand on too.
I see.
So it's looking kind of like a mix between the two games that are out front. Because there's Legion, where you have to put them together, and then there's the other one that I'm trying to remember where you don't. And the Legion has more of that the same type of padding at the bottom. It looks all right. My problem is it will probably be expensive. Because miniature games, like full games, are pretty expensive. There was something else. There was, I think, one more thing I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, one more thing. Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy. So, Dave Filoni, guy that does Clone Wars and Rebels and a Mandalorian, right? Yeah. Kathleen Kennedy, the executive producer of Lucasfilm. They recently met with the executive producer for the guy who did Star Wars Resistance. So we don't know what was discussed, but more than likely that means that a show is probably in the works, because you don't tend to meet with executives like that aren't doing a show anymore for you unless you're talking about something. So, I'd be interested. I think Resistance, it almost got to where it needed to, but it like stopped short just before it was like the show that that I think it could have been. All right, and that's it for news. So they surprised us today.
Yeah, they did.
Not really surprised. Like, we knew a few days ahead that it was coming out, but one, we didn't know who the studio behind it or what it was. So the Zen, Grogu, and Dust Bunnies came out today, and it's a short, very short film, like 2-3 minutes, and it's from Studio Ghibli.
By fucking Dust Bunnies today.
Yeah, it's from Studio Ghibli.
But I'm gonna.
So it's just
the end of the show.
So it's just Grogu meditating, and then he gets attacked by these fuzzy creatures.
Yeah.
And then like they're like, no, we're friends actually. Here's a flower. And then that's it.
Yep.
Thoughts?
I didn't think they were attacking him. I thought they were.
Well, like they bumped into him, and he thought he was being attacked. Because he cried.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he cried when they first hit him. Because he was in his little meditation thing, and then they bumped into him and got him out of it, and then he cried a little bit, and then he ran away from them thinking that they were after him. That's how I interpreted it anyways.
That's not how I interpreted it at all.
And then eventually they're like, here's a flower, we're friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not pleased, but you're not dissatisfied by it.
Yeah, like it's cute. And like I think it's drawn well, because it's studio, it is who it is, right?
Yeah,
it's Miyazaki. But it also feels like it's the kind of short film that you turn like the kind of short animation that you would turn in for a school project for like your animate college course animation class. You're like, hey, I got like a week to make this animated film. Let me go ahead and make this for my class. At least get an A minus, A plus. Like,
what was the thing I said? I can't get you a masterpiece, but I can get you a passing grade.
yeah, like it's like I can get a passing grade with this. But I'm not gonna like this isn't something I would put into like that I normally wouldn't send to major studios. I would think, but you know, like it's drawn once again. It's not the art. It's just the what was this? Once again, though, I don't hate it. I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know. And I think I'm not the only one in this position. Like, I've looked at Twitter, and a few of my mutuals are kind of, like, in that same position of, like, this isn't bad, but what was this?
Yeah.
And so, like, I like them using using Grogu's motif, but they, like, wind chime it and synthesize it a little bit. Like, that's Grogu's motif. I like the way the music is used. I like the art style. I thought it was cute. Overall, it's fine. But that's it. It's just fine.
Yeah.
God, man. Is that where you're kind of at?
I wish I could respond with more energy right now, but
Yeah.
I cannot.
I'd put it at a 7.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay. Let's get into the main topic. I just wanted to talk about that first because it just came out and we were like, it's short. We might as well just attach it to this episode.
Yep.
It's also not anything major to canon, so like.
Welcome back to the High Republic,
Well,
baby.
yeah. Welcome back to. Well, we've been here for a little bit. We haven't really left.
Yeah.
So we are going to talk about the short story Tales of Enlightenment: New Prospects, Part 1 and 2.
Yep.
Written by George Mann, who we tend to like. George Mann's pretty good. We have not read a full book from him yet, but we've gotten a lot of his short stories, and you know.
He tends to do fairly well.
Yeah, like nothing's bad. So this one takes place on the planet of Jeddah,
Yeah.
which is interesting because of the whole Andor stuff going on TV-wise, and then Jeddah is becoming prominent in the High Republic right now, and
Yep.
yeah. And so
What is it?
we meet this character who's working for the Temple of the Kyber, but he's not like he's not a Force user.
No.
He just happens to.
Just works there.
Yeah, I just work here.
Yeah. He's not just a tourist.
No. His name is Keth Sarapath.
Yeah. I fucking almost called him Keith.
Keith, the Star Wars character. Great, love it. But Keth goes to this local cantina that he goes to all the time,
Yeah.
called the Enlightenment. Hence, Tales of Enlightenment.
Yep.
And,
So he's a regular there.
yeah, him and his friends.
Several other people. To
His,
the point where the bodyguards the bouncers out front recognize him.
Yep.
And don't question it. This also, like, you and I have had this discussion before, but what is the legal drinking age in Star Wars?
at the very least like 16 because like
Because we know it's
remember
a lot lower.
yeah because remember our buddy not Dez Reith. Remember Reith
Yeah.
did his drinking like before he left.
Yeah.
And
But I also feel like Dez would have gone in anyway.
Dez would have been the one that bought the drink. Like, if it was illegal, Dez would be the one that's the 21-year-old bringing the drinks for all the underage folks.
Yep.
Like, Dez has that vibe. Dez is Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused. But not the girls underage part. Not the high school girls part, but the drinking and hanging out with high schoolers part.
Yeah.
Like, Dez has that vibe to me.
Yeah. He definitely has a similar vibe to that, except he is a character who's been living in, like, on a planet where politics and poisoning happen all the time.
Yeah.
So he's got like that level of responsibility.
But
and then he comes back home
yeah.
for like his little brother's graduation party for that book.
Yep.
Which is the setup of that book
Yeah.
a little bit. But that's where we'll stop talking about that.
Yeah, because we have an
It's not
episode
gonna
of that.
happen for another 200 years.
We also have an episode of that already.
Yeah.
It's our episode on Into the Dark.
Yep.
I think it's our 3rd episode.
Yeah, I think it is.
So, let's get back to this story, though.
Yes.
So in this story, Keth, along with his droid, try to enter. He knows that his droid can't go in, but he tries anyways, and they're like...
Not because droids aren't allowed, but because this one has caused...
fights.
A shit ton of fights. So they're like, hey...
It's not that we don't allow droids, it's just your droid in particular is a problem.
Yeah. It's like, you can't bring your friend in, you know, the one that's caused 7 fights in the last 6 months.
Yeah. It's where, like, we know you enough to know not to bring this friend in.
Yeah.
And so, he meets with his friends who are, like, trying to, like, just basically pass time.
Yeah, they're having a if-then, what-do.
Yeah. And that's when they meet, the bartender and the owner walks up to them and is like, hey, there's this pirate chick that's been, like, frequenting here lately.
Yeah.
And she's got some cool stories if y'all want to hear. And so, like, he does, like, some... And, of course, Keth is like, yeah, I want to hear some Jedi stories, because, like, I work with them, but I don't see them ever, and I don't know what they do.
I know that they work. I know that they are around and in the building I work at.
Yeah.
But I've never met one.
Like, and I don't know exactly what they do. Like, I don't know their thing.
Yeah. I know they go out and help people.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
And so, the bartender makes the introductions, and trying to find her name. Saretha. Saretha sits down and is like, hey, how's it going? Give me some drinks and I'll tell you some stories.
Yep. It's just like, I have a story for you that involves a Jedi, some
pirates, and
getting eaten alive.
Yeah. And they're like, you sure that's facts? And she's like, yeah, here you go.
Yep.
Give me some drinks and we'll get this going. And so she tells this story about, finding his name right now.
Not necessarily the worst Jedi, but a Jedi who made some choices.
Like it's so like so sorry, she's not a pirate. She's a prospector. She's a hyperspace prospector, which is, we've discussed this kind of before on the show, but for those that are new, it's basically people that discover hyperspace routes.
Yeah.
So they're the ones that go do the dangerous hyperspace jumps, not knowing if they'll get out on the other side.
Yes. And this is a very dangerous thing to do, because if you fuck it up, you
could end up in a sun, you could just end up in an asteroid and blown up.
Yeah.
Like, there's different outcomes.
It's risky.
Yeah. You could just
Which is why
crash into a planet.
The great hyperspace disaster was probably the worst thing that could happen.
Yes and no.
Sometimes.
Yeah, because now the routes that people knew were, like, compromised.
Yeah.
And on top of that, now everybody had to fly in real space, which takes forever.
Yeah.
Because hyperspace, you cut a month trip down to, like, maybe a week. But now you're back to it being a month.
Yep.
And that slows down supplies and everything. So that's why the great hyperspace disaster is a disaster. But yeah, so Saretha is somebody who explores that, and so she was off finding out this route that she's like, hey, this is a cool route, this is fast.
Yep.
But then she gets caught by pirates because pirates happen to be in the area where she was going.
Yep.
Where along the way she meets a Jedi who is also imprisoned with her in, like, the cell next to her. Like, they're not in the same cell, but they're like,
yeah.
And so,
and he's like
Master Lee Haro.
and he's not worried about anything at all.
Yeah, in fact, so they end up getting into like they end up back in hyperspace, and it turns out that the pirates were dumb.
Yep.
They basically left the door unlocked. Like Lee figured out a way to get out while they were gone. He was like, "Yeah, I can get out," and he left her there, and he was like,
He's like, fine, I guess I'll go and do my job.
Yeah, because it turns out that where the pirates were going was where Lee wanted to go.
Yep.
And basically, instead of actually finding the hyperspace routes to get there himself, Lee was just like, I'll just hitch a ride with these pirates by getting captured and then free myself when I get there.
Yep.
But since Saritha was going a different direction, Lee is like, fine, I'll help you.
Yep.
Because I'm a Jedi and that's what we do.
Yep. He's like, they just left my lightsaber like right over there.
Yeah, they're idiots. And so, like, within an hour, he's taken over the ship, apparently. And so, yeah. And that's part one.
Yep.
Part two.
Part two.
I'll let
Jungle.
Yeah, I'll let you take the lead on this.
So, part two, after Haro has freed Saretha, Saretha's like, hey, since I've kind of like botched your plan, do you want me to just take you instead? And he's like, yeah, sure. And so she does, and when they get there, it's like, there you go, and get to these like little ruins for a little bit, and he's like, okay. Saretha.
I read Saretha because it's Saretha.
Yeah.
So I say Saretha, but I think we don't have a vocal version, so whatever works.
Fine.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I don't understand. There doesn't seem to be anything really of value here, just some primitive like cave paintings. And so he's like, okay, this is good. We need to go in a little bit further though. So I'm gonna go on ahead. You can leave if you want. And then these, I'm going to call them not velociraptors.
Yeah, that's a good way of explaining them.
But I'm pretty sure they're fucking velociraptors.
They're Star Wars raptors.
Yeah. Once again, the wildlife in Star Wars is perhaps the most dangerous thing.
Yeah. As you were saying, though.
So, Saretha is like, fuck this, I'm leaving. And she tries to climb away. It does not work. As it turns out, not velociraptors have some very sharp claws. And she gets, like, wounded on her leg.
Yep.
But because a Jedi is there, they're able to... And we've gone over this.
There's force healing, but like in this case, he doesn't, like... He just kind of soothes it more than heals it. To a degree.
He doesn't do any of that
Oh,
shit.
yeah, because he does... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he's like... Like, we hear the stories of that, and they're like, I can't do that. Because not every Jedi can.
Yeah. And he's like, what I can do, though, is communicate with animals.
That's right. Which is also a thing.
Yeah, it's also one of the ones that's very hard to do.
Yeah, healing, animal communication, and psychometry are like the rare abilities.
It's very hard to do. You can learn it, but it's a lot easier if you're more naturally inclined.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to take up a lot of energy.
Yeah. And he is like, all right. He essentially is like, okay, we'll send the velociraptors away.
Ta-ta. See you later.
Bye. Shoo, go on.
So then they make camp.
Yep.
To let her leg rest. And also, probably a good time to make camp.
Yep.
Unfortunately, after all the camp is done and they avoid some other obstacles, the pirates come back. Because they want revenge.
Yep.
We're skipping a little bit, yeah. Because they go into...
skip past the earthworm.
Oh, yeah, the earthworm, yeah.
There's a big earthworm, they get swallowed. They find some stuff. He finds a crystal. He gives it to her. And then they're
which is important because she proves that her story's real by having that. Yep.
And so, after that, her leg is still wounded. So when the pirates show up, she's like, shit, there's like 9 of them and like 2 of us.
Yeah.
Now, while I am of the opinion that this would be an easy win for the Jedi if he was by himself, as you know, when you've been saddled with an escort mission, things get complicated.
Yeah.
But
Stupid non-force user slowing everybody down.
keep in mind, this story is told from the perspective
Of the non-force user.
And this is something that, like, I'm like, this should be common knowledge, like, to the general galaxy at that point.
Yeah. But also Jedi, I would say this is a time where Jedi are still rare, and because we're in the Outer Rim. Jedda's Outer Rim territory. So we're talking about an area that hasn't been...
At this moment in time, yes.
Yeah.
However, later on in the future, I would say that people would generally know what a Jedi is.
Yeah, I would say like by the prequel era,
Yeah.
they will, but like the High Republic, I'd say even in Phase 1 era, Jedi are still a big mystery. And I would say even in the prequel era, I would say maybe only 50% of the galaxy population understand what a Jedi really is, and then the other 50% are like only from mythology and no actual like, cuz I would say 50% of the population have never run into a Jedi.
Yeah. But it's common enough that you would hear stories and be like,
But I would think it would end up being like tall tales sort of deal, where they hear about these great things that Jedi did, but in reality they did like maybe a fraction of what the story said.
yeah, I know, but public appearance does do a lot.
Yeah.
It's why I think more people should be concerned, like, later on when they hear there's a Jedi in town. Or on planet.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh shit, then that means something actually bad is going on.
But yeah, as you were saying though, regarding the pirates,
Yeah.
they
They get, using the power of the Force, he's like, I'm going to cast Summon Nature's Ally to have these velociraptors fuck up these pilots.
yeah, the Strostodons is what they're called.
Strostodons. Yep.
But yeah, he's like, so he basically calls them back and is like, hey, you didn't eat us, but I got some food for you.
Yep. And they're like, the pirates are like, oh no,
Yep.
not raptors.
And they decide it's not worth it.
Yep, they're like, fuck it, we're gonna leave. Some of them do not make it out.
Yeah, because like Saritha like hints that some of them were eaten by the worm
Yeah.
and so on.
Yep.
And eventually Keth is like, hey, can I see that rock? You know, that you've been holding this entire time? And Saritha's like, sure?
Yeah,
And so he looks at it and it's she explains it's pure kyber.
yeah. She's like, yeah, you can.
You can make a
Because
good
Saretha's ship has been in repair because of the pirate attack.
Yeah, and so, and like that's part of why she's been like hanging here is she's like, I don't got the money for all the repairs yet,
Yeah.
and so like I'm just telling stories for money and drinks.
Yep.
And Keth is like, you can make a shit ton of money just from selling that,
Yeah, he's like, you can
especially
make a
here.
fortune. So
And that's
come
when,
on, actually,
and so,
I'll take you to a place where you can sell it legitimately and get all the money.
and that's when Saretha's like, oh,
This motherfucker
This
knew the whole time.
Master Haro knew what he was doing when he gave me this.
Yeah, she's like,
He gave me this so I can make a profit off of this because otherwise I would have been fucked.
yeah. And I'm like,
Yeah.
we haven't met more of Haro, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing more.
Yeah, like we haven't actually met him. We only heard a story from the perspective of a non-force user, so very much a case of take it as you will,
Yeah.
grain of salt type of story. This we don't know how reliable Saritha is.
Yeah.
Seems pretty honest though.
Yeah.
For an Outer Rimmer, because usually that
For an Outer Rimmer, huh?
for
You got something to say, Mr. Core Worlds?
no, but what I mean by that is like
I know.
spacers usually tell tall tales,
Yeah.
especially on the Outer Rim. They're basically known
Yeah,
for
but-
tall tales. It's like It's like when you go to a bar and you meet this biker. Of course, they're gonna tell a little. They're gonna tell a good story. They're gonna exaggerate it a little. There's gonna be a lot of facts in there, but there's gonna be a little bit of storytelling.
Yep.
And that's what you expect and want when you go to a spacer and they're like, "Hey, tell me about this really cool thing that you saw." It's why Han's whole I did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs is that's a little bit sketchy. But we've seen that it's not 100, it's 90% true.
Yeah.
But there's that 10% that's Han just exaggerating it to make it a good story. And so that's what Saritha did. And so Keth kind of leads Saritha to the right place and is like, "Hey, I can show you where to go to sell that." And so
our story ends where it began. At Keth's workplace.
Yep. And that's it. And so I feel like this is going to be what... So I like this.
Yeah.
Because it's very much something that Star Wars used to do a lot of. And they kind of haven't in a minute. So there used to be a bunch of books back in Legends Day, the expanded EU days, expanded universe days.
Yeah.
Where they would release a bunch of short stories into books. And they would all be themed to a location or a group.
Yeah.
So you have Tales of the New Republic. So they're tales that are set in the New Republic era and focus on the foundings of the New Republic. You have tales of at Jabba's palace. Bunch of tales that are around the idea of Jabba's palace and the people in it. So Boba Fett and Dengar and stuff like that. I think this is that, but for this bar. And I love it.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the title is Tales of Enlightenment, and then New Prospects is the subtitle. Kind of like how I would argue. I guess we had that in the last phase with the Starlight Beacon stuff. Starlight was basically that as well, where it was just tales of stuff going on in Starlight, and all surrounding the characters of people who work there.
Yeah.
And I kind of like having these type of short stories again. And of course, Starlight is getting a hardcover copy where it's going to have all the short stories together, which is nice. And I hope they do the same thing with this when this is done, because I kind of like having these short stories collected in one place. It's something that I wish Titan, the ones who publish the Star Wars Insider magazine, I wish they had started doing sooner, but they have been doing well with, because they've done because we've had the collector. We've had volume 1 and 2 of just the entire collection of short stories they've done, but it's not every short story yet, but they've gotten a good chunk of their stories into 2 volumes, and I think a 3rd volume's on the way.
All right.
And so this is including Legends and canon stuff, because they've been doing Insider for a long time. And so I'm kind of excited for these type of stories. Enough that I think this is about an 8.
Okay, yeah.
Because I like the premise of just telling some tall tales at a bar.
Yep.
It's something that, because Scotty...
I don't think I've ever said the words core worlder with as much viciousness as that particular moment.
I think it was all in good jest. But yeah, because Scotty, JD, and I have talked about on the other podcast that I do, the My Star Wars Life for Mobcast Network, that we talked about, if we ever were to do a show, we want to do Cheers, but in Star Wars. That's essentially this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keith is going to the bar where everybody knows his name. Or Keth, but I had to say it.
Yep.
But Keth is going to the bar where everybody knows his name, and everybody knows who he is, and they're like, "Yeah, we know you, and we know your stupid droid. He can't come in here," because he starts fights. It's always religious fights too. He's talking about the Force.
Oh, that's right. So, fun fact about Keth's droid. So
you forgot that fact, didn't you?
I forgot that the reason why is because it can only speak in Old Testament religious terms.
Yeah.
So while it might be like trying to order a drink, what it says is something like blah 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 blah. I'm not actually gonna say anything because I don't.
But like yeah, because he's talking about like
it's like
forced religions,
like hard religious speak, like a Sunday sermon,
which is dangerous to do here because this is a planet where multiple religions live.
Yes.
And so obviously a lot of butting heads regarding religion.
Yeah. Enlightenment is supposed to be like neutral ground where the other neutral ground where this one is like, listen man, I just want to drink right now. I don't because the other thing that goes on is the convocation, which is where all that religious stuff is supposed to happen.
Where there's a little bit more argument, but it's usually at the end of the day you have a compromise. Yeah. But here it's just like, no, we're not even doing that. You don't bring it here.
Yep.
You step in here, you're just a customer wanting drinks and some good times.
Yep. You check your issues with everyone else at the door.
So I'm excited to see more of Enlightenment, especially as the story goes on, because shit's about to go down on Jedha.
Like, High Republic Phase 1, we do hear about a couple of things. We hear that there is the Battle of Jedha.
And we're getting an audio drama that's of it. And apparently, I don't know when it's supposed to take place, because I don't know if it's occurring, like, if everything is coming out chronologically, like with Phase 1, or because I saw somewhere that on Wikipedia, they put it on the timeline as, like, before the stuff we've already read, and I'm like, that doesn't sound right, because I feel like the Battle of Jedha is something that's about to happen because of the path and everything that's dropping. Like, that's my... Like, I think everything's about to go down on Jedha, and we're going to get this big, like... Okay, yeah, see, they moved it. It was further up originally, but now on the timeline they've moved it. Which makes sense. Well, issue 2 is out for the comic. I got to read issue 2. Yeah, Battle of Jedha is a little bit further now. So, and I feel like... Because in the first issue of the comic, not to give too much away, you can feel the tensions brewing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, there's tensions brewing, and I think the path is about to, like, take heavy advantage of that. And I think that's where we're going.
Fucking path.
Because also, you know, Mother wants her rod of whichever one that one is.
Sunrise? Seasons?
Well, Seasons is the one that not Marta, but Yana has.
Stars?
Yeah, Sun. Yeah, I think it's the rod. I think it's the rod of sunlight.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it's been a minute. But yeah, things are about to come to a head.
Mother wants a glow stick.
But yeah, so that's our thoughts on Tales of Enlightenment, New Prospects. We're here to talk about Quest for the Hidden City, but we also got some Star Wars news that we want to talk about. So we'll talk about a couple things first. Mm-hmm. Immediately, we already have a disagreement about a subject today. Mm-hmm. So let's get into it. First off, they announced that Sana Staros is getting her own comic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited. We like Sana.
Yes, we do. Her great grandma.
Like great grandma or whatever. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not a fan of Senator Staros.
Sana's cool though.
We do like Senator's daughter Staros though. Yeah. Just not. So two-thirds of the family that we've met ain't bad. But Sana's fun. I'm interested what they're gonna do with her. I need to catch up on Aphra, and then I can know where this might go. Because obviously, Sana is a key part.
Aphra was having a bad time.
Well, also Sana is a key part of the Aphra stuff going on currently.
Yeah.
So, let me see what they've said though. If this is gonna be, because it could take place in a different time, so that way it doesn't interfere with the Aphra stuff.
True.
Because that's the thing. Like, when Sana first showed up in the Star Wars comics, she was claiming to be Han's wife. Which was, on paper, true. But, like...
in spirit
no. Because, Han and her had done a con where they married each other as part of the con. Mm-hmm. And so, Sana decided to get a little extra money out of that. Because at the time she was a bounty hunter. and this was between episodes 4 and 5.
Oh boy.
So she's like, I'm gonna capture Han for Jabba. So yeah, obviously now in the comics we're in the 5 to 6 era.
Yeah.
And obviously Sana's come a long way from bounty hunter trying to, like, she's gone from bounty hunter trying to capture Han to somebody who agrees with the rebellion in spirit for the most part and works with them.
In practicality, she's
a lot like Han. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get a little bit of a payday out of this, but it's also the right thing to do. And then now she's gone to full, like, back to kind of doing payday gigs because she's working with Aphra on that mentality, except it's kind of screwing her over because Aphra keeps getting them in more and more trouble.
Yep.
So I'm interested in what this could be. It'll be written by Justina Ireland.
Oh.
So, yeah.
It's the woman who keeps breaking our heart. She is very good at what she does and making people very, very sad.
She's also just really good. Like,
yeah.
I mean, she's given us some of the best High Republic characters, I think. Some of. Because we get Test of Courage from her, and so we get Vernestra Rowe. Yeah. And Emery. And the good Staros.
Yeah. Thinking about it.
It actually makes sense for Justina to write this.
Yeah, it does.
Because she knows the Staros family.
Yeah.
At this point. So I think she understands the character.
Also, this is no relation to that. However, apparently, Vernestra gets, like, her ability to crash ships from Stellan.
Yeah, because Stellan's
really
also
bad at it.
Yeah, Stellan's also cannot fly ships. Staying in comic realm.
Yeah.
Next year is the start of the 40th anniversary for Return of the Jedi. And so that probably means we're going to get a few things next year. We're probably going to get, so every time we've hit a 40th anniversary, we've gotten From a Certain Point of View book, which is basically a collection of short stories surrounding that specific movie, but from the point of view of, like, the side characters, like background characters. And so, and some main characters, like the Obi-Wan gets a certain point of view in both books for both A New Hope and Empire. But now we're gonna get one for, it's not announced yet, but we're getting one for Return of the Jedi this up next year. What is announced, however, is Marvel is doing their 40th anniversary series of comics for Return of the Jedi, and they're doing a bunch of one-shots. And they're going to start with Jabba's Palace. So they're going to do a one-shot that focuses around Jabba's Palace. And so, here's a little blurb that they released. The 40th anniversary celebration of Return of the Jedi begins here. Who is plotting to overthrow Jabba the Hutt? Jabba's Palace is one of many places to find the vilest of scum and villainy, relaxing, wet their whistles, and indulge their vices. Who would ever want that to end? Well, someone has Jabba in their sights. Beginning a series of one-shots spotlighting the Return of the Jedi era, Mark Guggenheim, currently known for writing a Han Solo and Chewbacca comic, which I've been enjoying, and Alessandro Miracolo, the writer of the Obi-Wan comic, brings you a tale of Jabba's palace you won't soon forget. So thoughts?
Be interesting to read that.
Yeah, I mean,
it comes out.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
Oh, Seth's mic is low.
I see.
My mom
Your
me.
mom?
Yeah.
Well, at the very least, I'm in the mic this time.
Yeah, go ahead and keep talking. I'm going to, on air, fix this. Yeah,
the audio.
Talk about your thoughts on it.
So, for me, like, for the longest time, I didn't know anything about Jabba. I was like, great, he's a crime lord. That's all I know. So it's going to be a little bit interesting to see. Also, we don't really know how the day-to-day works of just Jabba's palace. It seems more like he just executes people and has dance parties there. And occasionally does some drugs. That's about it. However...
He's got his hookah.
Yep.
Alright, I think you're good now.
Let's see what else. No, that's about it. That's really what you can gather.
Yeah, and I'm
He
curious.
also likes getting his family members killed.
Yeah, I am curious who would be the traitor in this one shot. Like, out of the who's who of who it could be, I'm curious, but because like, you know what? It's Bib.
It's Bib.
Yeah, because Bib's a little slimy fuck.
Yeah, it's true.
He's a little bit. He's like, I'm gonna take over. Like we saw how he treated Boba in not only in Book of Boba Fett. Boba shot him. He was like, nah, I ain't dealing with this. But we saw how he treated Boba in the War of the Bounty Hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm gonna toss out a wild suggestion unique to the comic books.
yeah.
Deva Lumpop.
Ooh, Devil and Pop, our favorite Nihil turned bounty hunter.
Yeah. Because she's like, I want out. And Jabba's like, you're not getting out.
She is still alive as far as we know.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting.
I don't think that's right, but if I was someone with a motive...
Yeah, and it is somebody, like, if you're reading the comics, it works. Now, obviously, it's out of left field if you've only seen the movies and shows, which is why I think, like you said, it's probably not going to be her, but she's not a bad suspect to throw out there. Okay, here comes the one that Seth and I...
Oh, yeah.
So...
We should show them...
Yeah, we'll show them the art. We'll show them the art. So, Star Wars has been doing this thing where they do Legends art where they've been re-releasing the Legends books, and they're calling them the Essentials Legends collection. So they've been like handpicking like the best-selling books essentially, or best-selling series, like in the case of the Republic Commando books and the Darth Bane trilogy. So they've done new art for them each time as well, and so let me make sure that we capture the correct window. So here's the art. So they've hold on. So let's talk about each one left to right. So Yoda Dark Rendezvous, it's very similar to the original art for Yoda Dark Rendezvous. Like I saw it at the top. Like I'm looking at Star Wars News. I saw it up here, and I was like, oh, this is Yoda Dark Rendezvous.
Yep.
And like, yep.
Yeah.
Like it looks almost the same, just a little bit more, not almost watercolor, but not quite watercolor. Like it's got that watercolor style, like. If you know what I mean, where it's a little smudgy. Hard Contact looks pretty. Hard Contact for Republic Commando looks really pretty. Like, I like that one a lot. Unfortunately, Karen Traviss is a little problematic now. So, and also...
Is there something I don't know?
She's transphobic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And on top of that, like, people have realized that her writing's not the best. Especially Halo fans who have gone back and been like, oh, she ruined Halo.
Oh. Is she one of the...
She's one of the book authors for a lot of the Halo books. This is the one where Seth and I have a disagreement. I think it's a little cheap looking for Star Wars. It looks like something that I could pull from, what did I say off air? It was
it wasn't.
It was
It's not
Look, and while I say this, I'm gonna say this, I'm saying this with like, I still appreciate art from people on that website, but it's not something I would expect to see on a Star Wars published novel.
So
it looks like I'm about to find it. DeviantArt. Looks like DeviantArt work. Like, once again, DeviantArt people, you guys are fantastic. There's a lot of creative people on DeviantArt. And this is still nice art, just not for this.
I think it might.
It looks like a fan work.
You're not wrong about that. However, I'm like, oh, it's Dawn of the Jedi. And I'm like, oh, so this is when we don't know shit about Jedi.
Yeah,
it's like to me, this is like the.
Well, I've read this book before, so I know what the drawings are of, and like
I don't know what that's about, but I'm like, okay, this looks like an interesting starting point.
Which is going to be interesting because
Dawn of the Jedi.
Because we're doing a Dawn of the Jedi campaign soon.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. I can't wait to see what that's about.
Yeah. And so, like, I guess if you don't know the story and you haven't seen the original art, it's not as bad.
Yeah.
Into the Void. This is the original art. Ignore everything else. Original art.
Mm.
You get a lot of the same ideas. I kind of wish they had done it similar to what they did with Republic Commando, because that's really pretty. Like that, I think that's the prettiest out of the 3 new books. Yoda Dark Rendezvous, you might as well have slapped the original Yoda Dark Rendezvous cover because they did nothing to change that one.
The meme. Corporate
Yeah.
needs you to find the difference between these 2 pictures.
They're the same picture. But yeah, I don't know if I'm the only one who feels this way about. I'm curious now. Because this was posted on Twitter from Del Rey, so I'm curious if there are other people that are feeling the same as me about this. I'm curious.
You've entered the forbidden zone.
Yep, somebody else said it. And cheap looking. I'm vindicated.
Well, I still disagree, but I like it because it's a lot more childlike, and I'm like, man,
I mean, it is, once again, it's pretty, but it's kind of cheap.
Yeah.
You're
like, oh, this is too poor for my blood.
That's not what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But once again, credit to the artist though, because it is good looking art. It's just not what I would expect.
Yeah.
They did say that no new audiobooks for the re-release, because for some of the re-releases,
whatever will you do?
Well, I'll listen to the audiobook that they already have of them. They are, because some of them they have re-released audio, like new audiobooks versions, new versions of the audiobook rather, because some of the audiobooks are so old that they're from the 90s and they kind of need a revamp. Like they've been doing that for the X-Wing Rogue Squadron book series, because they re-released the Rogue Squadron book series from Michael A. Stackpole, and then they also did the audiobooks. All right, so 2 more things to talk about news-wise.
All right.
So Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy met with the Ninth Jedi creators production IG. That makes me pumped. Yeah. Now, of course, it doesn't mean anything. It could mean that they're talking about them for more Visions stuff. But I'm hoping it means we get a Ninth Jedi series. Because out of the stuff that was in Visions Volume 1, I have to say Volume 1 now because Volume 2 is on its way out soon. I think Ninth Jedi was the most likely to make a good spin-off TV series on its own.
Yeah.
Because it ends with such an open ending of like, all right, now we got to go find the other Jedi and find the actual people who should be carrying these lightsabers.
Now that we've murked like 6 guys.
Yeah, 6 different Sith, yeah.
It definitely is the most like open-ended one.
Yeah, because we got to find my dad and we got to go find more Jedi. That's a great premise for a show. It's basically if the Empire was just full of actual Sith Lords. And so it's like, and then you have like this looking for your father story, which is very anime, along with finding the other Jedi that can carry the lightsabers that her dad made. I think it works well.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's been a while. Like, so, Caleb, are you familiar with the joke that there are no parents in anime?
I'm familiar.
Okay. Because a lot of the time it's like, I'm gonna go off.
I'm
and
going
be a
on an adventure
protagonist.
as a child, yeah.
And it's never like because I want to find my dad. It's mostly because I wanted to do this.
Yeah.
And no one told me no.
But like for movies, it's usually like
Yeah.
parent is in trouble. I've seen a lot of parent is in trouble anime films. Spirited Away.
I have the exact opposite of with Castle in the Sky.
Oh yeah.
The parents are already dead by the time that movie starts.
Castle in the Sky is underrated,
It is. It's great.
especially the English dub because it's Mark Hamill in it. So the last thing we want to talk about is related to today's topic.
Yes.
The High Republic on-screen future teased by Kathleen Kennedy in new art book. So the new art book for Star Wars: The High Republic Volume 1, so which is just stuff from all the Phase 1 art, a lot of behind the scenes and stuff like that. So beyond just the Acolyte, Kathleen Kennedy in that book teased an on-screen future for the High Republic.
Well, yeah.
Beyond the Acolyte. Obviously, we know the Acolyte.
About to
I
make
said
it.
beyond the Acolyte
I
already.
know.
But like we knew the Acolyte was coming, but I'm curious beyond it what the plans are. So here's what's written in the book. If this gamble succeeded, this being the High Republic, the story anchoring the new interconnected multimedia initiative stood to open up new storytelling opportunities beyond the page, allowing publishing to evolve into an incubator for new characters and era that could later appear in games or on screen, a role reversal for the department typically tasked with sustaining interest between temple projects and big screen movies that nonetheless honored the genesis of all stories in films, games, and television. So basically, role reverse. You normally, when it comes to movie studios and their books and stuff, usually the books are doing the light lifting of just, hey, remember these characters from the movies. Now they want the books to do the heavy lifting and have the films, games, and television be the thing that are like, hey, remember these, here's a little bit more of these characters that you already like. And I kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's a good way, because books are a good way to test the water on new characters that maybe you don't know if it'll work out. And I think the High Republic has been a very successful initiative. Constance mentioned also, if going back to anime, also if they have a parent, they don't have a father in anime. I'm looking at you, My Hero Academia.
Yeah.
But going back to High Republic, I think the initiative has been successful. I think people love this era. There's a vocal minority who hate this era, but most of those people, when you talk to them, haven't even read anything from it, and it's just like, okay.
So it's an unfair assessment.
Yeah, and then the people who like, there's some people you can critique it. There are fair criticisms to have, but I think for the most part, it has been a successful initiative with a lot of good, more good than bad, I would say. In fact, I would say there's been some weak spots, but there haven't been any bad spots.
That second book in the...
Yeah, I talked about that last night, actually, when I was talking to some of our mutual friends.
And it's important,
like,
but it's busy work.
Are you talking about out of the... Are you talking about for the YA side? Out of the shadows, yeah.
It's important.
Yeah, because we talked about that last night with some mutuals. We were like, it does a lot of the heavy lifting for what has to happen by wave 3 of phase 1, but it like you forget a lot of the stuff getting to it. But you remember the heavy lifting parts, but you don't remember the rest of the book.
Yep.
And it's just like,
I think there are like 4 assassination attempts in that book.
Yeah.
And which you think would make it more memorable, but it doesn't.
So once again, though, it's not a bad book. It's just the weakest of the series. If we were to like call one out, because if we're gonna give a fair critique, there are weak stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like any other piece of narrative storytelling. You're gonna find something that doesn't work, especially when you're doing 3 adult novels, 3 junior novels, 3 young adult novels. 4 comic book series, 2 of them being mini series.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bound to happen. I mean, there's a lot there. So, I mean, it's not going to be perfect all the time. And even then, I wouldn't say it's the series has been perfect, but it's been damn near close.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then Kathleen Kennedy also added, the following tease regarding the time period's on-screen future, it all starts with the word. So basically, just whenever somebody says go. So we're waiting on that.
Can I read this one?
Pablo Hidalgo, what he said? Yeah, okay, yeah.
What is the galaxy worth fighting for? When people say we want to restore...
Make sure you say it in the mic.
What is the galaxy worth fighting for? When people say we want to restore the Republic, what is the ideal?
Yeah, because he was being asked, like, what is the theme, like the true Star Wars themes with the story set in during the High Republic, and that I think that fits it very well. I think that fits the themes that we've been reading very well, even in Phase 2.
Yeah. Because the High Republic is when the good part of the galaxy has its shit together.
Yeah, there is still obviously bad because people exist, therefore bad things will always exist. But it's not.
But like as a whole, the High Republic is generally like we've essentially got. While we can't solve every problem, we are working like diligently on it.
Justina Ireland, funny enough, because we talked about it earlier, also added regarding like that era. Everyone's always talking in such glowing terms about the Republic. It had to have been a functional government that people enjoyed and felt safe under at some point, but we hadn't seen it yet. How do we still make it interesting? Because when things are going well, that's usually when it's the least interesting, right?
Yeah.
And so I think they've done a good job of balancing that.
Yes.
Because, like she said, that it's a question that as writers you have to find that answer. You have to be able to say, okay, so we're in a peaceful time. How do we still make that an interesting story?
And that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Like, so
kudos to the writing, like the entire High Republic writing team. Like, y'all did it. Y'all made a peaceful time interesting. Because while the Nihil are out and about doing god-awful things and terroristic things, it's still a time of peace, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
There's no true war going on. It's more of just, these terrorists that are just mucking about, messing things up, but we'll send the Jedi after them. At least from a public perspective.
Yeah.
Although I think that's changed with the Fallen Star.
Oh, yeah. They're like,
I think
this is a problem.
Yeah, Fallen Star has changed that narrative. Like, while I think the Republic Fair problem was also a big event.
Yeah.
I don't think your everyday citizen was like, "Oh, it's the end of the Republic."
Yeah.
No. I think with Starlight Beacon falling, however, there might be some people going, "Oh, it's the end of the Republic." Or at the very least, the Jedi can't defend us. Why should we count on them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
they can't even protect their own space station that we worked with them to build. Is what that argument's going to come down to.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Marchion's counting on.
He's not. While the Nihil are a problem, up until like the point of the Republic Fair, your general populace was probably more like that's an Outer Rim problem.
Yeah, because and even though we are in a time in the Republic era where they do care more about the Outer Rim than say in the prequel era, it's still the Outer Rim, and therefore people still care less about the Outer Rim than the core.
If you're not born in the Outer Rim, you won't care about the Outer Rim.
Exactly. And that's
it's like,
yeah.
And this is gonna be like a brutal thing to say.
Go on.
Do you give a shit about what's happening in California? Like, in general, in your day-to-day life?
In general, no. In my day-to-day life, no.
No. You care a lot more about the stuff that's, like,
in
immediately...
Alabama, yeah. Like, and that's the same... It's true for anybody. Do y'all who don't live in Alabama care about what's going on in Alabama?
Probably not. And I'm like, but...
Hell, I probably don't care about what's going on in BFN, Alabama, like the backwoods parts of Alabama. Like, yeah. I don't care.
However,
I mean, I do, but I don't. Like,
Yeah. You care because it's closer.
yeah, but not as much
Yeah.
still, because it's still the Outer Rim is basically BFN. It is.
It's there. No one cares.
Especially because a lot of the time in Star Wars, the Outer Rim is depicted as it's the backwoods.
dirty
It's the
place.
backwoods. It's the backwoods. It's your
But-
farmers and your like it's traditionally your agricultural planets and your like the places that nobody cares about in
Yeah.
Star like even in the real world it's less cared about. It's still worried about, but less so.
And so it's like, so then the Republic Fair happens, and then let's call
Yeah,
it
it's Space
what it
BFN.
is. Let's call it what it is at the Attack of the Republic Fair. That's like a huge. I've made the comparison before. That's like a terrorist attack,
Yeah.
and they're like, oh shit, no, this is actually a little bit more serious than I thought.
Yeah. Whereas their attack in the first book was more of a piracy attack.
Yeah,
Because you had the space battle, Kerr,
Yeah.
whatever. I forget. I was talking about it last night, but I forgot the name of it now. It begins with a K. But that space battle that happens, the big space battle, that was more of a act of piracy than anything. And then, and same thing with the land, a lot. Where our main Jedi protagonists fight on the planet, Afrona. No. Where our boy Bell fights.
yeah, Afrona is right.
Afrona? Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, this is just another pirate raid.
Yeah, it's another pirate raid. Like Light of the Jedi is just a bunch of piracy raids.
Yeah.
And then like the one big terroristic something that could be classified as a terrorist act wasn't even on purpose.
Yeah.
It was an
Like,
accident.
the great hyperspace disaster is just that. That one's like, whoops, I accidentally created the largest car crash in history.
Yeah, during a piracy act.
Yeah. That wasn't what was supposed to
Yeah.
happen.
Like it benefits us slightly, except even Markion's kind of like,
No.
like it benefits slightly in that it's a nuisance to the Republic, but
Yeah.
then it also becomes a nuisance for them.
And it's like, that wasn't what we were supposed to do.
and then Markion has to get new paths
Yeah.
because he's like, fuck, how do we get around this?
Yeah, he's like, damn it, I have to pull out the map and map out the back roads.
Yeah, but yeah,
And then, like, Falling Star happens, and it's like, now the rest of the galaxy is like, okay, the Nihil are, for real, a problem.
yeah,
Because, like, they get as far as Corellia in that same book.
yeah,
Now, that one is stopped thanks to the heroics of the Jedi. However, they're like, we were this close. If they hadn't been there, we would have been completely fucked.
yeah.
So now the general populace is like, oh shit, this is a problem. We have to actually go out. We thought we got them all. Apparently we didn't.
Yeah. And it's even worse because now they've, like, destroyed an actual, like, monument to peace.
Yeah.
Because Starlight Beacon
'Cause-
was that.
Yeah.
It was a monument to peace.
Like, one of the things I've...
Well, because Lena So, the Supreme Chancellor at
Yeah.
the time, this was part of her Great Works projects, which are basically, like, how I think it was FDR did a bunch of, like,
The alphabet soup programs.
yeah, all these major things that were good for the Republic that were supposed to help, the government out and also be useful for the people. And so you had Starlight Beacon as the first of these great works that got finished, and then you had the Republic Fair, which was supposed to be kind of similar to the World State Fair, like how we used to do the World Fair, which we don't do anymore, I don't think. But like, it was supposed to be this great act of peace for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's why they held it out in Valo, which is Outer Rim, because they're like, oh, well, we're going to reach out and show, yes, even though not every Outer Rim world is part of the Republic on paper, we're going to treat you the same as
Yeah.
if you were, which definitely by the prequel era is not how the Outer Rim is treated.
Yeah. No.
And we're seeing the starts of that in phase 2. We're seeing the beginnings of the Outer Rim starting to be treated better.
Yeah.
And like how the Outer Rim is kind of like, we don't know if we want to trust that because you're outsiders.
Yeah.
Like, we want this, but we're not sure if you're being honest.
Mhm.
And so that's what we're seeing in phase 2 is the start of that relationship, which that's generally how that's going to be. It's going to be you got to kind of prove yourselves to us that you are good intentioned. We're not going to just assume you are. But
Yeah.
But
Because it's the Outer Rim.
yeah. And
I
so
want to trust you,
Yeah.
but you have to prove that you're trustworthy first.
yeah, especially when you're this big government coming in
Yeah.
with your Jedi police essentially. Which, at this point, the Jedi are not the Republic's police in the same way that they are in the prequels.
No, they're not.
In the prequels, they are they are absolutely the Republic's police.
Yeah. Go on.
I know I've said a very dangerous thing by throwing that out there. That's why I'm laughing. Because I know certain people that are in our mutuals will be like, yeah, you're right, but I don't want to think about that because the Jedi are more than that. Jedi are nuanced.
Yeah. So I will once again say what I've always said. I believe firmly in the separation of church and state.
Yep. I mean, the Jedi are very much nuanced, and it's very hard to have that conversation about the Jedi because,
I've explained to you like how, because we have some knowledge from the future, and are reading the High Republic, to the characters in the High Republic, that's the present. However, seeing tying the Jedi closer to the Republic, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and I get her reasons why.
I understand that.
She's not.
But I'm also like, this is gonna come back to bite everyone in the ass.
It's one of those good intentions pave the
You're close. Go on.
Yeah, pave the road.
The road to hell.
Road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah. It's one of those situations where Lina So absolutely is doing this for the right reasons. Unfortunately, the right reasons doesn't mean anything when the wrong people take control.
Yeah. Also, she's probably dead. She's
she's absolutely dead. She's a human. She's a human, so she's dead by the time of the prequels. Because we're 150 years. We're 200 years before Phantom Menace in Phase 1. 350 years back in Phase 2. Because it's an extra 150 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Speaking of...
Yes.
Oh. Actually, before we jump into the main topic. Last question, since it's on topic of that news article.
Mm-hmm.
What would you want to see from a TV show, besides The Acolyte? Because we know that we're getting The Acolyte. What, do you want something further back? Say even further than Phase 2, or do you want something around Phase 2 or Phase 1, but or do you want a retelling of something from Phase 1 or Phase 2, or do you want something after Phase 1 and Phase 2 and maybe even after Phase 3, but between that and Acolyte?
Give me Ty York.
You want Ty York?
I want Ty York.
Just give Ty York a show?
Yeah.
Maybe, do you want it as an adaptation, or do you want something new?
I want something new.
Okay.
Yeah, something after the adventures we've seen her in.
Because once again, this was a topic that came up last night.
Y'all talked a lot, didn't you?
Yeah, we talked for about 4 hours. So yeah, a lot of stuff came up.
Ty York is a Jedi who, in my opinion, has the best quote of "Shut the fuck up, I'm not a Jedi."
I don't know. Ahsoka still has that "I am no Jedi," which is pretty awesome. But Ty York's is more of a
Don't call me that.
Yeah. Whereas Ahsoka's is just a badass one-liner.
Yeah. Ahsoka says it. Ty lives it.
Yeah. And so the conversation was, we kind of don't want TV shows, animated or live action, to retread ground that's already existing in the books and comics, because every time it's happened, it's retconned something.
Yep.
And we're just like, just don't do it. Just tell new stories. Now, it's fine if you're doing something that's in Legends, because it's not canon, but don't retread canon ground, is the conversation that came up. Because Tales of the Jedi obviously was a discussion around surrounding that
Yeah.
with the Ahsoka episode and the Ahsoka novel. So like, I kind of agree with that. Although I kind of wouldn't mind, but if you're going to retread the ground, either do a 1-for-1,
Mm-hmm. Or
just don't,
just don't, or not at all.
or at least try to get it as close as possible.
Yeah.
Like do like any normal adaptation, but don't change things just to change things. Just because you think it's a popular choice. Bad Batch.
Mm.
Putting Kanan in the first episode and changing Kanan's background from the Kanan comics. Just because Kanan's a popular character that Dave Filoni created. Dave. I know Dave doesn't watch this, but still. Calling him out still feels good.
You're just calling him out on a thing he will probably never hear.
It still feels good.
All right.
All right, let's get to our main topic.
Yeah.
Because we're almost an hour in.
Oh boy.
Thankfully, it's the junior novel.
Yeah.
So today we're going to talk about the hidden quest for the hidden city.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah. So, spoiler warning as usual. Seth,
Yes.
do you want to lead it? You weren't expecting that because I didn't warn you, but
No. Welcome
welcome to the Outer Rim.
to the Outer Rim, fucker.
Yeah, because we're going to be following a couple of engineers.
Yep.
Who finish each other's sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
A Jedi.
and his Pathfinder. Yeah, well, a Jedi and their Pathfinder group. Well, we don't really follow him. He kind of disappears.
Yeah.
But we follow a friend of that Jedi who's a Jedi and her apprentice.
Yes.
As well as their Pathfinder group.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are also following some natives to the planet of Abydos.
Yes. So, on their way, Solandra and Rupert,
which are our second Pathfinder team.
Yes.
They're the ones in.
they are the two Jedi on the second Pathfinder team, alongside Obik, Cam, and Dietrix.
Yep.
And their two droids, GT-11.
Yep.
And
Their actual Pathfinder droid, because GT-11 is not the Pathfinder droid,
No.
but their actual Pathfinder droid.
whose fucking serial number name I don't remember.
I will pull this up. Don't worry. Thank you, Wikipedia, for.
I got like.
You got
7 out of
really.
8.
Yeah, you got a lot of those names. I honestly don't remember all of them, and so you nailed it. Like when you said it, I was like, "Yep, that's right. Yep, that's right." But I couldn't think of it on my own. So you did a good job.
Amos.
Yeah, Amos is one of the other, because he's one of the engineers.
Yeah.
Because it's Amos and Cam, right?
Yeah.
Because Amos and Cam finish each other's sentences.
Yeah. Dietrix is their pilot.
It's 9. So is 9B theirs,
9B.
or is EX 9B? Is 9B theirs, or is that Rock's? Because we get 2 EX droids, which we have been introduced to EX droids before. We've been introduced to Pathfinder droids before. I'll wait till you're done, though.
I think it's.
Yeah, let me see here, because there's 8C as well. Yeah, 8C was Rux. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we've been introduced to EX. Let me point this out. In a previous episode, we've been introduced to EX droids. Because they were Pathfinder droids. Basically, they're used to scout ahead and then report back. We were introduced to them in the Dexter Jetster short.
Oh. Okay.
Because remember, they found this old EX droid, and they were like, yeah, it's got this location to this planet that like was lost and has all this treasure.
The EX is short for exploration.
Yep.
That was dumb. I had no idea that's actually what it stood for.
I think well, I mean, I'm kidding. I think it stands for well, let's see. EX droids. It doesn't say what the EX stands for.
Well,
But I might as well be exploration because that makes sense.
yeah. Regardless,
They look kind of like probe droids.
Yeah.
Um,
They while they are on their way to Abydos,
They find Atsi,
yeah,
8C rather.
and 8C is beaten to shit and is giving a message, but it's one of those like where the tape has been like fucked up
Mm-hmm.
due to interference probably from a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
They essentially get like a really broken up static message. If you've seen a horror movie that starts with a distress beacon, you've seen this sequence before.
Yeah. And so basically
Let's be real. That's what happened.
So
here.
basically they get the message that okay, Master Rook is in trouble.
Yep.
We need to go look into this. And
so they're like, well,
thankfully the planet is not that far away from where we're going.
yeah. So let's just go there.
So first they go to Abydos though,
Yes.
because they gotta make contact there. Hold on.
Malik is Rock's apprentice.
Yeah. We almost forgot about Malik.
I'm just going with Malik.
It looks like it could be Malik though.
Yeah, but I'm doing this for a very certain reason.
Knights of the Republic reasons?
No, it's because I'm choosing to pronounce the Q as a K.
Oh. Because Malik is also, yeah. Anyways,
Malik.
Malik. Looks like Malik. I'm going with Malik.
Okay.
But
So they
we're
go,
all,
welcome to Abydos.
should we also talk about the other story that's going on? Because there's A story. That's the A story. And then there's the B story.
Let's talk about the B story.
Which is about this father and son. Because it does. That's the second chapter, I think.
Yeah.
Is the father? They show us the B story. Because I think they show us just Cam and.
Actually, it's the other way around.
Oh, is it? Does it start with the B story?
It starts with a B story,
Okay.
which is welcome to Globe. Fuck this place, man.
Glum, more like gloom.
Mm.
But yeah, this father and son are stranded on this death world where there are monsters supposedly, and basically, the father is Spence, the son is Das. Das,
Spence, tore his leg, but he hurt his leg.
yeah,
He,
making
like,
it to where he
twisted it.
can't really go
So he can't
too
go
far.
very far.
So they have a camp set up, but Das has run into the monsters before, and his dad's been like, okay, well, don't go too far from the camp then, so you don't run into them again. Das has been ignoring that.
Yeah, but that's not by choice. It's because they've been eating scrabblers.
Yeah, which are these
essentially
lizards. Yeah, it's basically these rock lizards that they scrabble, which is why they're called scrabblers.
And they've been getting further and further away.
Yeah. On top of that, Das has kind of been a little more explorative about it because he's
Yeah.
like, I should probably look for other landmarks that are useful while I'm at it. And he happens to find it's not right away, but we're going to kind of rush through the B plot because A plot and B plot do collide at some point. He does find this old equipment that he starts to mess with so that way he can create a communication system.
Like, his dad is working on one, but he still needs the occasional parts.
And so Das has been going further and further out where he finds these parts that he can bring back to his dad. Okay, so that's the B plot. That's the setup for the B plot. We'll come back to it when it becomes relevant again. A plot. So they meet up with the people. Well, it takes them actually a minute because they're looking for the city on this planet. Which this is not the hidden city, but it is hidden.
It is hidden. It's not the one we're
That's not the one in the title, though.
looking for.
But there's these Katakut,
Yeah.
which are a flying species. They're like a bat-like species, there's actually a picture of them.
They are bat-like.
I'll
They
pull up
do
the
not
picture for
actually
them.
fly. These ones don't.
These ones don't, but they can't. They used to.
They used
It's
to,
implied
but
that their
not
species
anymore.
used to be able to fly more. Yeah.
Yeah. Their wings are vestigial now.
Yeah. Let me pull it up for y'all. Because this is a picture in the book.
Yeah. And the sickest burn from Middick about her own wings happens like not long after that.
Yeah. Like.
Rupert was like,
Yeah,
you know,
which
Jedi
is the one.
Padawan.
Which she's the one in the picture here.
says, "Oh, they're beautiful," but Midik goes immediately afterward, "and useless."
Yeah, so they meet Midik and Rillik, who Rillik is the nephew of the minister of the works, and then
And Midik
the cousin of Midik.
yeah. And Midik is his daughter.
Oh, Midik's his daughter. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rillik and Midik, father and daughter. We're getting a lot of father and children in this.
Yeah.
And so throughout this, though, Rillik is kind of like they're getting to know them, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we get from Abydos to Gloam? And they're like, oh, you don't want to go to Gloam. It kind of sucks
They're
there.
like, it's bad.
It's bad. There's monsters.
There's monsters. Also, there's this thing called like the Miner's Curse.
Yeah, which is coming up because Rillik is getting sick.
Yeah.
So the reason that they're on Abydos and why Gloam is also important is there's a lot of mining operations going on both worlds for a lot of minerals that are important for the galaxy. And so they're like, hey, we need these minerals so that way, especially because right now,
right now, Abydos
there's that forever war still going on.
Between Iram and
Arono,
which is fucking everything up.
Yeah.
But what is also doing is affecting everything else, because that's how that goes. And Abydos is going through a bit of a power shortage.
Yeah. And so even more reason they need those minerals.
Yeah, and they called out to the Republic for help, and they're like, hey.
Which is why the Pathfinder group is there.
Yes. And so when they get there, the first meeting is very tense.
Yeah, because Rillik is like, I don't really want you here, but my people called you here, so we're stuck with you. And so they eventually concede and decide, okay, yeah, we'll take you there.
Yeah.
But Rillik is also hacking and coughing and dying.
Yep.
And so he actually collapses.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cam and Amos are like, we'll take a look at the power.
Yeah, they're working on, they're engineering.
We'll see what we can figure out here.
Yeah, they're our smart boys. They're engineering.
They're like, goddamn Rubik's Cube of a power box.
Yeah, and so because Rillik falls, who is it that decides? Obik. Yeah, Obik decides.
Obik's like, I'll look into this.
Because Obik's their medic, that's right. I like Obik.
Yeah, he's a medicine boy.
And he's a Mirialan, which we have, I mean, outside of Clone Wars, we haven't seen too many. It's the same race as Barriss.
Yeah. It's like, all right, time for me to go. And
oh, yeah, we have some in Jedi Fallen Order, too, because second sister.
And he's like, okay, time to go and figure this out. And Rillik is like, don't even try, man. And he is like, well, I have resources that I can use that maybe you didn't.
Yeah, because basically they've been told for decades, essentially, that there's a way to cure it, and then the people who are working on the cure give up.
Yeah.
And so Obik's like, nah, I got this. Let me look.
Let me try.
Because Obik is, once again, he's a medic. Yeah. So, like, he's kind of obligated to at least try.
Yeah.
And so...
But I also... This is one of the few times I will have sympathy. It does get very tiring after a while of, like...
Yeah, it's kind of...
We're so close. We only have a week left, and then it's like... We can't do it.
It's kind of like real world talk, kind of like a cancer patient being told, "Oh yeah, we're gonna."
And it's like, thanks.
And then you go into remission, you're like, "Cool, I did it," and then you don't, and then you're sick again, and it's like, like,
why did you even bother telling me?
Yeah. So I get it. It's one of those things where it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Does not excuse the things Rillik will do later in this book.
No, or the things he did already.
Or the things he did already, yeah. Because he's already done some awful things. We just don't know that yet.
Yep. And so they decide Dietrix, Solandra, and Rupert. Obik stays on the ship.
Yeah, because they did bring the ship already to Gloam before Rillik collapsed.
Yeah, and Obik's like, I should probably stay close by in case something happens.
And then so everybody else goes off to explore. They kind of split into groups.
Yeah,
because the Jedi stick together and then the non-Jedi stick together, which is an awful split in my opinion. I feel like a Jedi should have been in each group.
I'm okay with this.
Like, it's an awful in the sense of that's not a very smart strategic, but for story purposes it's good, but for a strategic sense it's bad.
Yeah, I can see that, but I'm also like, oh, thank God. Fucking finally, we can see what normal people are capable of.
And they hold their own.
Yeah.
Because they run into a few of the creatures. They don't run into the worst of the creatures.
Yeah.
I think our Jedi do.
Yeah, the Jedi get it. They like, Dietrix and Midic get, like, no encounters at all up until the end of this.
I'm upset because our creature that we know we're going to talk about later does not have a name yet.
Oh, yeah?
I kind of want to... I'm going to create a tweet right now. I'm going to do it.
Doing this.
We're going to make it canon. We're going to make our name canon for it. Let me @ George Mann.
So, they go and they're like, Dietrix and Midic are like, all right, we're going to go to the... That's weird. There's a little distress thingy going on. We should probably go and check that out.
Yeah.
After, like, getting halfway through this, like, old ruined city where there's just nothing. And Midic kind of explaining, like, oh, yeah, we knew we had heard there were, like, monsters down in, like, the old mines. We didn't believe that until we opened the mines, and then monsters started coming out. So then we left.
Yeah. And so... because like a lot of people like because it was basically just oral tradition of like oh there's these scary monsters
in the mines, and everyone who was like an adult at that point was like, yeah, right.
Yeah, like people thought, oh, at that point it's just, you know,
it is one of those funny things, and this I'm going to talk about this for a second. Like, there's a hilarious bit in Dishonored where like a crime boss got captured by this like witch, and he's like, you know, as a kid, me and the boys used to be like, oh, that old woman down the road is a witch, like for real. But as we grew older, we were like, nah, that's dumb. Turns out, was 100% right when we were kids.
Yeah.
And this is another case of like
that creature is in the temple itself, right? Because they're already in the temple when they run into it, right? No.
They're outside.
Okay. I'll just say in the book then.
They are, like, in the marsh.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm trying to come up with a really great tweet because I'm going to make our name canon for this creature that we're going to talk about soon.
I don't know if you can make it canon, but you can certainly try.
I'm pushing, baby.
All right. And so, Dietrix and Midic go and encounter, after looking and following the distress beacon created by Spence and Das, who had a fucking rough night because the monsters, as they've been called, changed up their pattern. Because normally they would go during the night and just like hole up in their cave and wait it out, like when the sun was setting, essentially. Monsters showed up before the sunset this time, and they got Das across the shoulder, and it's like, oh, thank God, it was in a non-vital area. But they've been like dealing with these like undead, not undead, with the monsters all night.
Yeah.
And so when because at a certain point, Das decided, oh shit, the beacon's still outside. I need to go out and get it.
Yeah.
So that my dad can turn it on.
So we're talking about them activating it because soon some people Plot A is about to discover the beacon.
And Dietrix and Midic are like, huh, that's weird. should probably go and see what's up with that.
Yeah,
people might be in danger.
And that it has to be a short range beacon because a long range is impossible right now.
Because long range isn't working. Like even planetary ones are having difficulty. And meanwhile, with our Jedi, so we haven't discussed this, but Rooper has a unique ability.
Oh, well, can we talk about her weapon then, besides the ability?
No, that's Solandra. But yeah, we can talk about her.
Yeah, let's talk about Solandra's weapon, because it's going to come up pretty soon.
Yeah.
So Solandra's weapon, she has a lightsaber, but that's not what she primarily uses. No. She has a shield that is also with, like, lightsabers that come out the sides.
Yeah.
And it's great because her reasoning is a Jedi should be about defensive first and foremost. I will pull my lightsaber if I need to, but I'm going to try to find a different solution first. That's the Duncan MacLeod way. Mm. That's a setup for the other podcast, for the Highlander podcast.
This? No.
Yeah. Okay, then. But yeah, let's go back to Rooper's ability then.
So, Rooper has an ability that is similar to Avar Kriss's, but not quite. Whereas Avar Kriss hears people's songs through the Force and can sort of figure out where they are with that, Rooper sees people in the Force as colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that as like, oh, where like in the past people have visualized the Force in different ways. No, this is an ability that Rooper has. And so she uses it and she's like, there's a light like way out to the west. And she's like, we should probably go and see that because that light is like fading and quickly. And
yeah.
Solandra and Rooper are like, and Solandra's like, all right, Padawan, let's go then. And so they follow. Unfortunately, this leads them into the wetlands and the marshes where there are some, what are we calling them?
We are calling them Gadir.
The Gadir. Which are...
which, by the way, if you are on Twitter, please retweet what I tweeted about that. It's Escape Reality 94. Please feel free to retweet to George Mann and Star Wars that they need to make Gadir the canon name. And make the hashtag Gadir trend. I made it a hashtag.
Why did you do this?
Look, if Twitter's gonna die, we might as well make the most of it while we can.
You're not even beating a dead horse, you're beating a dying one.
No, we're beating a dead Gadir.
Well, none of these Gadir are dead yet, or at all. They probably wish they were.
Yeah.
After the fucking beatdown they took.
Yeah, so they get into that fight with the Gadir, and it's not going well at first, because these creatures are vicious.
These are predatory creatures.
And
they're very hungry.
Yeah, they're hungry.
Like, me and you had this discussion where it's like, I don't really feel bad about what happened here.
Hey, Haley.
Yo.
Welcome to the stream. But yeah.
It's like, oh, I don't feel bad. It's like a case of, whoops, it seems I stumbled into a tiger's lair. And I'm like, I don't feel bad for what's about to happen to you, Mr. Tiger.
But I also, like...
I
understand your motives, and I don't want you to die, but I don't feel bad.
Yeah, I'm like, I guess today's the day we have to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. So they beat the shit out of the Gadir.
Yeah. Like, Rooper is, like, she's fighting incredibly defensively, and Solandra tries for, like, a good minute, and then she's like, to hell with this, and decides to use the ultimate technique of the shield bash.
Yeah. She basically Captain America's, because she does it like a throw shield too, and she uses the Force to make it go all over and kind of just Captain America it without the bouncing.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this is one of those ones where it's like, okay, I get it, you proved your point. Bam, bam.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn. But they continue on. And Rupert goes, and she's like, the light is over here.
Yep.
And Solandra's like, oh, that's interesting. Good work. You didn't know that you led us to a Jedi temple, did you? And Rupert goes, oh, no. And she's like, well, you said they're here. Looks like the cave's collapsed. Let's move this out of the way so we can go and get our friend. And so they do, with the power of the Force. Space magic, you know the deal.
Yeah.
To be honest, a boulder in the way is not that much
No.
of a problem for a Jedi.
It's the least of their worries.
Yeah, and so they go in and they find Master Rock. And they're like, so one of the things from the distress signal earlier that had them kind of concerned was that Master Rock is like an outdoor survivalist who is very much well known for spending time on the Outer Rim in like harsh places. And if he's asking for help, it's like, oh shit, this is for real. We have to like be careful about this. And so they go and they meet up with him, and he's like, yeah, we got like set up and betrayed by Rillick. Meanwhile, Cam and Amos are like, man, this fucking power converter thing, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of unnecessary parts here that are like limiting the supply.
Yeah.
What if we just took those off?
Yeah, that would. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, they do that, and then the power for the entire city goes off. Because Rillick, the jackass that he is, was like, just in case. So Rillick's brilliant plan was, now that we've opened the mines and everyone has been kind of like sick or dying, but we've stored enough for like 3 big like shipping containers, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sell those and live like my 9 months left of life in absolute luxury. Because fuck it, that's what I want to do. And so that happens. Well, he doesn't. Actually, none of that happens.
Yeah, well, but like that's his goal.
That is his goal.
He did already knock out Obik at this point.
At this point, no, but he's about to.
Yeah.
He might as well have.
And Team A and Plot A and B have collided at this point because they've used the distress signal to find Dallas and Spence, which that interaction is.
And like, oh yeah.
Yeah, you skipped that, didn't you?
So they do find each other,
and
like
Spence is
like, I'm gonna fuck you up,
specifically because Middick looks like the creatures that have been attacking them at night, because whatever monsters have been attacking them at night looks a lot like the Kiddics, and Middick is like, oh yeah, our stories do mention that the monsters look like us.
Yeah.
But once again, we thought that's just part of the fairy tale of it, of like, to scare the children.
And like, Spence and Daz are like, it's not.
Yeah. Eventually...
Like, it's not a fairy tale, it's very real.
Yeah, but eventually Das is the first to kind of realize, no, these guys, they're here to help us.
Dad, they haven't attacked us yet. Hold on.
Also, there's a non-monster with them, so we're good. And so, yeah, so Middick and Dietrich managed to convince them, hey, let's work together.
Cool.
And so they also decide to head towards the towards the old Jedi Temple.
Yeah.
And they use like a crane system.
They don't actually head to the old Jedi Temple.
Oh, they head to the city though.
Yes. But not to the Jedi Temple.
That's right, yeah.
Because the Jedi Temple is not near the city.
You're right. My bad. But they head towards the city, and they use like an old crane system to get them into the city. Because they find like some broken machinery that's on its side, and they're like,
we could use this. Das
is like, I don't know.
Like
I don't know.
He's like, No, I'm probably not.
Everybody else jumps willingly, and then Spence is like, come on, we've got this. I got you. You're safe. He's like, safe?
Safe. Dad, nothing on this planet has been fucking safe. Why would we trust it?
He's like, I already did it. That's how you know.
Yeah.
And Das is like, well, I did go out into where those monsters are, so this would be the least of the scary things I've done.
Like, never mind.
Yeah. So
I've been fighting monsters all day. Why am I worried about falling to my death?
so he jumps as well.
Yeah.
And so that's when everybody kind of reconnects, plot A and B, except for Obik and Rillick, because they eventually meet up in the city.
They do. One important thing has to happen first.
Oh, yeah.
And it is in regards to Obik. So Obik has been like looking through, and everyone kind of realizes this at the same time. Obik is like, man, these he comes up essentially with this theory that what the Miner's Curse actually is basically, oh, these miners have been breathing in asbestos.
Yeah.
And it's been like taking control of their body.
Yeah.
And so now,
yeah,
they like, when you cut them, they don't bleed like a normal person would bleed. They bleed these tiny crystals. And he's like, okay, I'm not sure how this would work, but I'm gonna work on it and see what I can do to keep people from going all crystal-like. Meanwhile, Rupert, Salandra, and Rock have kind of figured out the same thing through some cave paintings. Through some, like, tapestries and such.
Yeah.
Over in the Jedi Temple. And they managed to take out a few of these beasts on their way.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay. Well, we need to go and get our friends. And meanwhile, Obik has unfortunately been bludgeoned in the side
and
by
tied
Rillick,
up.
And tied up. Meanwhile, Cam and Amos are still like, God damn it, this fucking bullshit. They're like when your dad and your uncle are working on a car and they're like trying to figure out how to like get it restarted essentially.
Yeah.
And they're like, because they managed to get things working for like a little bit for like 2 minutes at a time.
Yep.
They do this 5 times before they eventually get it right. And the greatest line is like, once they finally figured it out, they're like, why aren't they cheering? And Amos is like, probably because it took all the energy out of them the first 5 times.
Yeah. Obik does wake up.
Yeah. And
he at first is like freaking out, but he's like, but he realizes that the reason he's freaking out so much is that he has a concussion.
I need to stay awake.
It's a good thing it was the medic that got knocked out, because he's like, wait a minute, I know how to deal with this. I'm a medic. I gotta stay awake now. I can't pass out because I have a concussion.
Okay, where's my little droid friend? And like, it's really sad because
also it's one of the
GT11 has like been like, Rillick was fucking like not messing about. He was like, I'll get the droid too.
Yeah.
And so GT11 was like, I'm gonna pretend to be dead.
Yeah.
Until Obik wakes back up.
Yeah. So
we can like ambush him.
Yeah, so Obik pretends to be mad at Rillick to call him in.
Yeah, it's still tied up. And so Rillick's like, he has the moment of like, I know I shouldn't,
but I want to gloat.
I want to gloat, so I'm gonna go gloat.
He's like, should I do a villain monologue? Yeah, I'm gonna do the villain monologue.
I shouldn't, but I'm going to.
It's like, it's that trope of the villain knows he shouldn't monologue,
but he's going to anyway.
Yeah. so he goes into monologue, and then of course Obik immediately takes that opportunity to strike.
Yeah. GT11 pulls up and he's like, hello.
Yeah.
And like Rillick is unconscious now, so he's not much of a problem. And Obik goes over to like the short range comms and he's like, hey, everyone like they get the comms working back on Opidus as well, and the power is restored. And they go, "Hey, yeah, there was a really weird setup thing over here." And Obek's like, "Did you guys know that Rillick was a traitor?" And they're like, "No, but we have evidence for it."
Yeah, because now we've seen, you know, we now know why the machinery is all fuckery.
Yeah. And so they go, and so he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go and talk to like Rupert and Solandra and Rock." And Rock picks up the phone and he's like, "Hey, Obek, did you know Rillick was a traitor?" And he goes, "Yeah, he just bashed me over the side of the head with a pipe." And everyone's like, "Okay, so we all know that Rillick is a traitor, right?" And they all go, "Yes."
Oh, important thing to talk about regarding the Lefbrook family, Das and Spence. The reason they're trapped in this world
is
God damn it, Sunshine
Dobbs.
Radicast, Sunshine Dobbs.
Yep.
So apparently, so you know how when last time we ran into Sunshine, we talked about how he
the Lefbrook family are hyperspace prospectors. They go out and they map routes.
Yeah. So we talked about how Sunshine does that, and that he has a specific hyperspace route that's to the Nameless world, and that's his little paradise world, because we've seen it in the Eye of the Night.
Yeah.
We've seen it. It's beautiful.
It is a beautiful place.
And they describe it very well in this book, I think.
Yeah.
And so, brightly colored world, almost no darkness other than the Nameless. But
the scariest creature to ever exist.
If you're a Force user, anyways.
If you're a regular person, it's not that bad, but it's still kind of like, ew.
Yeah. And so, the Lefbrooks apparently were part of the team that helped discover this world with Sunshine.
Yeah. And the plan was to split it 50-50.
Which is,
Sunshine was not about that.
Yeah.
Because he's Sunshine.
Yeah, so
and
I don't know if so their ship is messed up. The Lefbrooks messed up their ship on the way to the Paradise World.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have a name for this planet yet. It's the Nameless World, Paradise World, whatever you want to call it. So Sunshine's like, "Oh, I can give you a ride, and we'll go back to Batuu."
Yeah.
Which is the place that the Disney park for Star Wars. That's where you're supposed to be, is on Batuu.
All right.
So he's like, "We'll go back to Batuu together, and then we'll turn in this path, and we'll make profit."
Yep.
So it's not implied that he fakes his ship crashing, because even they're like, no, his ship was fucked up.
Yeah.
But I feel like it wouldn't be beyond Sunshine to fake it not working. But basically, Sunshine's ship also stops working well. He lands here on Gloom, and he starts repairing it, and they're like, "Okay, well, we're going to hop off real quick and explore the world a little bit." Sunshine took that opportunity to throw their shit out and be like,
"Here's some rations, losers. Goodbye."
And takes off without them.
Yeah.
And so that's how they got stuck here. So goddamn it, Sunshine.
Yeah. And earlier in the car, I was thinking about this. I'm like, the last person who had the route to Sunshine's place
got shot.
And now I've been thinking about it. I'm like, oh, that's right. This is the children's book. We can't have.
Except that was the young adult novels you can usually get away with a little bit more, but.
Yeah, I was like, oh. Because that's a little bit out of character for him, but I'm like, hey.
It's not too out of character for Sunshine, though. He still left them for dead, essentially. He gave them a fighting chance, but essentially left them for dead.
Yeah. And it's like, oh.
I feel like it's actually worse.
Yeah, it is. Because it proves he's an idiot.
Well, yeah, because he also didn't know that Gloam was as deadly as we now know. Because they just landed here out of chance. It could have been any world that he left them on. It just happened to be this world. And so... Yeah.
But once everyone kind of realizes, oh, Rillick's a traitor. Hey, has anyone seen Dietrix and, Middick? And they go, yeah, no. They went to explore this, old city.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, fuck.
Yeah, because it's bad.
It's bad because the mines that they reopened are there.
Yep.
And I don't remember why they went back there.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly why. I think they just got curious of what was
I
there.
think they were like, we should check it out. Oh, it's because they're still looking for Malik.
Yeah, and they also don't know Malik.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're looking for Malik, and they also don't.
And they're like,
and
where
also
are the rest of our Pathfinders?
Well, also
the other Pathfinder team.
But also that team of the Pathfinders don't know they even found Rook yet.
Yeah. So they're still looking for like Malik, Rook, and the previous Pathfinder team, and that's why they go there.
Yeah, because Team A and Team B of Pathfinder teams don't have communication right now.
Yeah.
They just have communication with Obik.
Yeah.
And well, no, actually, no, they barely even have that.
Yeah.
It's just Obik and our engineers that have communication, really.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Well, Obik can, like, talk to Rupert and Salandra and Rook and Amos and Cam. He can't talk to Dietrix.
Yeah. And
so he can't warn them, like, hey, wait, no, don't.
We've already found who we can.
Yeah.
Time to come back. So everybody has to converge on the hidden city except for, well, no, it's everyone, right?
Everyone but Obik.
Yeah, everyone but Obik. That's what I thought. Yeah, because he's keeping an eye on Rillick.
Yeah.
He's like...
Everyone but Obik and Cam and Amos because they're on a different planet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Cam and Amos are still on Abydos.
Mm-hmm.
But...
And so they go and they're like, oh no. There were a lot more people here. And...
And they start to realize...
And Team Jedi is like, hey... Oh shit, our friends are like way down there.
This is also when we learn what happened to the city.
Yeah.
So that disease...
So that disease, right?
So the more they mined, the worse it got.
Yeah. And... I'm gonna be real. If you've played like the last...
It feels like the first Uncharted game, almost.
I was going to say a more recent comparison would be the newer Resident Evil game.
Yeah. But it does have that first Uncharted, because the first Uncharted ends with zombies.
Yeah. And it's like...
Everybody forgets that. The first Uncharted, the zombie game at the last minute.
Yeah. It took a weird left turn.
But it makes sense because it's supposed to be, you know.
And so they go in and they're like, oh shit, our friends are down there. We have to get them back from the bottom of the mine.
Yeah, because they've been going deeper and deeper into this shit.
Yeah. And like, to be fair, they like held their own.
Yeah.
For a long time.
But yeah, they find the crystal zombies, as you have dubbed them.
Yeah.
I think that's actually... Okay, so it's just Gloam Monster on Wikipedia. Zombie and then Gloam Monster to be more specific.
Yeah, we gotta be specific.
We don't have a name for them either, so...
No, we do not. But they go and they're like, after some difficulty, they're able to get them out. And they're like, okay, fuck this.
We've been getting a lot of zombies in canon, by the way.
They're like, okay, we can't deal with this. What are we going to do? And it's like, we're going to collapse the mines.
Yeah, because
we can't deal with this. There are too many.
We don't want them to cause more of a problem either.
Yeah.
Like, Gloam has to, at some point, become habitable, and the only way to do that is to stop this.
Yep. And so they, with the power of the Force, they shut down the mines as hard as anyone can shut down anything.
Yeah.
And so they're like, all right, time to go. Unfortunately, Rillick is going through it.
Yeah.
He sort of stumbled outside.
He's basically decided, you know what, if I'm going to die, I'm going to go out, like, doing what I want.
Yeah.
And so, once again, he monologues. And he started monologuing. And this is when he's, like, full on, like...
Like, the transformation is starting for real. He's like, I can't see anything out of my, like, right eye. Like, I'm growing, like, weird stalactite claws from my feet. And it's like, oh boy.
Yeah. And so
they still help him, like, because everyone's like, fuck it, run to the ship. Get that shit going, Obik.
yeah,
We do not have the time to stop. And they do. And they even help Rillick. I'm like,
it's more than he deserves, but
they're Jedi. They're going.
yeah, it's more than he deserves in a sense of like, God, he's fucked his daughter over so hard by doing what he did.
No, Rillick is the cousin.
Oh, cousin. You said
Yes.
daughter at some point.
Middick is the daughter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He fucked his daughter.
Middick is not Rillick's daughter.
Oh. That's what I was confused about, because I was going to say Rillick's cousin, and then you said daughter, and that threw me off.
No.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So, I'm trying to remember, because I was half out of it when I finished this book.
Okay.
So, Rillick's fate.
Rillick is fucked. They're like, essentially, he will spend the rest of his life in a hospital.
Okay. So, he's alive, but like, in a almost in a comatose ward, essentially. Might as well be. Got it. Middick
like,
made it.
We can slow the transformation down, but we can't stop it.
And then Middick made it, and she's kind of taken over what Rillick was in charge of now.
Yeah.
Because Middick's like, okay, somebody's got to fix how my cousin fucked things.
Yeah.
And then Das ends it going, I'm going to join the Pathfinders.
Yep.
Because it's essentially the same thing as what we were already doing, except now I'm helping people.
Yeah. And Spence is like, okay.
That you know what? That makes me proud of you, actually. That's a good move. Spence is actually proud of his son, and he's like,
what do you want, son?
He's like, you grew up a lot from our awful experience.
From the hell planet, you grew as a person.
Yeah.
Good job.
And so overall,
there's one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead with the last thing.
So when they were running away, Rooper briefly hit her head net to stop for a second and found a lightsaber.
Yep.
That's not hers or Rock's or Solandra's, and she's like, okay, now that I'm done talking with people, I need to go and give this. I think I know whose this is. I need to go and talk to Rock.
Yeah, because it's
and
Malik's.
Rock, and she hands over the lightsaber, and it's like, fuck.
It's like, you're the one who deserves this, and we need to talk about, like,
hey, this belonged to your kid.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's gone.
Like, we didn't know Malik very long, but it still
We
hurt.
didn't know him at all.
Yeah, we didn't know him all, but it still hurts.
It's like, oh. It's a scene we've seen, like, several times in fiction.
And especially in Star Wars when it comes to Padawans dying before their masters.
Yeah. Like, and this one is one of the, like, ones where it's not just, like, an age thing. This is one of the ones where it's like, this is part of the territory that you kind of sign up for. It doesn't usually happen, but it is a thing that can happen.
Yeah, because they're going out into unknown areas of space, so it's likely to happen, unfortunately.
And so the book ends on this, like, man, Rooper reflecting, like, at first I was like, yeah, adventure, excitement, but now I'm also understanding that alongside that, I have a responsibility as a Jedi.
Did we also talk about what Solandra is planning to do after this mission?
Solandra also lost a Padawan, and she is planning to make a pilgrimage to Jeddah.
Yeah, she plans to join
because she hasn't done that in a while.
Yeah, and so Rooper almost decides to also... I can't remember if she finally decides to go or not.
She makes a decision because Solandra asks her, and she's
like...
Yeah,
because originally she was thinking about it earlier in the book. She's like, I want to go as well, but I don't want to force myself to join Solandra if Solandra wants to do this by herself. But, like you said, Solandra
asks her, and Rooper says no after this.
Yeah, because Rooper realizes, I'll let you do your thing, and then I need to find my own path, essentially. And so, while we have some sad moments in this one, this is actually the lightest of the Phase 2 material so far. Because there's a couple deaths, but they're all, like, they're characters that we don't meet at all, or they're not characters we grow to care about as heavily as, say, path of deceit.
Yeah.
So I give the let's go ahead and give our final thoughts. I'm giving this a 6.5 or a 7.
Damn.
Because it starts off slow. My reasoning, I'll explain. I think it starts off pretty slow, and it takes a minute to really get into. I think the B plot is interesting with Das and Spence, but it's not enough to really draw me in immediately. But then once we get everybody on Gloam, that's when it picks up. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And by everyone, I mean like our main group that's going to go to Gloam. Once everybody that's going to Gloam is on Gloam, I think that's when the story really picks up and gets into gear. So I'm giving it a 7 for sure, actually, because maybe 7.5, because it's passing. It's a good book. It just takes a minute to get where it's going. That's just my personal thought on it. Like, I can understand if somebody likes it more. Like, I'm not going to tell somebody, hey, if you like it more, you're wrong. If you like this more, that's great. I'm glad somebody does. It's just, it takes a little bit longer for me to get into it. I ended up loving it by the end of it. It just took a minute.
Yeah. I am going to give this book an 8.
Once again, I could almost give it an 8. I'm almost there, but it needs to be a little bit faster in the beginning.
Yeah.
However, I think George Mann's...
I didn't have to read this book in 2 days.
Yeah. I do think George Mann's writing is great in this, though.
Yes.
I do want more books from George. Because he's done great short stories for us. We love his short stories. Yeah. Also, that explains why the Dexter Jetster connection, because he did write that short. So that explains why they connected it to... He was able to connect it so easily with the EX droids. Good job on that, George. I want more of your work. I'm excited. I think he's the one writing Battle of Jedha for the audio drama. So,
okay.
So we got something good going there.
All right.
I think that's gonna be it for this episode. Next week, I'm changing things a little because while the book is coming out this week, I don't want to rush us reading it. Convergence is coming out this week, but we're going to change it to next week. Not this upcoming week's review, but the week after. So 2 Saturdays from now, we'll do Convergence.
The week after next.
Or the week after next, yeah. Yeah, so 2 weeks from today, Convergence. Next week's episode is going to be High Republic Adventures Volume 3 because we never finished High Republic Adventures in Phase 1. Because they never released a trade paperback for Volume 3. So we're just going to have to read the comics individually.
Yep.
So that's what we're going to do next week. We would like to thank our friends at Mobcast Network who provide us this office space. They are our fellow podcasting group. I produce some of their their shows with them and co-host. You can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network as well as any other podcasting app. They've got a few shows, Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies and we provide drink and show it to somebody who doesn't really watch a lot of movies. Currently on hiatus. It's going to come back soon, though. I talked to Scotty today. It's still on hiatus a bit because we're still figuring the scheduling out.
Yeah.
Same thing with My Star Wars Life. We're still figuring things out for Andor discussion. And then we are also... Tuesdays with Scotty, pre-record stuff, same issues. But you can still find older episodes if you want to check out the show and what the shows and what they're like. Go check them out. A lot of fun. And then thank you to Gamers and Geeks, who is our local gaming shop. They are the ones who own the space that Mobcast rents it from. And so they give us the space. So if you like card games, tabletop games, all that good stuff, there's an arcade in the back where... it's free play arcade machines. You just pay $10 for the day. You get a wristband, and you get to play whatever games you want. And then there's and they're going to have a Black Friday thing going, where on Black Friday they're going to have some of their items, some percentages off. For board games, they're doing 30% off. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And then. They have next door is inside the same building, but next door is Engage Gaming, which you can do a hourly rental for video game consoles. They have the consoles in the building, and you just sit down and you play whatever games you want. They provide the games. So they got Xbox, PlayStation, PC, VR. You just go to the little station, and because they've got like the setup for it, so the TVs and everything already there. And if you pay a monthly membership fee, you get a reduction on the hourly fee for rental, essentially, because it's basically a rental thing. Like you just hourly pay.
Yep.
And so it's a fun way if you don't have the money to buy a console, but you want to play the newest games that all your friends are playing. That's a fun way to that's a way to do it. So if you're ever in Mobile, Alabama, and you come down Moffett, that's where you'll find us. And you might run into me and Seth, depending on the day.
Yep.
And so outside of that, check out our Patreon. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley, our main Patreon subscriber. And you can find us on patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can watch our YouTube content a week early if you go towards the Jimmy Ty tier. I think it's the $5 tier. And then the $10 tier, which is what Jennifer's at, gets you a little bit more. A little bit more behind the scenes access.
Yeah.
But the $1 tier is also good. It gets you access to the Discord where you can hang out with us and any guests that we have on the show, as well as people that are part of the Star Wars tabletop games.
You can occasionally see my Discord messages ranting about ice skaters.
And so all that good stuff. And then of course even the $1 tier gets you access to a little bit of a look at the comic book I'm working on of an adaptation of my novel Superworlds, where we try to at least once a week, or as close as possible, try to put a little bit of concept art out there that the artist is working on. Colton Holcomb, great guy, love the work he's been doing for me. But whenever he gives me new art, I post it there, and so all the concept art will go there. But if you're on I think you have to be on the $5 tier or the $10 tier. I haven't decided yet. But I think it's going to be the $5 tier. That will give you access to the final page when it's done, so before anybody else sees it. So you'll be the first to see the comic as it's actually coming out. If you're on the $5 tier or $10 tier, I haven't decided yet. So all that good stuff for the Patreon. You can also check us out if you're watching on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. And if you're watching there, be sure to subscribe and give us a like. We're over 200 subs. We're starting to slow down a little bit, but we've been getting mostly a new subscriber every day. So I think we're on the right track. We're on the right track for our 400 goal for next year.
Yeah.
Because that's our goal by 2023, the end of 2023, 400 subs. We're going to do it. That's the goal. And then we also are on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films as well. And there we almost have our follower goal, I think. Yeah, we're just 2 more away from our follower goal of 100. So we just need 2 more people to follow us to get 100 followers. And then you can also find me, like I said earlier, on Twitter at Escape Reality 94. Go ahead and retweet that Gadir tweet. You know you want to. And then let's get Gadir Twitter. Let's get hashtag Gadir trending. Let's do it.
Oh boy.
Get Star Wars and George Mann to make it canon. If they make it canon.
If they make it canon. Oh. You're going to be responsible for that.
I will, and I'll be very proud of it. I will be proud of it. But you're also responsible because you said the name. Actually, I came up with the name. You were trying to come up with one. You were just describing it as a gator deer, and I was like, a gadir? And so, yeah, I guess I am. I'm 100% responsible. I was going to say you share responsibility, but no.
No, I was trying to come up with anything that couldn't.
Yeah. And so I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Am I missing any pushes?
No. I think you got them all.
All right. Well, once again, thank you all for watching. We'll see you guys next week. Y'all have a good one. And also, this week is Thanksgiving week, so everybody have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Bye.
Later.